folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Now, today, once again, we've tried this on a weekend, and I kind of want to do it again because it's something a lot of viewers, particularly on the right side of the aisle, my right leaning viewers often have an issue with this. So, once a week, I like to do a live that is directly meant to address the right side of the aisle. And why do I do that? Because my left side, predominantly my viewers from the left side of the aisle are on TikTok. So as a result, the TikTok viewers have the ability to call in and we speak live and things like that. And the right are using YouTube, and they often have that, they're not favorable to the fact they can't call in. So once a week, we do a live that is predominantly titled to the right, and that is what we're doing tonight. And unfortunately, the best way to do that is to make it a sub only for TikTok. So tonight, we're going to be asking the question, what concerns you most about Kamala Harris? Now, make no mistake about it, the race is very close. It's anybody's race to win or lose. So I'm going to ask that simple question. And like I stated, we're predominantly talking to Maga tonight. What concerns you most about Kamala Harris? I got to fix my screen here because I'm going to be staring at the YouTube side probably a little bit more tonight. But what concerns you most about Kamala Harris? Or do you believe that it really doesn't? I mean, I understand, listen, the politics from the left and right are completely different. So I can totally understand some of the points. But are we at a point where it's like, okay, listen, if Kamala wins or Biden, or not Biden, if Kamala wins and Trump wins, sure, I'm not going to like the other side, but at the end of the day, it's politics. Or do you believe that there is something seriously wrong or something that could seriously go wrong if Kamala Harris wins? What are your concerns if Kamala Harris wins? What are your concerns with the fact that she is running for president? We're going to be speaking predominantly in regards to Kamala Harris. As I stated, we're really going to be addressing MAGA, just because we don't do as much shows that are predominantly addressing MAGA. So even though we do have it running on TikTok, the TikTok is going to be set for subscriber only because I want to get more addressing of MAGA. But I do appreciate that Michael DeBoss. And by the way, for those who do subscribe, certainly, so even if you favor Kamala and you have concerns with Trump, then feel free to state that. But it's going to be mostly MAGA getting through tonight. So looking in the comments, it's always a good night when there's the handsome liberal to tune to, says Josh. Thank you, Josh. But keep in mind, tonight we're going to be basically hearing the criticisms of Kamala Harris or what concerns people have. Wow, I-10, what happened last night? What do you mean? What do you mean what happened last night, King fan? And by the way, Michael the Boss, thank you. So why are you scared of Trump? That's what I'm concerned about. You guys act so scared. I honestly don't want Kamala because she really won't lead the country as Biden was told what to do. She'd be in the same, and the rest of your comment got chopped off. Well, in regards to that comment, why are folks scared of Kamala Harris? I mean, scared of former President Trump? Some of the things he's saying. Some of the things he's saying is radically unpopular with people on the left, such as this whole issue. And I see in the comments, Michael the Boss said he is unethical and immoral. Now, that's a liberal response. A lot of folks on the left believe he is unethical and he lacks morality. But I'll give you some more clear-cut examples, such as the suggestion that Haitian immigrants are eating house pets. That's causing folks in Springfield, Ohio to receive death threats. That's causing them problems. So that is it's statements like that. And that's just what he said about those Haitian immigrants. I mean, he's been saying that, the Mexicans are not sending us their best and brightest. They're sending rapists. And I mean, he's making people look really bad. So that's what, and it is not really based on solid evidence. It's kind of how he feels. Remember, he said Obama tapped his office, Biden stole the election. I mean, he's accusing people of a lot of things. So that's one of the answers to your question when you say what is making folks hate Trump is that he makes a lot of wild accusations against people, and in some cases they can get folks harmed. And to find out the person who posted it apologized about it late yesterday. And that is true. Apparently, there was a woman that started the whole claim that they were eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. And she now is stepping away from the claim and even coming out and stating she is disgusted with the amount of hatred that it has caused. She basically admitted, not basically, but she did admit it's not based on any real evidence at all. It's not based on anything. Like some folks might joke and suggest that the Chinese are eating kittens. I'm sure we've all heard that before, that the Chinese are eating kittens. Well, in this case, it's led to the former president using it at a debate, and it's caused a lot of hell for people in that town. Arita Straight Jacket, thank you for the subscription. Very lazy regarding his accusations and never walks them back. No, he's not going to walk you back. He's not going to walk it back. And if he would show proof, he wouldn't have to. If he could show some valid, solid proof that what he stated, they're eating cats and dogs, he wouldn't have to walk you back. The stuff Trump says incites hate crimes, says King Finn. Yeah, Finn, I didn't see that sub. Thank you. Thank you, King Finn. Wasting your time thinking one party is better than the other. I was poor under the Republicans and Democrats, says Travis Hawkins. Well, and what I keep saying over and over again is that everybody is not voting solely based on the economy. I know the Trump side, the Maga side, the Republicans are citing under Biden, the price of fuel one way. By the way, the price of fuel is coming down. I just saw a nightly news report that's saying the average price of fuel is starting to be in the twos. Not $2 a gallon, but two something per gallon. That's not bad, considering that Trump has been out of office for 4 years. I mean, we know gas is going to go up something. It's not bad anymore. It's not like it's double, triple the price. And they're suggesting, the economists are suggesting that with the price of fuel continuing to fall, so will other things like groceries and other stuff that often is, the price goes up with the cost of fuel for trucks, and then they pass that on to the buyers. But they're saying that the economy is really making some gains that obviously folks on the right are not going to say that. But let me go to the box. Jeremy, one of my subscribers, I appreciate you coming through. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Welcome. Well, wait, you're welcoming me. How can I welcome myself? My bad. How you doing, handsome?
I'm doing good. We're talking about concerns if Kamala Harris is elected, after all, she is running for president. Do you have any major concerns with her being the candidate?
Oh, absolutely. I have quite a few concerns. One of my biggest concerns is price ceilings, because we've already seen how that works. Saying, so she's going to put a war on price gouging, but if you look in practice, she's saying that we need price ceilings. Well, any economist will tell you that equals shortages. It doesn't suddenly magically make the prices go down, and it will just make there be less supply. And if it becomes unprofitable for the business will just simply stop making the product.
Should there be no price ceilings on anything? You got an echo. Are you on Bluetooth?
I'm using headphones.
Yeah, because I'm hearing myself coming back.
Okay, how does this sound?
No, I still hear myself. We'll try to make it work. I don't know. Yeah, it can be a little difficult, but what I was asking you is, you don't believe there should be a price ceiling on anything?
There should never be price ceilings on anything, because it always equals shortages. Almost always. The thing is, we have to understand that There's an entire science behind this. This is economics, and it's basically the science of combining psychology and limited and distribution of scarce resources. And it's a pretty straightforward, it's a pretty straightforward science. The only thing that's a little tricky is human psychology. And I say human psychology because sometimes people make irrational decisions in a marketplace.
But is that not the reason why you can go to one hospital and pay $10 for a Tylenol and maybe another pay 20? Is because there is no price control?
Yes, but here's the thing: no matter how much no matter how much we want to control these prices, no matter how much we might feel it's unfair to go to one place and get it for cheaper than you go to another place. Not only is there always a reason behind it, but the consequences of not obeying.
What would be the reason behind one hospital charging $10 for an aspirin and another charging 20?
Well, there could be a multitude of reasons. So I don't know if I've ever seen that big of a difference in
Could greed?
prices, but
You said it could be a multitude of differences. Could greed be one of them?
I don't think greed would be one of them. I think one big one could be that one hospital has other places where it gains most of its money from. Like for instance, like have you ever noticed that there's a reason why gas station and stuff is always way cheaper than it is anywhere else, and why if you go to a movie theater, stuff that you could buy at like Dollar Tree for like a few bucks costs like $5 there. It's because of where a company gets its money, where it gets the bulk of it.
Okay.
And the thing is if a company does not obey those rules and does not math out how much they should charge for something, even if it seems kind of unfair to the customer at first,
But hold on,
they're
Jeremy.
going to lose money and they're going to shut down and just not provide the service to begin with.
Jeremy, we are a capitalist country, and you don't see no possibility of greed being involved. And Justin Johnson, thank you for the subscription. You threw greed to the side in a capitalism market?
I don't think greed is the primary motive. I think that just necessity in order to keep a business alive. Like, for instance, people will ask, like, about fast food places and why they're charging more, like Chipotle. Well, Chipotle has probably some good reasons to, like, look at the rising prices of just what they used to make the food in the beginning. To begin with, even businesses try to buy in bulk, but when that bulk goes up in price, they have to charge more to their customers, otherwise they go out of business. Unfortunately, math is kind of a ruthless bitch. I'm going to be honest.
So you see, let's say for instance, a price of Nike gym shoes versus maybe another pair of Ponies or Puma gym shoes. You don't see any issue. Why? Because obviously Nikes cost more. Do you think it's just sole quality that's making it cost that much more?
Because it's a status symbol. You see, Pumas are nice, and they're kind of a sign of somebody who's very focused on a good functional shoe. But that's it. Nikes, like if you look at like a Jordans or something like that, those things will cost through the roof because at that point, sure, it's functional and it's nice. Right. But most of it is kind of like Gucci. You really don't need it. You're doing it because you want to say, look at me.
So what about the higher learning institutions? Because some folks are suggesting that's why we are where we are now, is because they put any price caps on how much you can charge for a college education, and now it is where you go to one school versus another, the charge is outrageous.
Well, actually, I would say it's kind of the reverse. You want to know what I think actually caused the huge increase in prices in schools? Government getting involved and doing student loan forgiveness or trying to subsidize schools. I know that might sound kind of antithetical. Like, how could that be? The government is intervening and using its money to lower the price of everything else. But what you got to understand is that these colleges, as they know that the government can effectively have unlimited money because they can either print it or force you to pay it in taxes. And so what they would do is they would increase a lot of unnecessary things in the schools, like for instance, like luxury stuff, or stuff that's more related to turning a college less into a place of learning and more into like if we're going to be honest, kind of a 5-star resort, and say that it's a part of the price of education for its students, when really it has nothing to do with it. And then they can get the government to pay for it.
So let me ask you this, because they do have price control on how much gas stations can charge for fuel. Because you got some mom and pop gas stations, and they would never be able to compete with Amoco, Shell, Clark, Exxon. Do you believe there should be a price control on how much a gas station can charge for their fuel?
No, I do not. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. What would be much more effective is to break up the monopolies over the large gas chains. That would actually be far more effective than putting price controls on. There's a good book by Thomas Sowell just called Basic Economics, and that's not an insult to you or to anyone now. So I'm not trying to say that anyone here.
No, I could read the book. I would probably just disagree with him like I do with you. I believe that I believe that in a capitalist system, greed is far stronger than you're giving it credit for.
I think it's just more acknowledged. I think that greed is a part of the human condition, and that greed is not so much the driving force of every capitalist out there. I think a lot of capitalists are actually very altruistic. And you might say you might only look at the top 1% of 1% of 1% of 1%, like the billionaires and the almost trillionaires. But they don't make up the entire of the 1%. So they make a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, there's a major hurricane coming into your town, and you got a Home Depot that has more plywood than there is required to board every house up in town. They have more than enough, but they know there's going to be an eagerness to get it. Should there be any limit at all for what you can charge for it?
I don't think so, but you want to know what I think would probably happen? I don't think that anybody would actually increase the prices. I think
that ain't what I'm asking you. Should there be a limit?
I don't think so. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, dude, if that's the only place you can go to get it, you think they're not going to charge extra for it?
I think that they would see how much the ripple effect would cause. If they charged too much or they didn't even give away a bunch. I'm sure it would actually be a reason not only for people to try to boycott the business, but even if they couldn't boycott it because the only seller. A lot of property would be destroyed. That would cause a lot of people to not be able to focus their money on whatever that store sells, and they would have to go to other places in order to buy a cheaper stuff.
So you're telling me if you had a product that everybody needed, and there was no limit on how much you could charge for it, and everybody needed what you had, it wouldn't affect your pricing at all.
It depends. It depends on the individual who's doing it. But here's something. No, seriously, handsome. You got to look at this in.
I'm looking and I'm not seeing
examples. There have been lots of examples where businesses think of this as a great opportunity to build brand loyalty, to actively go out and commit acts of kindness. Because it builds brand loyalty. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but it's true.
Do you believe price gouging exists at all?
I think it does exist in very small amounts, but I think that here's the thing: you can diagnose the correct problem, but you can also give the wrong solution. And the thing about Kamala Harris is that I just don't think that she has the right solutions to a lot of her problems. I would say the same thing about her desire for red flag laws. I think though that's also not something I'm a fan of at all.
So you don't. So if, in other words, if a husband is threatening his wife, you don't believe his Second Amendment rights should be taken away?
No, but I think he can be locked up for the threat alone if they can prove it.
Okay, so wait. If I threaten you, hold on. If I threaten you, how long am I going to be locked up for?
Okay, well, let's say you do that. Let's say you say to me, Jeremy, I'm going to take this knife and blah 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 blah. I don't want to get you kicked off TikTok.
Okay.
Anyway, Well, if the threat seems credible, you can go to jail. Depending on the state.
How long are you gonna go to jail for a threat, Jeremy?
For a few months. It depends on.
Okay, so according to you, I do a few months in, and when I get out, I should have my Second Amendment rights.
Yeah. No. I know you're gonna be like, well, that's crazy.
It is. It's very crazy.
But hey, let me explain.
Please do.
Do you believe if that people can change?
Not in a couple months.
Not in a couple months.
Here, let me answer it better. Hold on, I'll let you continue, but let me give you a better answer. I believe you should be monitored until some professional, maybe a psychiatrist, feels you've made progress. I don't think you should come right out of incarceration to get handed your gun rights back.
Well, here's the thing. Let's look at. There's actually a case of somebody who has committed a crime in the past who is not allowed to protect himself anymore. There's like a rapper. I forgot his name. He's given a lot of. He's given.
Okay, what's your point though?
Well, the point I'm trying to make is like the firearm doesn't motivate you to do anything differently than you already would.
Oh shit! What? Are you kidding me? You think Kyle Rittenhouse, George Zimmerman, you think they would have still did that if they didn't have a firearm?
Wait a minute, hold on. Rittenhouse was found innocent.
No. I didn't say he committed a crime. I'm simply saying you think he would have put himself in the middle of a violent riot if he didn't have a firearm?
And I think that he felt safer like that, but I think some people are willing to say that.
Safer?
No, hold on. Safer with the firearm. That's what I meant. So I'm not going to say that firearms don't give you. Firearms just make you more of who you already are. It's like if you are someone who already is cruel, you'll be cruel with a firearm. But you want to know something? I always feel safer, even if I'm unarmed, with someone who's armed around.
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do. You talked about getting rid of red flag laws. I gave you a clear-cut example. A man is threatening his wife. You're saying that if he threatens her and does a few months in jail for the threat, the minute he get out, he should be giving his gun back.
Yes, because we don't know that he's going to do something horrible. Plus, do you really think that making it illegal for him, if he's truly determined to, is going to actually stop him from getting a firearm?
Then why have laws for anything, Jeremy? Why have a law against shoplifting? If you think the law's gonna stop somebody from shoplifting, why have a law at all?
Well, some things are actually enforceable and some things are not. You got to understand that the black market is full of people more than willing to get their firearms the dark way. Now, I know we've had this discussion before.
We ain't had this one because we haven't had this discussion because what you're saying right now is pretty damn wild. Go ahead.
See, there are two things that someone can do. They can either buy a ghost pew pew, but although those are more recent. That's a more recent phenomenon. But you want to know something? A huge percentage of black market firearms are actually stolen.
That ain't got nothing. I don't know what that has to do with what we're. I hear your point about black market firearms, but I don't know what that has to do with what we're discussing. Let me give you one more example because I do got to move it on. But the child, a 14-year-old in Georgia, that took out two classmates and two staff members at school recently, apparently he made threats before actually carrying out the action. And a 14-year-old in Georgia can own a firearm. They can't buy it, but they can own it. Do you believe after he made those threats, his ability to own a firearm should have been taken away?
Temporarily for juvie.
What is temporarily? Give me a time frame. Temporarily, how long?
Well, while he was in juvie, because he should have been in juvie. That's what should have happened.
Okay, so the minute he gets out of juvie, his rights get restored?
Yes. And here's something you gotta understand. Here's something you gotta understand.
All right.
Let's say we went along with the decision to use the red flag law. Let's say it actually got him. Let's say it got taken away from him his firearm. You want to know what he would have probably been able to do?
I don't care. I mean, no matter what you do to
You
somebody,
just
they're
you
always gonna be to do
people
something
can.
else.
Here's the thing. There are all sorts of ways of hurting lots of people equally
Okay,
without
we
coming
know
for them. So
that. Why pass
here,
any laws at all if you're
I
going to
want
use the fact that they can do something else as an excuse? I mean, everything you ever get punished for, there is something else you could do. I mean, even if you go to prison, you can escape. I mean, there's always something else you can do.
Yeah, well, the problem is, I think we're offering the wrong solution to the correct problem. Look at France. Look at like Nice, France, and what happened there. A guy took a large semi and ran people over. That's the problem is I think that we need a much better solution to this because I think we're not getting at the core. We're just addressing the tool, not the motivation.
Okay.
Well, you want to know a
Real
country
quick, I
that
got to
has
move it on. Real quick, go ahead.
all right, I'll just finish by saying this. A country that has just as many firearms as the United States, but has only had one mass unaliving, would be Switzerland.
Right.
And you want to know why?
What's your
It's
opinion?
because my belief is that they actually have an intact social system where loners look at all the people who have committed these acts of horrific violence. They're all loner or losers with resentments against being itself. They hate existence itself. I think that this is a social issue that we are not willing to be honest about. And if we actually had systems in place for that, which is something I think we should do and even fund with the federal government. I think we would start seeing these drop off almost immediately because the motivation would be gone.
All right. Appreciate you coming through, Jeremy. That was tough. You're always welcome back, though. You drive a hard bargain, man.
Thank you for having me on.
Anytime. My door's always open to you. Now, I will say, in regards to one of the things he said toward the end of the conversation, pointing out that there are plenty of firearms in Switzerland, and they do not have the same amount of firearm deaths, violations that we do in America. Now, he's mentioning a few of the issues. My response would be simple. There's nowhere near as much diversity in Switzerland. And when I say diversity, I mean if everybody has the same mindset, if everybody, for instance, in America, you got everything from Muslims to blacks to whites to Hispanics. All of those different cultures tend to clash. You're going to have a lot more disagreements in a country like the United States versus Switzerland. Also, Switzerland is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. They don't have that huge social gap that we do in America. Once again, without no money ain't a damn thing funny. A lot more perceived levels of poverty here in America. And they do have a lot of those socialized safety nets that America does not have. All of that can lead to an angry population. And I just wanted to bring that up because my last caller didn't mention any of that stuff. Diversity, the fact that the wealth is greater there. People who ain't struggling for cash don't go out and commit robberies and a lot of that stuff. I mean, even mental health, poverty can even lead to that. So I don't know if I agree with what he was saying on Switzerland, but I absolutely do not agree with what he was saying that we should have no red flag laws simply because the person who the red flag law was instituted against can find another way to commit the crime. Wow. I mean, if that's the case, why suspend a driver's rights if he gets a DUI because he could just go jump on a bike or something else? I don't know like I said, we can't pass laws based on the fact that, well, if we take this away, they'll just find something else. Looking in the comments, Mr. Java says, yeah, he was nuts for saying that. I mean, but he's not the only one. Understand, there are other people. We have a difference of opinion, but there's a hell of a lot of people who would tell you what I said is wrong and what he said is right. So he's not alone in that train of thought. I may disagree with him. There's a hell of a lot of folks that agree with him and disagree with me. Archifine says Switzerland has mandatory military training at 18, which involves gun safety. I just been educated. That's why I like to have a good dialogue back and forth. I learn a lot of shit. I'm not a know-it-all. I make that clear to all you folks. What we're doing tonight, and I didn't know that, but that is a good point because in America, you are required by law, as long as you don't have a criminal record, to be allowed to purchase and own a firearm for your Second Amendment rights, but there is no requirement you get trained on the weapon at all. In fact, in America, you don't even need to have eyes to buy a gun. You can literally be a quadriplegic and you still have the right to own firearms. It's a lot different. Ace Ventura, thank you for the support, the super chat. Thank you very much. Continuing on, gun safety was banned from schools. Beyond, this is a magical box of death, and you need to be terrified of it. Here's what I don't get. We don't want LGBT issues taught in schools because we don't believe a young child's mind has the maturity to handle that. But we're okay with putting a lethal device in their hand because their mind can handle that. That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe you guys have a difference of opinion, but you're going to tell me a child is too young to see the genitalia of an opposing human, but they are mature enough to handle a deadly device? I don't get that. I just don't get that. You know, he goes in the bathroom with the wrong gender and he's going to be ruined for life. But I can give him this Glock and let him pop off a few shots. No, he won't. That doesn't make sense to me. Looking at the comment, red flag laws equal punishment for something you haven't done, but anyone can think you might do. Also known as anyone can get locked up by any Karen who doesn't like you. Well, Josh, I mean, you make a good point, but I will say this, and I'll go to the box after this. There could be, I think the point you're making is that the red flag laws might be instrumented too easily, too liberally. I can understand your point about, you know, putting a red flag law, you know, based on any Karen that throws something out there. Fine, I agree with you there. But if you actively have someone on your answering machine, for instance, bitch, I'll kill you. You know, husband has said he's going to take out his wife. Yeah, that's not a Karen. So I agree with you that there should be a limit to how easy it can be. It can be dwelled out, but you shouldn't eradicate it. You shouldn't eliminate it. As my last caller was saying, you could threaten to take the life of your ex. Maybe the judge gives you 2 or 3 months in prison for the threat. And then he's stating that once you get out, they should hand you your firearm rights right back, as if the dude may not be pissed off that his ex made him spend 2 or 3 months in prison. That makes no sense to me. Let me go to the box. We'll go to Arshafine. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Arshafine. Switzerland also, okay, I saw that. Arshafine, good evening.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I brought you up because I didn't know Switzerland was like that.
Yeah, I'm a big nerd for like documentaries, and when they were, talking about, and Canada also has a lot of firearms too, right? And it's not happening there. I think it just really, depends on training. Israel also, you have mandatory.
Yeah, they have to enlist in the military in Israel. Yeah.
Korea also.
But I will say, all of the countries you're naming have even Canada. Canada has a lot of diversity, around Montreal and Toronto and Vancouver. But even Canada doesn't come anywhere near the diversity of America. I do believe putting a bunch of cultures together. Look what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, that Trump is talking about. That's a culture clash. That town was 70% white, and then they put all these black Haitians in there. It's a culture clash.
So I would like to, I had talked to you the other day after the debate, and we were talking about the pets thing, and I had told you that I was worried that the rhetoric was going to cause
bomb
potential
threats.
harm to patients.
Bomb threats.
And yes, exactly what I was afraid, was concerned about, and that's why leaders and people in leadership should be really careful about their words, right?
Yeah, I definitely can see it. I mentioned Kristallnacht for folks who know about a lot of German history, World War II history. Kristallnacht is when they got pissed off with the Jewish folks and went around town burning up their places, their residence, their shops. That could happen in Haiti. If you have a Haitian, let's say a Haitian goes out and sexually assaults or take the life of a young white kid or something like that. It could easily happen in that town now. It could blow up with all of a sudden a bunch of Haitians are being targeted for violence based on the action of one or two people because of what he said. I agree with that.
Yeah, and some of these people are professionals. They're doctors or had careers, and they left a situation. As we know, the government was taken over by gangs, and I mean Haiti's been. It's a yeah. So anyway, I was just wanted to mention that. I don't know what the topic is today. I just jumped on.
Well, I'm actually addressing mostly MAGA today, just because I don't normally get to address them on the weekdays. And the topic is concerns if Kamala Harris is elected president. Do you have any particular concern? Now I know you're supporting Kamala, but is there anything about her that's concerning to you?
I think what I'm most concerned about is maybe safety, right? Her safety, kind of like Obama being the first. Obama.
Oh, you mean somebody might take her out like a dog or a cat?
Well, no. What I mean is, she's good. Obama was the first black man as president. He had more threats than any president prior to him. She potentially is going to be the first female, right?
Yeah.
There's a man second in line. We live in a very triggered society at this point. I mean, I kind of worry a little bit about that. That would be mine, like, people's safety.
Well, keep in mind, while you're talking about Kamala Harris, they did try to take out Trump. Somebody did try to take his life.
Right, and again, I think that's just because of rhetoric, right? His rhetoric can be pretty toxic, let's just say. Because he doesn't. Because I was, him hanging out with that Laura Loomer. He was interviewed about that yesterday, and he says, "I don't really care what she has to say. She's a wild spirit, but she's my supporter." So this is how I have issues. Like, he won't stand up against anything as long as that. It's okay. She's free to say whatever she wants to say. I'm not gonna, say that I disagree with any of her thoughts, but she's my supporter. And as long as you're my supporter, I'm going to be your friend. And that's kind of like, the same thing with like Nick Fuentes and David Duke. He doesn't call out any of their things, but they're my supporter. They like me.
Yeah, so she said some. I didn't realize that they kind of discussed some of the things she said, like 9/11 was an inside job, which if you believe that, and I think, what is the guy? Alex Jones believes that, but if you believe that, why would you take her to a 9/11 memorial? She said, and then I think she also said Kellyanne Conway's daughter, I think, should hang herself or something. I mean, something awful.
Yeah, and that the White House is going to smell like curry if Kamala Harris. And so, I mean, if Marjorie Taylor Greene says you're a horrible person, we should listen, okay? Because she's no angel.
Yeah, she did say the White House will smell like curry if Kamala Harris get elected. Wow. Wow. I don't know what to do with that.
She is, she's probably going to have a great team around her. She's professional. She speaks to all Americans, not just the ones that support her. I think she has some great ideas, and I think that's what we need is great ideas, something that we move forward, not moving back. I don't want to get back together with my ex-boyfriend. I'm happy with my husband, you know what I'm saying? So, we broke up with you, and I don't want to go back. There's a reason why so many people chose to have Biden, because so many people didn't want Trump, right?
But now that we got Biden, are you happy with the way the...
Well, yeah, I mean, I have an exceptional raise. I make way more money than I did before. We had purchased our home in 2019, and then we refinanced during the lockdown, so that was kind of to our benefit. I think a lot of people took advantage. I live here in Hawaii, so a lot of people took advantage of that lockdown. We had a lot of people coming from the mainland wanting to buy homes, rent or anything, but that's not Biden's fault. That's people taking advantage
Well,
of
yeah,
the situation.
it's always going to be expensive to live on the tropical island.
Yeah, so I would say I blame maybe more the pandemic more than that. But no, I don't blame him for anything. I think he did the best that he could. I actually am respect him even more that he stepped down, because it proves that he's about country and about America, not about his ego.
I don't know about that, Arsha. I think Nancy Pelosi kicked him out. I don't think he wanted to step down.
But listen, regardless of that, he made the choice. I mean, he's been in office most of the majority of his life, and regardless what it was, he still made the decision to do it. He could have fought tooth and nail. He could have.
He could have fought. I agree with that. He could have fought. And I do agree with you that if for some reason Kamala Harris wins, he will be viewed as a hero for stepping down and allowing that to happen, because nobody thought he was going to win. But Arsha, fine. I got to move it on. Go ahead.
One last thing about firearms, or sorry, QQs. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Here in Hawaii, we have very strict laws about that. You have to get a license. You have to wait. It's mandatory that you have to have some sort of education for firearm safety. I am fortunate. I don't even want to say this out loud because I feel like I might jinx it, but I have two kids, one in 6th grade and one in 8th grade, and we have yet to have had any sort of situation like that. I mean, I'm from Oregon. We had multiple pew-pew shootings in schools, so I think that, I mean, and we have a lot of hunters. We have goats, we have pigs. People go out and hunt, but I mean, you can get a gun as a young person here for hunting, like a hunting pew-pew. But if you're to buy anything like a hand pew-pew or anything else, it's mandatory for you to go and have. That's more the left side. I do agree with you. But the right in the 2A folks do not agree that training should be mandatory. But I'm with you. It should be mandatory. I feel like, you're not going to give somebody a car and just go, hey, go drive. Let's see what happens. I mean, that can be a weapon. I was a hairstylist forever. It's not like you just give us a pair of shears and say, go cut some hair. That would be wrong. I mean, I think education in anything is not negative. It should be viewed as a positive, because the more educated and the more training you have makes you better at whatever it is. I mean, honestly, if you were to get a pew-pew and you don't have that training, who's to say that you're going to hit your target and the fact that you need it? You know what I'm saying?
I understand. I
wouldn't want to be a female that just goes out and buys one and I get in a situation and I don't know how to use it.
But that's,
you know what I mean?
But that's you. Gotta go. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, and I will. You too. Thank you, Arsha. I will say this. While I am a proponent of requiring training, it is infringement. That's the pushback. Is because they say the Second Amendment shall not be infringed upon. So that means the moment I become a citizen, I was gonna say of legal age, but I mean, there's a lot of states that have no legal age. So really, as long as I'm a law-abiding citizen, nothing should infringe on me owning a firearm. Like I said, you don't even need to have sight. The gun laws are just that loose, that we operate on a shall not be infringed upon basis, so nothing gets in the way of gun ownership, even if you don't have arms and legs, or you've never used it before. So I'm the left side of me says that doesn't make sense, but I understand the shall not be infringed upon crowd who believes that doesn't matter. Don't infringe upon his gun rights. My grandpa thinks we didn't land on the moon and the election was stolen, says Ace Ventura. I had a guy on the program the other day that thinks the earth is flat. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon and we don't block, ban, or censor, I mean it. I mean, I've had people that believe that as well. There's a lot of Americans that do not believe we've ever had anybody land on the moon, and probably far more that believe the election was stolen. There's a lot of people that believe that. Continuing on with the program, real quick in the comments, Will G, JD Vance is married to an Indian woman. Did you hear about the bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio because of the migrants? Yes, we mentioned it already so far, Will G. Yes. They threatened us, I believe it was a school. It's happened twice. It happened at a hospital. Was that today? And then they had threats yesterday. It's happened twice already. And even the mayor, who was a fairly conservative Republican, even the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, was blaming Trump. I mean, all of a sudden, Trump says they're eating dogs and cats, and that town is having a lot more problems than it, because now they're having national problems. They were already having internal problems because the population there was not happy with all the immigrants coming in. But now, because Trump made light of it, you got people that are pissed off about that town that has never been there before. So and then I think he's going to have a rally there, if I'm correct. Is he not? Is he not talking about having a rally in that town? Wow. I mean, it's almost like deliberately trying to stir up shit with that. Kamala was staged from 2020. This is the information campaign from Democrats. What do you mean when you say she was staged? Now, I know folks suggest that Kamala Harris did not have to win an election to get where she's at. But what do you mean by staged? Can't join on TikTok without being a subscriber. Roll in a bit more than TikTok, because my liberal side is on TikTok. My conservative MAGA Republicans are on YouTube, and only TikTok gets to call in. So on the weekends, I do want to address that side of the That's why it's set up that way. We'll do a live soon after, and that won't be the case. But I'm just doing it specifically so I can address some MAGA, which is why the whole program is titled "What Concerns You Have If Kamala Harris Is Elected." Why can't the dumping of 20,000 migrants be the issue of Springfield, Ohio? David, that's an excellent question. And I stated before that Trump, in my opinion, I know MAGA's going to think I'm full of shit for this, but this is free speech, folks. MAGA, former President Trump, in my opinion, is telling a lie where the truth will do. As you just stated, David Patrick, in the comments, why can't the dumping of 20,000 migrants be the issue? I mean, it's taxing their resources. They're claiming these folks don't know how to drive and they're having accidents. Why do you got to make up the dog and cat story? Now, there's a whole lot more migrants that are taxing resources, that maybe are getting involved in accidents. Why do you got to make the dog and cat shit? I got to assume it's, I mean, we can't even get a clear video of it taking place. Why you got to mix it? You don't need to make up no shit. 20,000 immigrants in one little town. That's your story right there. Telling a lie when the truth is sufficient. Looking at the comments, actually, he could be just shining light on it so people look. 20,000 people on a town that small, that's your light. You don't need to make a story up about dogs and cats being eaten. No, he's not just shedding light on it. He's making up a lie. I think the truth is so strong, it would shed light on that town. Making up dogs and cats being eaten, no, that's crazy. Donate to Kamala. She is gang unfriendly. What the? Okay, let me go back to the box. What is gang unfriendly? Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Dencal, welcome back. Now, Dencal, I don't think you have any concerns about Kamala Harris, do you?
No. Like the other caller said, like obviously the threat to her well-being, and that's well documented. Obviously, we know the history of this country. But other than that, maybe the resistance of Congress to do the things she wants to do. That would probably be about it.
Yeah. Now I still got folks in my comments though, Dencal, that are saying, it looks like Judy, shout out to my female Republicans. Everybody said the liberals going to get the women vote. I got a lot of female MAGA. Judy says it's not made up. Did you watch the people that live there? The cats and dogs being consumed. Why do you think there's so many people still saying that this is happening?
I mean, because they want it to be an issue. They believe it's an issue. They want it to be an issue. And I mean, even like you say yourself, like the fact that there's that many there is enough. which I don't believe that is enough. I believe that was a small town. The people who live there have said that they've been on a decline. They didn't have any industrial jobs. I mean, that place was, everybody was, mostly on government.
Yeah, I heard you say that, but let me just say this: you could take any black, because you and I being African American, you can take any black city in existence. I don't care how poor it is, how dilapidated it is. If you take any black city out there like that are predominantly black, and you throw 20,000 Koreans in that town, you're gonna tell me the black?
But their problem is not the same problem that Trump is talking about.
Right. It ain't cats and dogs. I agree with that.
It's not cats and dogs. It's not illegals. It's none of that is it. These people were brought there for a specific reason because there wasn't enough people in that town to fulfill. The government did that. That state did that, not the federal government.
In my opinion, I don't know how they would be able to implement it, but there should be a limit in terms of percentage. Okay, because there's so many towns in this country. There should be a limit in regards to how many of them you can put in one town. I mean, because it will fundamentally change the nature of your city. I mean, because this is a large percentage, like 15-20% of the population is suddenly switched overnight.
25%, about 25%.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It is. It is. But when you're a governor and you're being pressed and you're a mayor and the people in your city are saying we need to do something and you make
not
a
like
deal,
that. Not like that. Go ahead.
What should they do if they don't have enough workers to accommodate these people? When they've made these big deals,
you gonna tell me you can't? Wait, hold on. This is where I gotta side with Trump when he say, white people got to come from shithole countries, and I'm not gonna say Haiti is a shithole country or anything like that. But the point I'm making is, you gonna tell me you couldn't find nobody white in around the country to come fill those jobs? You had to put a bunch of that's too many people. You can't find some Americans that live in other cities in Ohio or Indiana somewhere.
You can't find 20,000 people somewhere else in the country to all migrate to this one place. Not whites or blacks.
If I'll tell you this, if you go on Facebook and you post that we got an Amazon facility or whatever the hell it is they're working at, and you post that you're going to give folks who move there the same benefits you're giving the Haitians, which is not a lot, but you're giving them something. We'll give you this until you're on your feet. We got this many jobs. You're guaranteed to get a job. It pays this much. You would find a lot of Americans that would be willing to move to that town. 20,000 people out of a country that has 350 million. You don't need a lot. You would be able to find a lot of folks that would go there.
So why do you think they didn't do that?
Because they wanted somewhere to put those Haitians. Say that again?
Or do you know that they didn't do it?
They clearly didn't do it if all of the folks are Haitian. I mean, the fact that ain't nobody else, it's all Haitians. No, they didn't do it. You would have Mexicans, you would have Guatemalans, you'd have all of those other cultures that are migrating here. None of them went there. Clearly, they didn't do it.
Hey, I don't know what they did. I'm not there, but I've seen situations like that. They tried similar situation in Michigan, close to the Detroit area, where they had an agreement that they were going to hire a certain amount of people from the actual city, and that's how they got their big tax break to bring the big plant there.
No,
they did that.
Let me give you my opinion, and I'll let you. I'm interrupting you because the mayor already made it clear he didn't have nothing to do with it. The feds did it. So the mayor and the governor of that state didn't have nothing to do with the feds. What the feds likely did, because you mentioned tax breaks for this corporation to open up. The feds had all these Haitians they needed to put somewhere, and they stepped in and gave that company some incentive to take, because most likely that company in that town would not have hired that many Haitians. I mean, they're not going to put people like us above everybody else. That ain't going to happen. That company got a kickback to hire them to begin with.
The federal government did not give them tax.
I bet you behind the scenes, the federal government helped that company out. That company didn't just hire all Haitians because they like helping out Haitians. I mean,
I was just trying to give you a similar situation. This federal government does not get to tell states who to bring in and what kind of tax breaks to give them.
But the federal
the state of Michigan, they were given Amazon, I can't remember the plant or whatever, they gave them, and they said in the agreement, it was you got to hire a certain amount of people from the community.
Yeah.
And so they came in and they did that, or they tried to do it, and like 60% of the people couldn't pass the drug test, didn't want to come to work, and they ended up having a clause in there to say that they get to go outside of that community. So there's all types of like negotiations and things that go into it. It's just not the government saying, hey, we're going to drop 20,000 Haitians in this area, and there was no agreement from the local or state governments.
No, I believe, like I said, because the federal government is who is in favor of letting the Haitians stay and giving them jobs. I bet the federal government, maybe through back channels, has something to do with that corporation that's hiring all these folks.
But that's just a theory. The governor did not say he was against it. He's not saying nothing. He's down with it, and Trump has been having the same rhetoric forever, and he made the deal however he did it, and that's what it is. All we can go by is what we know. We can
wait a minute. You said the governor is not against it. I really vehemently deny that or disagree with that. You're talking about a Republican governor does not have a problem with a town that is predominantly white, predominantly Republican, being flooded with a bunch of dark Haitian immigrants. I guarantee that governor wasn't a fan of that. I don't believe that.
If he was against it, where is he at saying that he was against it?
He's not saying anything because he don't want to go against MAGA. He's a Republican.
Why do it if you don't want to go against MAGA?
Well, he didn't have a choice. And he didn't know MAGA was going to be alerted to what's going on. Nobody knew Trump was going to go on that debate stage and say that shit.
I don't know. That's just you saying what you.
Yeah, I'm speculating. But I don't believe that governor was a fan of that. But just like Texas Governor Greg Abbott is not a fan, and Ron DeSantis is not a fan of what the federal government does with immigrants. But
and they wouldn't have let it happen. They would have did what they've been doing. Yeah. They would have been going against the federal government. It would have been in the best interest of that governor to say from a rip, we can't do this. But he did not say that. He's not saying that. It would be in his best interest right now to say, well, I was forced by the government to do this. I didn't really want to do it, but let's try to fix it. That's not what he's saying.
I hear your point, but I think all Republicans do not rock the boat as much as Ron DeSantis or Governor Abbott. They're still Republicans. Because you and I would agree there's a difference between a Republican and MAGA. Ron DeSantis and Texas Governor Greg Abbott, those are MAGA. That Republican in Ohio may not be MAGA. But he don't want to get on the wrong side of MAGA either. So my guess is he wasn't expecting.
He's there now, so he should be jumping up and down saying, I ain't have nothing to do with this. Just like Trump. Yeah. I ain't had nothing to do. I don't know. Somebody else did this.
I was asked by JC. This is somewhat off topic, but I'll let you roll with it. Do we think Trump will ever show his taxes? It's 2024, and he still failed to show us if he is rich. Do you think? Go ahead.
I think at this point we don't even necessarily need to see them to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
The man is claiming he's got billions and billions and billions, but he has to go to a bail bondsman to try to get, he had to get 80-something million for the E. Jean Carroll. Yeah. Then he had to turn around and get it.
Letitia James, really. Yeah, Letitia James case was.
Couldn't pay the one.
Yeah.
He couldn't pay the one that was like $400 or $500 million. He dang sure couldn't. He had to get them to lower that down.
Yeah, that was Letitia James.
Then he had to go to a shady source to get that money. So he could say I don't need to see it to know that he's only a billionaire on paper.
Yeah. And I will say this. at this point, I think at this point, we all can agree to some level, he probably over exaggerated his wealth. I mean, he exaggerates everything. Why stop at that?
Right, and we already have the paper trail of him communicating with who is it, the Forbes list, and telling them every year that his wealth has to increase no matter what's going on. So his accountants were tasked with making that a reality, no matter what the situation. He said, if last year I said I had 4 billion. This year I need to have 5. And then those guys would sit down and manipulate the numbers and then report those to Forbes. And Forbes kept track of all of that stuff. So when everything started coming out, they've already said, they don't even consider him anymore because they know he lies all the time. So,
well, he's a mover and shaker. I got to give him credit because he can't. I mean, when you can make Forbes put down whatever the hell you want. Shout out to the guy. Now, in the comments on YouTube, Jay Halen, friend of the program, says, now he's playing a word game with your name. He thinks you're woke no matter how you calculate it, but he didn't call you Den Cow. He called you Dim Cow. DIMCOW. People playing games with the names, but he's saying that you come across as woke no matter how you calculate it. Do you consider yourself woke? Because I'm not even sure what the definition is.
Exactly. I don't like back throughout history. Being woke means that I'm seeing actually what's happening, and them calling people where you're still asleep was the derogatory name. So what is woke? Is woke mean that I've woken up and I can see what's actually happening, and that they're still asleep and they don't know what the hell is going on? Because I think he's kind of mixed up.
Yeah.
And if he wants to call me woke, I'll accept that as a compliment, because I'll just say he's still asleep.
Yeah, my guess is if you are liberal, it is a compliment because it probably means you're an ally of the LGBT community. You're an ally of, children being taught, history that involves, some of the negative aspects of history. I mean, for the most part, being woke for a liberal is a compliment. I mean, it is what it is. You have that belief that certain groups, subsections of life are not being treated right, and you're for fairness and equality. That's kind of what being woke is.
Right, and they've tied themselves to just like Trump, Trump and his being taking, bringing us back to something like they don't want to be woke and go forward. They want to retain a piece of history that's in the past. And just like, I hate to be so cliche, but we not going back.
That sounds like Kamala Harris.
Right. So if they don't want to accept that, they can stay in the past all they want to, but they can't control us from going forward. So when we win this election, they can sit down and reminisce about the good old days when they was about to, they almost took us back to the 50s or wherever they want us to be at, but we're not doing that.
All right. Good luck in November, Dick Cal. You know what I got to do. Thank you.
Hey, it don't take no luck.
All right, we'll see. The race is not guaranteed. I didn't mean to hit it that quick. Sorry about that, didn't Cal. But the race is not guaranteed. Kamala Harris certainly can lose. Now, Twain to Square says Haitians showed up in Ohio back in 2018 under the Trump administration. Hold that noise down, Twain. You can't be saying that out loud. It happened under Biden. You can't be saying that shit out loud. Hold that noise down. All right, going back to the box. You're trying to get people in trouble saying that. Real quick in the comments. Bring your best. Why not let the inmates vote? They're more American. Because the inmates are likely to vote liberal. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, I do believe that larger voter turnout works better for liberals. Corruption, you can certainly have corruption and fraud at the rolls when you allow more people to vote. And that's where the difference is. The liberals are in favor of making it easier to vote. Well, one of the negatives to making it easier to vote is it's easier to commit acts of fraud. Now, the right, on the other hand, believes in making it harder to vote. The good thing is it limits fraud, but the bad thing is if you make it harder to vote, you're likely to prevent some legitimate people from voting that should have had the right to vote, but you put hurdles in that may have prevented them from voting, such as you should have to show up only on election day and vote. All right, maybe someone is at home disabled, and because you don't got rid of mail-in votes, or you made it so that they got to stand in line for 8, 9, 10 hours, they don't get to vote, even though they legitimately had a reason to vote. Signature match is another one the Republicans are talking about. Signature match. I mean, okay, how many of us, if we were forced to write down, and nobody writes any damn thing anymore. You don't write letters and shit like that. You don't, other than your signature, you really don't write much at all. So forcing somebody to actually put a signature on their ballot and requiring that matches their driver's license or state ID. And a driver's license or state ID could be from, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. There's plenty of folks, if they signed some shit today, it would not look like what it is on their driver's license. Maybe you walked in the DMV in the middle of winter and your hands were shaking, or you had a Mountain Dew or some shit. And then you go to the polling place and your signature don't match, and the right is talking about throwing that out. So the left makes it easier to vote, which can cause fraud, which can make it easier to commit fraud. The right wants to make it harder to vote, which can cause legitimate voters not to vote. Ohio was also passing a law, speaking of Ohio, that if you didn't vote for a number of years, I think it was like 1 or 2 terms, you didn't vote, they're going to purge your name from the rolls. So let's say you registered to vote in 1992, you voted against George H.W., voted for Bill Clinton, voted in 96, you voted in 2000 for Al Gore or whatever the hell, and then you skipped a couple elections. They don't purge your name from the rolls. So when you go to vote for Trump or vote for Kamala Harris, because they don't unregistered you and you didn't know about it, your vote don't count. That's something the right is doing. So both sides, there's pros and cons of what they're doing. I think having a voter ID makes perfect sense. You need I agree with you, Eric Crystals. I don't believe there's any legitimate excuse for a full-grown ass person not to have an ID. I don't buy. Look, if you're a grown ass man or a woman and you can't afford to get an ID, voting should be the least of your problems. Your life is pretty impoverished. So I do believe ID should be required. However, I say the state should just give it to you. When you think about a piece of plastic, I don't know, what is it, 3 by 5 or something like that? If you're printing these in bulk, it's just a piece of plastic with a digital ink image of your face and information. If you're printing these in bulk for millions of Americans, you're probably paying less than 10 cents for each one of them. If you're going to just require they have an ID and give it to them. When you go in and get your driver's license or whatever the case may be, at that time, if you are a legitimate voter, because I know immigrants can get driver's license too, but if you are a legitimate voter, just put voter on the driver's license or on the state ID. When they go in and get their state ID and legitimately vote, put voter on their ID. They go out and commit a felony or something like that, then they got to turn that ID in. Just like you have to turn in your passport or whatever. If they do something that violates it, they got to turn it in. Simple as that. Not to mention it would be in the polling place's machine. So when you go to vote, you feed your ID in that machine. If you got felonies, it's going to say this person is disqualified from voting. How about that? That would solve that problem right there. Looking in the comments. And by the way, facial recognition software and fingerprint scanners are so advanced nowadays that I don't believe there's a reason to force somebody to physically come to a polling place anymore. You can vote if you have a little device. You ever seen those little devices you plug in your USB drive, fingerprint scanner, face scanner? That shit is way more accurate than some old lady at a polling place looking at your ID and looking up at you to see if it's accurate. That computer is way more accurate than any worker at a polling place will ever be. Real quick in the comments, take that nasty hat off. Says butthole sniffer. Your name is butthole sniffer, and you're suggesting that the hat is nasty. I think you got that backwards. Real quick, looking in the comments, in regards to letting inmate votes, like I said, inmates are likely going to vote left because the left believes in rehabilitation. They don't believe in draconian laws. They don't support the death penalty. They don't believe in pinning a felon down for life, taking away all their rights. And most of the prison population are minorities. So letting felons vote, particularly if they're incarcerated, the right is going to be vehemently against that because most of those folks are going to be voting liberal. They're not going to be voting for the right. The right wants your ass to stay in prison. They don't want you to get out. Love that, Timothy. Got to remember that one. Yeah, thank you, John Newman. We didn't steal it. Woke was a cultural outlook. Once again, culture theft. Going to the box. Mr. Walter, one of my subscribers, good evening. Welcome to the program. Talking about concerns if Kamala Harris is elected. Do you have any concerns in particular in regards to Kamala Harris becoming president? Good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Hey.
No, I have zero concerns. I have concerns about a 34 times convicted felon being president, but I have no concerns with that.
Wow. So you think she's ready on day one?
Of course she is. I mean, look at her record. How could she not be? Did you see her in the last election? I mean, the last debate compared against Trump.
Well, Trump was being Trump, but also too the moderators kind of lean.
Why do you always give him a pass? Trump being Trump.
I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not giving him a pass. Go ahead.
Cam, come on. Let me push back. This is how you respond when you hear something that's bullshit. Okay? Trump being Trump. Trump acted a fucking fool. Okay? He started talking about eating pets. I mean, this is all bullshit. Okay? We can't let that shit slide. He fucking lost it in that last half of that debate. So, come on.
Let me tell you why now. Let me say this. And when I say Trump being Trump, I'm by no means giving him a pass. I'm just simply saying, you said Trump acted fucking messing with it. That's Trump. The fact that Trump went out there and said that stuff like that, are you really surprised? Did that really surprise you?
Why does he get a pass for doing it, is what I'm saying. Why can't we call that shit out? Who else in this world could do that but Trump?
Yeah, well, yeah, you're probably right. I don't know anybody. I mean, Trump, I got to give Trump credit. He is able to get away with things that I don't think nobody else could. I don't think,
Yes. And it's time for that shit to end, is what I'm saying. Like, treat this man as who he is telling us who he is. He's saying all this crazy ass shit, and nobody's like, oh, that's Trump. Oh, Trump being Trump. No, fuck that.
But people believe.
Fucking nutcase. He's a nut.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
People believe what he's saying is actually true, though.
Yes, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. They believe it. And nobody's they got ABC got all this shit for saying, actually, that's not true. And, here's our reasons for saying it's not true. That's what they should be doing. That is that is the requirement of journalism, to say what is and what is not true, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Kamala Harris did say that on January 6th, cops were killed. That's not true. She lied too, and they didn't fact check her.
Well, okay. I'll say I agree with that.
Okay.
However, did police die on that day?
No.
Yes.
No, not one police officer. Ashley Babbitt.
Heart attack. Several of them had heart attack. It was not necessarily like related to a murder or bodily injury, but several of them were beaten. Look it up, Tim.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I agree with you that they got beaten, threatened, there were racial slurs, but she said they were killed. That's not true.
Okay. I agree. They, in a great world, they should say that. However, pets being eaten, I mean, this is a different level. You know what I'm saying? It's come on.
Every time I cannot stop laughing. Every time I hear, because it's not just me and you that fun, but anytime you watch any of those debate parties and gatherings, they show you everyone I've seen where he starts talking about they're eating their pets, the people cracked up laughing. It's funny. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I know it could get people killed, so it is wrong that he said it, in my opinion, but it's also funny.
This was the point I wanted to make to you, is that they followed up, I think it was today, reporters asked him, hey, listen, in their own town now because of this, and he shut that shit down and said, no, that's not happening. The worst thing that is happening is that these migrants are coming over and these women are being sex trafficked, and, he completely wrote it off as it has nothing to do with him. It is, this propagating this misinformation.
I don't think that the sex trafficking stuff is not true either.
No, I mean, he completely just, diverted the point of the comment to something else.
Well, but what's so
take responsibility?
But what's so surprising? I mean, the fact is, you know what he said is indefensible. So you want to change the subject. I mean, if I'm Trump's advisor, if I'm doing Kellyanne Conway, or if I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders or somebody, or Spicer, I'm gonna do the same thing. I can't defend that. So I'm gonna try to get off that subject as quick as possible. I mean, because I don't have a defense for it.
All I'm saying is that in and of itself should be disqualification for being president. The man has zero character.
Well, come on now. Joe Biden said if you re-elect Mitt Romney, he's gonna put y'all back in chains. I mean, he made up some stuff.
Come on, Tim. I
gotta push back.
Yeah, I know that he said that, and I don't disagree that is the shittiest thing to say.
Yeah.
However, it is no. Have you seen this shit? Laura Loomer flew on his plane on a 9/11 ceremony after saying the shit that she has said.
But do we? And listen, I'm no fan. Certainly with the suggestion that 9/11 was an inside job. But if we hold now, he shouldn't be around her. But the problem is, if we hold a president accountable for people they hang around, I mean, it's going because wasn't it Obama who hung around Common, one of the rappers, and the right did the same thing to him. If you're hanging around Farrakhan or something like that.
Come on.
No, I'm with you. He should not have been hanging around. There's a reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lindsey Graham and all them were complaining. Just like with Nick Fuentes. Because listen, Trump. This is from my MAGA side that are watching. They don't like people calling Trump, racist or intolerant. Fair enough, but if he's hanging around people who are racist and intolerant, that's going to be part of the package. I mean, Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer are fairly open with it.
Yeah, fairly. Did you see the shit she's talked about with how, she said the Shaniqua voices and the shit that, I mean.
I don't have a defense. I'm trying. I swear to God, I'm trying to push back. I don't have a defense for Laura Loomer. I mean, that it's really bad. Just like the dogs and cat thing, I don't have a defense for it. And if I had one, I would throw it out there.
He and her were hugging at a 9/11 ceremony, and his wife didn't come, but she came. I mean, what the fuck?
Do you think Trump's okay? What they say, to death do your part? Do you think he's gonna? Do you think him and Melania will remain together until his dying day?
She's a sex worker. That's what she is. They have a contract.
Jesus.
He is really a sex worker. They have a long-term contract. She doesn't give a fuck what he does. She knows he's doing whatever he's going to do. I mean, there's a matter of literal public record that he had sex with a porn star. I mean, there's no ambiguity here.
Well, right? But at the end of the day, if the way folks feel about Trump and she's staying with him. I mean, yeah, she's making money out of it, but I mean, shit, people gonna be pinning him on you for. I mean, if some of the things he's talked about that women don't like, they're gonna be pinning that on Melania, just like they were with Hillary Clinton, saying that look, you stayed with this guy. Even I mean, Melania's gonna have to eat that stuff for the rest of her life.
There's one thing to stand by your husband through a thing, like Hillary, whatever. And I'm not saying, she didn't have her motivation.
She attacked Monica Lewinsky a little bit too, though.
She did. And I'm sure they had their marital whatever. It's none of my business. But let's be clear. Melania, she's a sex worker. I mean, she's literally, a long-term...
How about a model? How about a nude model? A sex worker? How about a model?
Oh, Tim, come on. Let's be real.
She's
talk.
not...
I mean,
there's no evidence that she had sex for money.
Tim.
I'm trying. You're making it hard.
I'm literally saying to you, real talk. Come on.
All right.
You know it's fucking true. You know it's true.
All right.
She don't give a fuck. She's got a contract. She renegotiated that shit the last time, and just recently.
Are you saying she mistake Trump for Willie Brown? Hey,
come on. Hey, listen. Don't disparage Kamala like that. You know what I mean? Like, she wasn't married. She's a woman. She's an unattached woman. It's apples and oranges.
I don't know the story of Kamala, so I can't say I'm disparaging her. I can't say I don't know. I know she slept with she was a subordinate and all. I don't know what she got out of it. I don't know if she got something. I don't know if she did not get anything. So I can't say if I'm disparaging her or not.
On that effect, let's say, who cheated on all his wives with all his future wives and had babies with 3 different... I mean, this is... Not that I give a fuck, about a normal person, but for somebody to hold the moral high ground on adultery, Trump should shut the fuck up about that shit.
Well, speaking of shutting the fuck up, Eric's Crystals in the comments says, look, no one is perfect. Oh, stop it. Funny how it's okay for your side, but not the other, suggesting that liberals are okay, but they're going to hold Trump to the fire, but they're going to ignore it when it happens with Bill Clinton or, what was it, that John Edwards. And, the leftists had their cases of this, too.
Let me just say 2 things. Fuck John Edwards, fuck Bill Clinton, okay? Fuck them. They're both fucking assholes. Okay, we're not talking about them. We're talking about the current people. Kamala was never married. If she fucking did whatever, I don't even know what she did. But she was never married.
But wasn't the guy she slept with a married man? Wasn't Willie Brown married?
Was she married?
No, but she's a homewrecker.
Who committed adultery in that relationship? Did she commit adultery?
All right, but wouldn't that be being a homewrecker though?
Is that adultery?
No, it's not adultery. It's not more. It's not
found guilty of adultery.
In 2024, Kamala's not going to be found guilty of anything.
Let's be real, Tim. His first wife said that he raped her.
Yeah. Comparing her to Trump, she looks fairly angelic.
In a deposition, people. A deposition. She said that. Okay. All I'm saying is this guy's a piece of shit. Okay.
All right. You have made me work to levels I never thought I have, and you still beat my ass. But I do appreciate you coming in. As always, I got to move it on. Wow. Thank you.
Got it.
All right. Wow, that was not easy. You didn't make that easy. All right, looking in the comments real quick, and I wanted to address a subscriber, Sam Roy. Appreciate you with the subscription. He was separated for 10 years before they started dating, says Michael. Well, I'll tell you this before I go back, because I got a few super chats on YouTube I want to address, but Melania Trump was interviewed by the late, great Barbara Walters of ABC, and she asked, how did you guys meet? And Melania Trump stated that they were on a yacht party, and Trump was there with another date, and he snuck away from that date and asked her for her phone number. And she said she was hesitant to give it to him. So he did. I don't know who he was with, because she didn't say the name, but she did say he was already with another woman on a date. And he left that date and got her number. So that's what she told Barbara Walters. But I see in the comments, Michael the boss has said he wasn't even divorced. They actually are still married. All right, really? Huh? Now, in regards to YouTube, JC, voting is a First Amendment act. And by the way, JC, thank you for that generous super chat. For you guys with those super chat, I stated for the folks who are really generous like that, who want to ask a question. If you do, I'll actually make one of those shorts on it, and then we'll actually tackle your question with a host of other viewers for those donations like that. I'll actually make the short, and we'll go in there and we'll hash out your question with hundreds of folks. Just because a lot of folks say, look, I don't get my question. Well, certainly for something like that. Voting is a First Amendment action, and Republicans are completely okay with putting roadblocks up with it. Why do we think they can't hold the same energy for the Second Amendment? There's some validity to that. As I was mentioning earlier, the Republican Party is okay with putting up hurdles to vote, but do not want infringement on the Second Amendment. I think that everybody claims to be pro-Constitution until breaking the Constitution fits their agenda. And a perfect example I give is that the right is hardcore in favor of the Second Amendment, but when Trump talks about bringing back stop and frisk, the right is also in favor of that, which is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Everybody is pro-Constitution. And of course, the liberals would not mind interfering with the Second Amendment to some levels as well. So everybody talks about how much they're in favor of the Constitution until breaking it fits their agenda. Real quick, in the super chat realm on YouTube, I wanted to address another comment. Will G. Harris 2024, my biggest concern is her not being aggressive enough. Republicans will definitely criticize and obstruct her every move like they did to Barack Obama. Well, in regards to her not being aggressive enough, I think that the Democrats do. Look, at the end of the day, even the Democrats were not complaining about $2 gas under Trump. Mr. Walter, thank you. Appreciate that galaxy. That shout out to you. First one of the several days. I think that's one of the reasons why they're constantly bashing Trump and saying we need to get rid of Trump, is that he has been known for doing that too much. I think the liberals, for the most part, looking at the hack, Make America Great Again, I think the liberals want to make politics boring again. They want to get back to the point where the president ain't in the news every damn day. There's not controversial statements coming out of the White House. The president is not involved in fights or attacks. It's just somebody that's running the country, and every few days or every few weeks, you hear about maybe they're working with Congress. But for the most part, it gets boring again. The liberals want politics to get boring again. There's good and bad to that. Whereas Trump, entertainer that he is, and being savvy with the cameras and things like that, Trump deliberately wants to stay in the news, he wants the attention on him. I think the Democrats just want to get back to a typical politician where we're not hearing all this shit. Josh D, forget the folks that talk from their feelings. At this point, I think everybody's doing that. I know when Trump was tweeting out a bunch of shit, it was always the liberals, fuck your feelings. The liberals were the ones that were in their feelings. At this point, I think it's fair to say everybody is doing that. I think the right are having statements and making actions that are based solely. The election is a perfect example. There's nowhere near enough evidence that Trump won by a landslide for the right to be acting that way. There may be some evidence you perceive as being fraud, but Trump is saying he won by a landslide. That ain't based on evidence. That's based on feelings. So I think both sides are doing it. Stick to the empirical data and hard facts, says Josh D. In a political conversation, that's just kind of hard to do, Josh. Thank you for your support. But in a political conversation, sticking to empirical data and hard facts, I don't know. But I do think that's the best route to take, but it gets to be hard in a political conversation. Will G, I think Trump is mad at something. I think Trump, there is a clip of Trump back from the 1980s talking about the Japanese are getting too much privilege in this country. Trump ain't going in on immigrants, in my opinion, being that way. I mean, there's a long history of Trump speaking unfavorably about immigrants. I mean, shithole countries, and why can't people come from Norway, rapists and murderers? I want a Muslim ban. I mean, like, there is so many statements that Trump, I mean, his entire presidency, we know, I do believe there are statements even before he ran for office. I think Trump got anti-immigrant statements even before he was with Melania. He is not pro-immigrant. I don't think now we can say legally no, he's not pro-immigrant. With the exception of maybe if he goes over and grabs a what do they call it, a mail order bride or whatever, but I don't think he's pro-immigrant. What is this says? Yeah, asleep at the wheel, says Tyron Smith. We don't want that. Going back to the box real quick, the Haitians are eating people's pets. It's true, says I Walker. No, it's not. Look, hold on, let me correct that. Let's say it is true. If they're eating people's pets, there should be a hell of a lot more evidence than what Trump and JD Vance has presented. And here's what I have an issue with. You got folks on the right that are presenting all of this video footage from citizens in the town saying it's happening. But when the mayor or the governor says it's not, they discount that. Or when Haitians are interviewed and the Haitians say it's not happening, they discount that. So it's really a case of, I believe something is happening, and I'm only going to accept the opinions from those who agree with me. There's a lot of people saying that's not happening too. So when the right tells you, well, yeah, it's happening, look what all these people are saying. There's a whole lot of people saying it's not happening. They're discounting all of those folks, up to and including all the professional members of prominence in that town, such as the mayor and all of them folks. All of them are denying that's happening. And the right is just discounting them. So as opposed to us arguing over who is telling the truth, the naysayers are the ones that are saying it's happening, how about we see some video footage of it? Instead of figuring out who is telling the truth and who is not, how about producing some actual evidence of it taking place? That has not come. There's just been a very little to no evidence of it happening. Trump said dogs. Who's seen somebody eating a dog? And by the way, Terrence Comer, you said look it up. I did look it up. And I came across a whole lot of people in that town saying it's not happening. I did look it up. And a lot of things, and I talked to a lot of MAGA. I got MAGA in my inbox every day. I enjoy talking to MAGA. And when they make these statements, I'll ask them, well, show me some evidence. You know what I'm getting? It's their culture. They're showing me videos of Haitians skinning animals in Haiti. They're showing me folks that are telling me it's happening. I keep asking for the same thing. You can't find one dude sitting at a table eating one of these things. You can't find one person in the kitchen standing over a pot, lifting up the lid and showing you. Not one person at all. You're bringing up videos of people and folks are suggesting this person is American and this is not even in Springfield. You got one of the original authors that claimed it happened that is now admitting it was a lie. I want to see video evidence. There are, 20, 30,000 of them folks. You can't find somebody that's willing to show you how they cook it in the town, not in Haiti, in Springfield, Ohio. Not one person will let you come in their kitchen and let you see them seasoning a cat or a dog. You can't find one person. Until I see that, it's bullshit. Going to the comments. No, they stole the animal. Why eat it in public? Then where are all the pet owners at? Where are all of the pet owners at saying that their animals are coming up missing? I'm not even seeing a lot of evidence of that. You got the mayor on TV saying your pets are safe in our city. You just said it. You heard it just like Trump did. That's exactly what it is. Trump heard something and ran with it. I've shown you guys the footage on many of my broadcasts here because folks say, well, what has Trump ever said that's racist? And I play this clip about Trump, once again, taking something that is unfounded. And I'll in fact, before I go back to the box, I do want to I'll run it for you because I think it's worthy of noting, certainly for what we're talking about. I think it's a worthy clip because, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is because we're talking about Trump saying things that could be sensationalized. And in my opinion, if it's not true, you can potentially put lives in danger. And the clip that I often ran, if I can remember how to find it, is along those lines, in my opinion, that you can get people killed. I mean, when you start accusing people of doing really heinous things like eating people's pets, that can lead. I mean, a lot of folks are animal lovers. That can really lead to somebody being unalived. I guess whatever term you guys want to use, but I'm not a fan of him doing it. But I'll go to the box and then I'll find my clip and we'll talk about that. Alex, or better yet, Alex Garado, is that what that said? Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Who did I? Oh, I clicked on Michael. Michael, good afternoon.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all, man. I'm talking about concerns if Kamala Harris gets reelected. Do you have any major concerns if Kamala Harris becomes commander in chief?
I don't have any concerns about her being commander in chief at all, and I haven't, to be honest with you, outside of in my lifetime, outside of Trump, I've never had a problem with the person being commander in chief as opposed to holding the Constitution and representing America on the world stage. I've never had, even whether I like them or not. But outside of Trump, in my lifetime of voting, I've never had that concern.
So
whether I agree with their policies or not is different.
Because we started about Kamala, but what about Trump concerns you so much?
Well, you hear me talk about it all the time. He's unethical. I believe that he can be bought.
He can be
bought? I don't believe that. I believe he can be bought. I 100% believe he can be bought.
What has led you to believe that?
Well, let me say this. When he was on tape, and there's a bunch of things, Tim, you don't have time, but when he was, I'll give you one example. When they had the audio of him having those classified docs and he was sharing them with just someone, just a random person, when they said, look at this, he even said on the audio, I'm not even supposed to be showing you these things.
You're talking about Kid Rock. He was showing Kid Rock.
Right. So if he's willing to do that to just a casual person, and he has all these aspirations, because let's be clear, you look up to the thing you want to be typically, right?
Yeah.
Most people do. People look up to the thing they want to be. Every world leader he looks up to is a dictator. The things that he says, well, just think about it.
No, I can't disagree. I mean, you're making a point. I can't. I mean, it's not like he's looking up to, the prime minister of the UK or, the prime minister of Germany. It is dictators.
So I'm only going by what the evidence that he gives me. That's all I can do. And I know Republicans, a lot of Republicans are MAGA, don't want to hear it. It's not propaganda. It's, if you took a montage of quotes directly from him over the last 8 years, if you took his name off of it, the average American would be disgusted by what they were reading back to themselves.
Wow.
Think about it. Just think about it. Now, first of all, I don't want to go too far away from these cats and stuff because I have a very direct point. Anybody that's listening to this, because this country loves animals.
You don't want to go too far from these cats and stuff.
No. I'm going to tell you why.
Go ahead.
If anybody wants to know, Michael Vick went to prison for fighting.
That is a good point. Right? I have heard people bring that up. That is a really good point.
Right. So if you want to know what's going on, just go to the PETA website. Just go to the PETA website. Do you think if they were mistreating animals in Springfield, Ohio, PETA wouldn't be up there already? They'd have been up there. They'd have been up there before we knew about it. I mean, we got to just use our common sense.
Well, I guess the belief is that they're doing it and they're keeping it hidden or something. I don't understand why it wasn't a problem or wasn't really that big of a concern until Trump said it at the debate. If it was happening, I agree with you, there would be a hell of a lot more noise being made about it.
Wasn't Michael Vick? Weren't they having private? Weren't all of those fights private? They found out about them.
Yeah.
Now what we're talking about is on the internet for a couple of weeks, you don't think Peter would have been up there by now? And the reason I say that is not it's totally bipartisan. I mean, right? There's no political component to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would also say that with the mayor being a Republican, and clearly the American citizens of his town being upset, if those immigrants were eating their pets, the Republican mayor would be on their side saying it as well. The fact that he's saying it's not happening speaks volume. Why would he side with the Haitian immigrants as a Republican mayor against his Republican constituents who can vote him out of office? Why would he say that what they're saying is not true? So, yeah, I agree with you. Peter would be there and a lot of other folks would be there.
Yeah, of course they would be there. But when it comes to listen, when it comes to everything we're talking about, I just can't. I would be like this with anybody, and most people would if they would just admit it to themselves, unless they're just flat out racist, misogynist, homophobe, whatever. What we're talking about really makes no sense. We've never had to have these conversations in the history of our country at this level with somebody that's supposed to be president of the United States. Never.
Yeah.
I mean, it just hasn't happened. I mean, and when we talk about voter rights, the problem what people don't understand is it's not that someone on the right may say something that makes sense, is you don't trust the source. You don't trust that they mean what they say.
There's a lot of that. I gotta say, there's a lot of that. And that's one of the problems we have nowadays, is that there's so little trust in U.S. government, in our three-letter organizations. I mean, it's predominantly happened when Trump came on the scene. Take it any way you want, but people don't trust the government. They don't trust the EPA. They don't trust the FDA. They don't trust anything anymore.
Trust law enforcement. I mean, we don't trust anymore. So when people ask me where I stand, I can't get past the four things: the integrity, character, morals, and ethics. I just can't get past that. And then you ask me to trust somebody to make decisions on my well-being. Now, as an African-American man, I just honestly, I don't see how a Trump agenda that is supported by Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, Nick, for all these right-wing, how that agenda could benefit me at the same time.
Well, they're claiming those agendas aren't as anti-African-American as folks.
Bullshit.
Well, and by the way, JC, in the comments, I do see you said MAGA seems to be afraid to show up tonight. Maybe Harris is right for this country after all. I got MAGA in here. I got some MAGA in here, not as many. So I guess you could partially be right. But so you do see Oath Keepers, Proud Boys. You certainly see them as far right groups.
100%, and they are, and everyone knows it. And so if we can at least be honest about some of those things, maybe we can get back to center, right? Center right, center left. But that's not where we are right now. And just to admit that, because I'll say it again, I heard a great quote. If you heard the audio of Trump on the bus and that happened to be the guy that's coming to take your daughter out for a date, and you heard it before he got to your house, would you still let him take your daughter?
Well, even MAGA will say no. MAGA states that, look, Trump has a better direction for this country. He's better at the president, at the office. But they admit, yeah, he might be a dick. Yeah, he may not be a role model. They're not saying he's a great guy. They're saying that he's. Huh?
Let me ask you this. You know better than I do. How long does it take when legislation is signed into office? How long does it take for legislation, and I know it's a give and take broadly, to impact the American people?
It's usually a few years.
Okay, so which is why when people, and this is why we're so partisan, because it's all, if it's coming from the right, it's bad. If it's coming from the left, it's bad. Instead of just think it through for a second, right?
Yeah.
If you look at every term, when that term is over and that predecessor's gone and a new president comes in, they're either riding the wave of a good economy, a good situation, or a shitty situation, and they have to work their way out of it, right? Like, we're going to be under the Trump taxes for another year.
I get that, but here's the point. And I've heard people say Trump is riding Obama's wave and things like that, and there's certainly some validity to that. But here's my pushback for that. If Trump got in there and he is riding the wave of Obama's economy and things are going well, and he somehow screwed it up, we're going to blame him for screwing it up. But if he doesn't screw it up and things stay great, we're only going to give Obama credit for the wave he's riding. So in other words, the only grade Trump can get is a bad one. That's not fair to Trump. I mean, go ahead.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. But what I'm saying is, we don't spend the time to have that conversation. It's either either or. But that's not really. I mean, we look at it as that 4 years. What happened in the 4 years you were in the office? And it doesn't. It rarely happens that way on a one-term president. It rarely happens where that president has a good situation. If things change and the president, and that's the part of all the politics that drive me crazy. Yeah. Now, I did have some pushback for you.
Sure.
When you said about the moderators, right? And I agree. She didn't lie about people being killed.
She said cops got killed on January 6th. That's true. Correct. You telling me that's true?
No. Well, here's the thing. I'm about to. They didn't die that day, but they ended up dying because of what happened on that day. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This is where we have to clean up so much rhetoric right now. So many things. We're parsing so many things. That's what she meant. I think we know that. But if we're going by what she said in that moment, that was inaccurate.
Right.
But the thing about the moderators fact checking Trump real time, you got to remember, when you go back and look at that clip, they were asking him about one subject, and I believe it was either the economy or immigration, and he went on that diatribe and brought up Springfield, Ohio.
I can't argue with that.
But the moderators looked like they were prepared to ask that question regardless, because if you go back and watch David, he said, "Since you brought that up," and he looked right down in his paper. He was prepared. So I don't know if you call that a fact check or not.
Yeah, it's a fact check. Here's my point. In my opinion, and this is something that Trump and Kamala should have did in the beginning, right? When you're making the rules, sit, stand, notes, no notes, crowd, audience, no audience, mics on, mics off. Fact checking should be in there, whether or not the moderators get the right to fact check. In my opinion, the moderator's job should be to point out violations of the rules. In other words, you've had your 2 minutes, it's her turn, or you can't speak. Point out the rules, and for the most part, ask the questions. You should not be correcting anybody. That should be up to the opponent to correct a lie. Well, when you got them correcting lies for Trump and not correcting lies for Kamala, it now looks like Trump is fighting multiple people.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I just think it was and this is why it's such a problem with Trump. It's the veracity of the lies. It's the veracity of the bullshit that some of these things you just can't let, can't let go.
But that's Kamala's job. If the lie is that egregious, then okay, she's standing right there. The moderators, it looks like you're telling the moderators to give her assistance. Why can't she just point it out?
No, I'm not saying that at all. It just. These are exactly what we're talking about. Is exactly why. And this may sound crazy. I want your opinion, and then I'll step out. I think that there has to be part of this system has to change where the candidates are held accountable for some of this. I don't know how you hold them accountable, but here's why I'm saying that, because if you told these type of falsehoods, lies, again, things are taken out of context. Most of the time, we call it politics, right? Now we're talking about blatant lies that impact other people.
I'm just simply saying that this is what debate prep is for, especially because here's one thing that's different between Kamala Harris and Trump. Because Trump says that when Trump says something controversial, and he loves the reaction he gets, he says it over and over and over again. So my guess is ABC probably already knew he was going to say he won the 2020 election. He was going to say that kids are being terminated after birth, because he's been saying it. Whereas Kamala Harris gets up there and says police lost their life on January 6th. They didn't know she was going to say it. So it's easier to fact check Trump because Trump is the pitcher that throws a curve every time. You already know that when you're in the batter's box, this dude is going to, we know his pitches. He throws the same pitches all the time. But I still believe it should not be the moderators fact checking it. That's all I'm saying.
And you won't get any pushback from me. Last thing, have you been married before, Tim?
Yes.
Okay. Loomer and Trump. Now,
horrible look.
It is Would your wife, when you go back and look at those pictures, they are standing way too close. Just go back and look, man.
I haven't seen them.
You go back and look. She has a blue dress on in one of them. They are standing way too close. Something is not right with that situation. They are standing, and you know why? That picture right there. The reason I say that, every time it comes up, the first comment people say is, "Where's Melania?" Nobody would be saying that shit if they didn't see what we seen them to.
All right, I'll look it up. I got to move it on, but I haven't seen this. I have not seen this from that angle, so I haven't seen this.
Well, next time I see you, next time.
This one is even worse. Oh my God! I see one where they're actually standing face to face and look like they're bumping bellies or something like that.
It looks like they taking engagement photos. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, that looks bad. She got her tits on this belly. I gotta go. Appreciate it. All right. Wow. I have not seen these. It's interesting he brought that up. Where is the healthcare plan? Well, the healthcare plan, Trump is stating he has a concept of a plan. So maybe you'll get that. Trump said so many lies. Harris had only but so much time. And I do think the mod's job is to correct either candidate. Trump is just everywhere. Well, Will G, if you want to say the mod's job is to correct candidates, then they should have corrected Kamala Harris. No cops lost their life on January 6th. So what she said was not true. But what my last guest said apparently is true. It does seem like Trump, not only is he, you see the picture there. For my YouTube audience, the camera's not as good, but you can see him there in a white shirt, and he has the MAGA hat. Well, he has a MAGA hat on in both pictures. And I see your comment. Bring your best one says, why does the election feel like the Special Olympics? Why does the election feel like this? Because there's a whole lot of retards voting on both sides. I don't know. You see the picture there. With Trump, he has a MAGA hat on in both pictures, but one he has a white shirt on. It looks like she's wearing a lavender shirt. Why are they that close? They're literally face to face. Why are they that close? That is something to give folks. It may be harmless, but if it was happening on the right, folks would run with it too. He's a married man. It does look interesting. And then on the other photo, which also. I don't know if you can see this. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. Now, once again, he's standing, as my last guest said, close enough you can't put a credit card between them, which is true. And if you know, his hand is behind on the small of her back. Wow. I didn't see these. His hand is actually behind. He's actually, ushering her along like you would do a girlfriend or something like that. These pictures are very interesting. I'll just say it like that. Will G, I don't want to have a former President Trump have a Club Shay Shay live broadcast. I don't know if you guys are aware of what happened there, but like Shannon Sharp audio record, because his hand is on the small of her back. That does look questionable. Will G says, get ready for a new Trump baby. That you think he's going to go out like Robert De Niro and Al Pacino? Have a baby and damn near by 80 years old? Shit, I don't know. You heard one of my guests say she's Melania. One of my earlier guests said Melania Trump's a sex worker and she's just in it. She know the deal. I don't know, but you do see that photo of her in blue. Both of these photos, if you want to be honest about it, and I'm talking even a MAGA. I'm saying it's not about bashing Trump, but these photos are suspect enough that I'm certain that if Barack Obama, who's a married man, had photos like this of a woman, MAGA would be all over it. It is what it is. They are interesting looking photos. And I see the comments, somebody said she's all in his grill. I don't know why my screen just flipped over, but you guys saw the photos. Those are interesting. There's two of them. Two of them in different outfits. If you're doing that in public, what are you doing in private? Ill Will says it's a video with a blue dress on one, and he's caressing. Yeah, I saw the caressing part. It's questionable. Okay, what about the first lady and second gentleman kiss? First lady, you're talking about Joe Biden's wife kissing Tim Walz? Second gentleman. Who was the second gentleman? You're saying that Joe Biden's wife kissed Tim Walz on the? I see May Rooster is on the cheek. I don't know. I'd have to see, because the fact that I haven't seen that as well. If Tim Walz was doing something inappropriate with Joe Biden's wife, I think the right would be running with it, just like the left is running with this. The fact that I'm not hearing it a lot, at least on Fox, I'd have to see it though, and I'm willing to look it up. Biden is not a rapist, wow, and he has the utmost respect for women. Trump considers women beneath him. Well, in regards to suggesting that Biden is sexually assaulting women, if you're saying the guy don't know where he's at, can't string together two sentences, and has dementia, he would be kind of too old for that, right? I mean, either he knows what he's doing or he does not. All right, going back to the box. Sharon, have you been doing shrooms? Jesus. Philip Holmes, wow. Tip grabbing the goodies. Grab them by the, you know what, I get it. With Democrats, we got higher unemployment rates, more wars, highest food costs, housing, and energy costs. 6 in 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck. I think everyone has had enough, says True Keeper Phipps. Now, let's tackle some of these. Higher unemployment rate, I don't believe that's accurate. I'm not here to celebrate the Biden economy or anything, but the unemployment numbers under Trump were historic. He got us down to like 3.5%, and I believe Biden beat that. There's not a major issue with the unemployment rate under Biden. So first comment you made, I believe, is incorrect. Now, you also said more wars. It's difficult on that one because obviously the United States is not at war under President Biden. We are dealing with a proxy war with the Ukraine. But when you say more wars, and you're not the only one that says this, we're blaming the United States president for other countries around the world acting out. Now, remember, Trump is running a campaign of getting us out of overseas conflicts, focusing on Americans, make America first, worrying about us. So if you're going to blame Biden for wars breaking out, that would mean that Biden is not doing a good enough job interfering with global conflicts to prevent bad actors from taking place. Trump has already said we need to get away from that. So how would Trump stop world wars from breaking out if he's made it clear he's going to get out of overseas conflicts? Somebody explain it to me. Highest food, housing, and energy cost. Now, there's some validity to that for certain. Under the Biden administration, the cost of food, housing, and energy shot up substantially. We can blame it on whatever, price gouging, OPEC, whatever you want to blame it on. But the fact is it happened under Biden. So I will concede that. Now, the idea that 6 in 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck, I'd have to ask the question, because this is something I bring up all the time when folks say, why the hell would you vote for Biden when Trump has such a great economy? I don't recall Americans bragging about the new Bentley they purchased or the mansion they was living in under Trump, and now they're living in a tent under Biden. I don't think, the point I'm making is this, I don't think the difference economically for a lot of Americans was as stark as the Republicans say it was. Now, if you take the best of the Trump years, like right before the pandemic, and the worst of the Biden years, like right during the pandemic, right after, then yeah, there's a huge difference. You're going to look at gas that was, as Trump points out, $1.87 a gallon, and under Biden it had shot up to like damn near $5. But that's not where it's at now. To make that point, you have to take the best of the Trump administration and compare it to the worst of the Biden administration. Then you get this huge gap. But like right now, the price of fuel is not super high anymore. Groceries and stuff have even come down somewhat. I think Walmart stated that they reduced the price on several hundred items. It's not that way anymore. You're not paying $7, $8 for a dozen of eggs. The best of the Trump administration compared to the worst of the Biden administration, you'd have a point, but that's not where it's at. And you said, I think everyone has had enough. And also, in regards to your comment that everyone has had enough, you're assuming that everybody is voting primarily for the economy. You got abortion rights in there, the Second Amendment is in there, you got you got immigration is in there. There's a lot of other reasons people are voting. Everybody, like I said, everybody's not hurting that bad with the economy. For some folks, there are other issues. If a fertile woman is carrying a child that may not survive, or she's been sexually assaulted and she wants to get rid of the child, telling her I can get gas down to $2 a gallon is not going to help her. I mean, everybody's not voting for that reason. Trump will end the Ukraine war by letting Russia win. Josh D. I believe that. I absolutely, because Trump said he's going to end it, and he didn't state how. And we know he's spoken favorably of Putin and unfavorably of Vladimir Zelensky. I believe that. Josh says Harris will drag Ukraine on for years and years. That could happen. That absolutely could happen. If we keep funding the Ukraine and Russia does not back off, and we only limit the funding we get, like we don't want to give them weapons where they can actually launch attacks in Moscow and launch attacks in St. Petersburg. We only want to give them enough weaponry to defend themselves. It could go on for years and years. That is true. It could be like the Afghanistan war. Russia versus Afghanistan, America versus Afghanistan, where you come to realize through attrition, it's not worth fighting these people anymore. We're not getting them out of it. I think both America and Russia just finally looked at Afghanistan and said, what's the use? Nobody's winning. I mean, Russia and America fought Afghanistan for years, and at the end of the day, they didn't really make a damn bit of a difference in Afghanistan. That could happen with the Ukraine, where the Russians just finally come to the realization that as long as America keeps supplying them with weapons, we're never going to win in the manner we want to win in, and we're losing too much blood and treasure in the process of this. We're weakening our military, so that if somebody else jumps in this shit, I mean, we're losing aircraft, tanks, soldiers, to the point we almost got to institute a draft. Maybe the Ukraine ain't worth it. That absolutely could happen. There you go. Tim says Brian Smith. Thank you. Most of them. There are retired folks coming out of retirement because of cuts to Social Security, and that's bad. So more Americans live like minorities. That really sounds bad. Alex Goradio, good evening. Welcome to the program. Alex. Alex, yes, I can hear you. Alex Goradio, are you there? I guess Alex is not there. All right, we will move it on. I don't know what happened there, but we'll move it on. Real quick, what about the ones that are actually bleeding out? Kingfin, what do you mean by that? Who's bleeding out? I don't quite get that one. Real quick, any comments? When you've had Democrats run the country 12 years out of the last 16 years, Democrats, many policies aren't helping us. I've heard that before, but what I don't like is it's a deliberate attempt to excuse the Bush years. A lot of things went wrong during the Bush years. So we say, well, the Democrats have been running the country the last 12 years. Let's not say 20, because then we got to take credit for all of the bad things that was happening under George W. Bush. It's not like we can say the Democrats suck, the Republicans are great, look at what the Republicans been doing compared to the Democrats. No, it becomes an issue of let's only focus on Trump and compare him to the other Democrats, because we know if we say George W. Bush, it's not going to go as well. You got to bring him in there, because most of the Trump supporters that are 40 years of age or older also put George W. Bush in there. And George W. Bush did a lot of bad things for the country, economically, war-wise, all of the stuff you're accusing the Biden administration of. Your guy did it too. Bush cost us trillions, yeah, and money wise. That's a Republican that did 8 years. You don't get to excuse that because you want to focus on Trump. He's a Republican. That most Trump supporters over 40 put him in office. The liberals didn't put him in there. Real quick, USA is a joke country that lives off inflation and printing money. And this politicians, I guess, and this politicians in America just as horrible. At least Trump can give America power and security. You're hoping that. You're hoping. Security how? How? We haven't been invaded under Biden. I don't see where we're in threat of somebody attacking us right now. Now that may be speculation by Maga, but I don't see where. I remember as a young child under the Reagan administration hiding under desks because we thought the Russians were going to drop a bomb on us. I don't feel that way now. I'll tell you this. When we went to school, we hid under our desk for fear of Russians attacking us. You know who they're running from now in schools? Americans. They're locking their damn doors down and learning drills so that they have an active shooter. Those ain't Russians coming in the classroom doing that. It's Americans now. So I don't know if I quite follow you on that. I don't know if I quite follow you on that. Real quick in the comments, we pay for NATO. We pay for security in Japan. We pay for every hungry nation. Well, we don't pay for every hungry nation. That's wrong. I was with you, Stitchology, Edgiana, Hook. I was with you until you got to that point. We pay for NATO. We do cover most of the security for NATO. We pay for security in Japan. That is a condition of their surrender in World War II. Also, we pay for every hungry nation. That is flat out false. But we can't speed up disability wait for doctors that hate treating. Kamala will make it worse. Well, you're speculating on Kamala. You could be right, but that's a speculation. Just like they said, if Obama got elected, he was going to turn America into socialist Greece. Speculation is what it is. But in regards to speeding up disability and wait time for doctors and things like that, I say it on the program all the time. There is no money to be made in helping out Americans. There is money to be made in foreign intervention. All of the weapons and assistance we're sending the Ukrainians, that will turn into a lot of favors in the future, such as bases, intelligence, access to Russia. I mean, we will benefit from helping out the Ukraine. There is no benefit for helping out the homeless, helping out downtrodden Americans. That's why they don't do it. It's wrong. I'm not defending it, but there's no benefit to doing it. And keep in mind, folks, you live in a capitalist society. You say all the time, you don't want socialism. You want capitalism. Capitalism isn't about doing shit for free. In the comments, JPT Farms, appreciate the subscription. Capitalism is about making money. So telling folks that you're poor in a capitalist environment, nobody gives a damn about you being poor. That's just how it is. You want socialism if you want people to care about veterans and downtrodden homeless and all that. You don't want that. You want capitalism. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Obama did put many things in place that got us in this situation. Such as what? I'd be curious to know. King Finn, appreciate the confetti. Thank you very much. Going back to the box. I was trying to bring up one of my guests. We'll go to May Rue. I think Alex Dorado is back in there. May, good evening.
All the things that you brought up, I'm like, okay, huh? Okay, who?
What did I get wrong? Give me some examples.
One of the things that was brought up is about if we go with like Ukraine, we don't understand history. Mm-hmm. We do not understand history.
Explain. What am I missing on history?
It's because in 1980, when it was no longer the Soviet Union or whatever, and they separate in their own power.
Right, and we told them if they give up their nukes, we provide assistance.
But they didn't.
What do you mean it didn't?
And that was the biggest thing. And that happened back in the World War II when they was dealing with Joseph Stalin.
Wait, you said they did. You saying Ukraine still has nuclear weapons?
I'm just saying that Truman said that like we're gonna put something on Japan that's gonna do what it do, and then Joseph Stalin's like, what you do, I can do better. That's all I'm trying to say.
Wait a minute. Here, you can correct me, but this is the way I've heard it. When the Soviet Union was disbanded, we told the Ukrainians that if they gave up their Soviet era, we were trying to reduce the amount of nukes on the planet that weren't in the hands of superpowers. We told the Ukrainians that if they gave up their Soviet era nukes, the UK, America, and Russia would not invade them.
That was the thing, Tim. That was the thing, Tim. Around that time, they didn't want to give all the thing during the Manhattan Project. They said we should not let Joseph Stalin understand what's going on.
Stalin is gone at this point.
But I'm just saying, this what they have to understand is this reproduce itself. It reproduced itself. But they said that like, okay, so after what happened on Hiroshima.
Okay, you're moving. What's confusing me is you're moving all over history.
But I'll let you speak. What happened on Hiroshima in 1945?
Yeah.
But then he was like, oh, damn. He was like, I want all his scientists to reproduce this shit. And then this is what happens.
So let me ask you, let me get clarity. Are you saying the Ukrainians right now still have nuclear weapons?
Not the Ukrainians. I'm saying Russia.
So the way you're... Go ahead.
Like, were you going underneath the damn desk for to hide back in the day? I do have to admit, I'm telling my age, we did the same thing too.
Right.
Duck and cover.
So, do you think there's any good guys or in the Ukraine-Russia war? Are they both bad? Should we be helping them out? What's your opinion on that?
For Ukraine?
Yeah.
Until Vladimir Putin is no longer here, we gotta prepare for this shit. I'm just saying.
So we should keep helping the Ukrainians out.
Cause here's the thing about Ukraine, they want to be an independent country.
Wait. You're not giving me a yes or no. Should we continue assisting the Ukrainians?
Can I finish?
Yeah, I'm not quite getting clarity. Go ahead and finish it. I'm not understanding.
Saying, until we can disparage ourselves from the former Union of Soviet, whatever it was back in the day. I mean, we have to prepare for that because, like,
prepare for it how?
Because people see Joseph Stalin as like a god, and
he's long dead.
Huh?
Stalin is long dead. What are you talking about?
But I'm just saying, the Russian people that believes the stuff, they say whatever Joseph Stalin do, Joseph Stalin do, and that's the same thing about Vladimir.
So I'm going to ask you, I let you speak and I'm still clueless. Should we continue helping out the Ukrainians?
I say we have to do what we have to do to make the world a sovereign country. And it is what it is.
That didn't answer anything. Should we continue sending the Ukrainians weapons?
We should continue to assist with the opposite of what we think.
Okay. Now you do understand. You got a call coming in or something, but you do understand. Yeah, you understand. Half of my audience think you're lit. You're on something, right?
But
Are you fucked up? Are you doing something right now?
I'm just saying history repeats itself.
Okay,
That's
well,
all I'm saying.
But are you doing something right now? Are you getting fucked up?
Am I doing something like right now, like drinking?
Yeah,
wine?
yeah.
Oh yeah. I went to Wine Fest. Fuck it. I'm just, but I am where I am.
I get it. All right, well, I gotta be where I gotta be too. I appreciate you coming in, May. I do gotta move it on. Spirited conversation. Come on back anytime.
All right.
All right, thank you.
That it made Jesus made water into what?
Wine.
So thank you. Hallelujah.
All right. Kind of reminds me. I don't know if you got, for you guys who are most of you guys are probably not old enough to remember this, but I'm thinking of the old movie Silver Streak with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. I know half of you guys are too young to remember that movie, but there was a guy, the conductor on the train, when the train gets to Chicago. Hello, Chicago. Got a drink to that? You guys are too young to remember that shit. But that remind me of that when she said that. Hello, Chicago. Got a drink to that? All right, looking in the comments. That was funny as hell, says Brian Smith. It was different. I'll just say it was different. I wasn't expecting that. Talking jive, says Furback. I haven't heard that term in a while. You jive turkey? Man, how far back does that go? Oh, man, talking jive. Anyway, tap the screen. I haven't asked that on this live, just due to the nature of the live. Much, much smaller audience because I'm addressing Maga primarily. But feel free to tap the screen, get the likes up on TikTok. Get us 20,000. Let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah, stuck on styling, says Denkow. Yeah, she was crossing eras like she was on Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure or something like that. I'm like, if she was speaking of Joseph Stalin in the present tense, which is why a lot of the audience was suggesting that she was somewhat inebriated. That's what I mean. People are not in touch with the real world, says Miguel and Brenda. Yeah, I can't argue with you there. Huggy Bear from Beretta. Oh, what was that? That's the guy who, man, what is that guy's name? Because he played in I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. He played in All My Children. Wow, Huggy Bear from Beretta. That's going back. Now that's going way back. Is that guy still alive? What the hell was that dude's name? Huggy Bear from Beretta. Hey, my audience ain't old enough for all that. Hold that noise down. Anyway, going back to the box. Real quick, Trump 2024, easy win. Another failed Kamala interview. 100 miles an hour. Now, Trump could certainly win. There's no denying that Trump could be the winner, but it ain't going to be easy. It's not an easy win. In fact, the polls are now coming out, and I know you guys have no tolerance for the polls, but I do bring them up regardless of who they favor. And the polls are suggesting that Kamala Harris did get a decent bump from, she did get a decent bump from the debate. They got her as much as 5 points ahead. That don't mean that Trump's going to lose, but Kamala Harris got put in there without a vote and all of that because they know she is more competitive than Biden. That's the guy's name, Anthony Vargas. That's his name. Didn't he wear and Get You Sucker the big glass? He had on some high heels with big glass high heels with fish swimming around in them. He was a pimp. That is, Antonio Vargas. That is definitely him. Just tell me if MAGA got smoked tonight. You know I'm down to cook any night. King Finn. Not as much. And we're asking, do you have any concerns with Kamala Harris being elected? Not as much. Philip Holmes says Timmy smokes crack, suggesting that I'm high on crack right now. Russia's always had notes since the 1950s, and so she's going everywhere. Yeah, she was all over the place with that. I didn't know where to go. Was she pro-Trump or pro-communist Stalin? You know, I should have asked her that. I'll go back to the box. I actually should have asked her that. I didn't ask her that. Alex Gorario. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Alex. I tried to bring you on the first time and it was just silence. Are you there?
Yeah. Can you
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear now.
Wow, there we go. Sorry about all that. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. So, and those were platform shoes, Kingfin. Yeah, you were right. But they were heels too somewhat. Well, platforms heels. So, in regards to what we're discussing, do you have any concerns if Kamala Harris wins?
I mean, I am pro the Harris Waltz campaign 100%, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that I don't have some concerns. I mean, with any presidency or anything that you promise a lot or you try to make as many guarantees as you can. But I think she's going to have to overcome a lot of adversity. I like her ideas, but I think that unfortunately we've seen in the last decade or so how many people are still very misogynistic and unfortunately very racially preferred. And I think she's going to have some, even maybe in her own party, people trying to filibust their way around getting any of her stuff done. And that's my concern. I'm not concerned about her integrity. I'm mostly concerned about the right people getting in her way.
You said racially preferred. I've never heard it used that way.
I don't know. I don't know what TikTok allows, and I don't want to get your
right. I get it. You basically said the color of her skin matters to some people.
To some people, not to me by any means. But I think we've seen that's still an issue. I mean, we're dealing with it with the Springfield, Ohio stuff. It's just it's a silly thing, but I think that it's a real thing that some people just, even if she gets in office, we saw it with Obama, people are gonna try to go against the grain and try to block some of the things that she wants. But I think she has the right idea, and I think that she's tough as hell. But it's just getting the House and the Senate and all those things in order to make sure that she can get the stuff done.
So how do you respond now in the comments on YouTube? I got Deaf Maga Grover says ineffective leadership. She lost so many of her staffers, and that speaks volumes. Now, apparently, she did have a high turnover rate among her staff. Is that concerning at all?
I mean, maybe. I mean, sure. I mean, I would have to look more into it to I've heard that for sure. But at the same token, I can also say that Donald Trump also had a very high turnover rate.
Right.
And his turnover rate was the people he brought in specifically and then fired. Thus, he created a thing where he hired people, said they are the best at what they do, and then moments later or months later said they're the worst at what they do and then fired them. So I don't know if that's fully the case. I can't add too much to it. I know that after managing restaurants and bars earlier on in my career, high turnover is never good. So maybe she was tough, but I don't know what the reasons would be there. Yeah,
that's a good point. Now in the comments, King Finn says, ask the YouTube audience, are they concerned about these healthcare concepts? My response, I think I can answer that for him. The answer is no, because most of MAGA was not a fan of universal healthcare to begin with. So if he repeals Obamacare and he doesn't replace it with a damn thing, I don't think MAGA would really be that upset, because they didn't want universal health care to begin with. So it would just be a win for getting rid of some trash that Obama put out there. They believe that the universal health care plan is trash. So if he repeals it, he don't really need to replace it. So
yeah, I mean, obviously they don't care, because he's had that was one of the glaring hilarities of the debate was you've had 9 years, right? You've had 9 years to put this together. It was one of your initial promises back in 2015 going into the 2016 election. You're going to get it done in the first 60 some odd days. You took one swing at it. It did not work. It was BS. And then there's videos of him just every year after that just saying, I'm going to get it done. Yeah. We're going to announce it in the next couple weeks, every year. And then he's had 4 years and there's still nothing. And
John McCain got him bad on that one, because he would have got it done. If it wasn't for John McCain with the thumbs down, John McCain trashed him on that.
That's true. Well, can't blame
I don't blame John McCain on not liking Trump very much. You know what I mean?
And that's what, I will say that, and that's one of the things for folks who favor Trump's direction for America and his economy and things like that. That is one of the biggest problems, is that Trump takes a lot of stuff to the personal level and permanently pisses people off. And when you need those folks, they're not there. It's a lot of MAGA that believes that even though Trump has said a lot of personal things about people, you should vote for him anyway because he got the best plan for the country. My advice is you shouldn't take stuff personal. Stop saying personal things about people and expecting them to ignore it. I mean, he takes a lot of stuff in the realm of just personal attacks, and it's hurt him.
Oh, totally. And I know that it was a couple guests ago or whatever, but this Laura Loomer stuff. I'm down here in St. Pete, Tampa, Florida area.
Nice.
And she. Oh, and speaking of which, I'm just gonna quick note. Gas price was awesome yesterday. Gas prices was down to like $3. It was like $3.01 for me to fill up, and I'm in like a busy big city area.
Wow.
So $3.01 gas was pretty good. So
yeah, I've seen viewers. Yeah, I've had viewers from all over the country stating that gas prices are down. From a year ago, probably 50, 60 cents. I mean, gas prices are reasonable now.
Totally. So I just wanted to put that out there because I know that, you've got a different set of listeners on the YouTube stuff. I listen to you almost every day.
Thank you.
But absolutely. But
and I see May Rue, before you continue, May Rue, my last caller, is in the comments saying gas is only $2.50 where she's at. May, do not drive. Make sure you're not driving while you.
Jesus. Yeah, no, she's sauced up.
She's sauced. Do not drive.
I think at one point she said, "Stalin be Stalin." Joseph Stalin be Stalin. I was like, put that on a shirt.
As long as you ain't driving, May, we good. Thank you for that input.
Goodness gracious, but so this Laura Loomer thing is kind of wild because she's run for office here in Florida, and I mean she's a crazy. She makes Marjorie Taylor Greene look like she's kind of got it together. And I know they've had their feud, but Laura Loomer's been a conspiracy theorist pretty publicly. She has a podcast. She said some of the most wild and not to be taken seriously, in my opinion. And the fact that she is on his plane, apparently she was part of his debate prep.
Yeah.
It's not surprising that he's coming up with dogs and cats getting eaten and stuff, because that's the stuff she spouts. I mean, she said it on her podcast that the whole White House is going to smell like curry.
Isn't he smart enough to, if you hear something controversial, is he not smart enough to say, well, look, let me check on that first? I mean, I get you, my boy, or you, my girl. Let me go check on. That's how I would be. I don't care if I'm on a plane with one of my assistants, somebody who I really trust. They tell me people are eating cats and dogs. Like, dude, you got to show me that. I can't just get on the stage and say that bullshit. You got to show me some actual evidence. Is he not savvy enough to demand actual evidence?
Unfortunately, I don't think so anymore. Maybe he was at some point in his life, but to me, I think what I've kind of seen and what that proved is that he, instead of him being the news and then like TV reporting on it, it's almost as if he saw it on TV. And Kamala already mentioned it in the thing that when it comes down to like dictators or people, he is susceptible to flattery of power, and you flatter him enough, he'll believe it and he'll run with it. And so I think he's very susceptible to conspiracy, and I think that he likes to have people that inflate his ego, and unfortunately he built this cloud of people that kind of go against the grain, conspiracy theorists, people that have felt disenfranchised, middle America people, and they now are kind of his crew. And unfortunately, I think he's at the level of elderly where he's just listening to them, and he doesn't have that blocker where he doesn't have.
Well, and that's something I think that Geraldo Rivera, he's like, if because he mentioned something similar to what you said, and thank you for that subscription there, Eddie's that says the Libertarian or something like that. Thank you for that. The Liberian, I can't pronounce Liberian, I can't pronounce that, but thank you. Gerardo Rivera stated that, he mentioned something about Trump being able to be flattered into doing things. He was like, don't you think that Putin and Vladimir Putin and the likes of Kim Jong-un and the rest of these folks can see that? If they realize that all it takes is a little bit of ass kissing and flattery, they may use that as well, because that's a weakness. We know this guy is he's subjective to make decisions based on you showing adoration for him. As long as you show that you really like him, he's willing to do things in your favor.
Totally. And I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of how he's built his empire, and that's sometimes, in my opinion, I've seen it work with business just in general. When people say like, "Oh, we need a businessman to be in charge of the country," I understand that you think maybe it's like a good businessman might be able to turn profit, but a lot of business people that get really good at business do a lot of things by just climbing ladders, by kind of snarking the next guy, or just being good at talking to people, or shaking hands with other people, and it might be because of that I don't think that's a good way to do politics. And so a lot of it's flattery in business, and he's kind of shown that, like, I'll do anything for the gas companies.
Well, but at the same, but he didn't. It ain't like he hid that, because when he came on the scene, he said the system is rigged, and he talked about how he knows both sides are are in it for the take. He said, because I've donated money to both sides. He admitted when he came on the scene that I've been schmoozing both sides, and I'm the guy you should elect because I know how the system works. I mean, that's what he said when he came on the scene. I'll give you the last word, though. I do got to move it on. So at the end of the day, though, you certainly, you made it clear you support Kamala Harris, but you don't see any redeemable qualities about Trump?
No, not at this point. I mean, I didn't before. But at this point, I mean, he's caused, whether you want to believe it or not, he's caused so much of a divide. Bringing Laura Loomer out right now, taking her to the 9/11 memorial when she's a devout 9/11 conspiracy theorist is just downright disrespectful. And you're causing issues by doing that. It's going to upset people by saying things. The whole thing at Arlington was super divisive. It makes people angry. And he has no remorse for these things. If you're going to be presidential, if you're going to lead the entire country, not just your base, but the entire country, you're supposed to be the leader of all 300 million, whether they like you or they don't. You have to get over yourself and lead. And if there are people responding to your actions, at least more than 50% of this country is responding to your actions feeling offended, then you have to at least at some point say, I apologize for offending you. And he has zero capability of doing that. And until he's gone, then I don't think that that's ever going to be mended.
Wow. All right, and you're not going to get an apology out of Trump no matter what. Appreciate it.
I know it.
All right, Alex. Thank you for holding, by the way. I appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. Yeah, you're not going to get an apology from Trump. That's just not. I think that Trump sees apologizing as a sign of weakness. Remember when Obama got elected? And he was essentially apologizing for bad actions of the United States to a lot of the Middle East. They were suggesting that Obama was on an apology tour. I think that the right favors Trump's stance of never apologize. I think they actually like that. They believe it shows a projection of strength. If I had to give my interpretation of it, maybe I'm wrong, but I think they believe that him not apologizing shows a projection of strength. Looking in the comments, hey man, at the same time you mess around, boom, you're fired. When it comes down to the wire, he does not mess around, and he knows how to deal with these other leaders. We know that because he's done it. Blue light, I don't know, because most of our allies did not like Trump. Folks say, Biden is a laughing stock, Kamala Harris will be a laughing stock, nobody will respect him. Our allies did not like Trump. Now, we can come up with all kinds of reasons for why that is, but most of the folks Trump was favorable with were actually folks that we are not allied with. Putin, Kim Jong-un, those folks, the leader of Hungary, those dictator folks that people keep bringing up. He was more more favorable to those folks. But our actual allies, he wasn't big fans of them. Oh my God, you hurt my feelings. Oh, shit, at the hiccup, says Will Sims. I had worse cuts riding my bike than the Trump shooting. I seen a actual photo on social media, might have been on Facebook. They put a picture of Trump's ear, close up of Trump's ear at the presidential debate. And they compare the damage or lack of damage to Trump's ear to how Evander Holyfield's ear looked after dealing with Mike Tyson, I think years later. And there was still evidence of Holyfield's damage, whereas it looks like Trump has no damage at all. So some folks are suggesting that Trump wasn't hit by anything and maybe he had a pack of ketchup in his hand and just smashed it against his ear. I don't buy into those conspiracies. Somebody lost their life at that rally. So clearly something was being shot. That dude was spewing projectiles. He was shooting. Trump just got incredibly lucky. Now I see in the comments, Furback says a ear scratch. Your writing almost looked like it says Il Al Scratch. I'm like, you ain't old enough to remember who Il Al Scratch is now, are you? Even George W. Bush apologized. Yeah, George W. Bush does apologize. Trump does not. I like this man, says Timothy Dancing Wolf. Thank you. Sound a lot better than my ex did. Appreciate that. You see how fast they glossed over him bringing up being shot. Well, I think Trump's handlers, they try to silence him when they can because most Trump speeches, I don't care what Trump is responding to. You ask him, how's the weather? And he goes off on these tangents. So when he starts talking about the assassination attempt, most of his handlers probably realize we need to shut him up. I mean, anything like when he brought up the dogs and cats being eaten in Springfield, I don't believe he was responding to a question that was not even about immigration at all. During that debate, most of his answers went back to something immigration related. So to some degree, his handlers are trying to stop him from putting his foot in his mouth. I mean, he really don't like the immigration issues in America. And he's not the only one. A lot of folks believe that the border sucks and we've let too many people in, but he really don't like it. Everything he mentions comes back to immigration. No matter what you ask him, immigration problems is going to be part of the answer. He's still talking about eating pets, says Furback 317. You guys know how I don't believe it. I don't believe that's accurate, in my opinion. Until I see some solid evidence that people are eating dogs and cats, I'm going to chalk it up that Trump is not telling the truth. As I stated before, what they are doing to Springfield, Ohio, with that huge surge of immigrants, changing the culture of that town, is bad enough. I think that all Trump had to do was tell the truth about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, and that is bad enough. You didn't need to make up lies. I mean, you got a town that is, I think they said the numbers, it's 70% white. It's a Republican town, and you flooded 15, 20, 30% of the town's population is now Haitian immigrants. That's, like I said, anybody would complain. It's not like it's just racist white people. No, as I mentioned the DenCal earlier, if you took a black town under the same premise and flooded it with Koreans, the blacks would be mad about it. It's a legitimate reason to get angry. All Trump did is had to tell the truth. He didn't have to bring up cats and dogs being eaten. He made up some shit when the truth was sufficient. I can't follow a leader who needs handlers. Every leader needs handlers, David Edwards. If you are, look, at the end of the day as president, remember Trump, when Trump became president, he stated he would surround himself with the best and brightest. And then he got in there and started saying he knows more about COVID or knows more about the war on the ground than the generals. Every president needs handlers because no one person knows every damn thing. If you're president, maybe you're giving a rally in a Muslim community and somebody wants to walk up to you, you want to shake their hand, Maybe what you're about to do is completely against that guy's customs. Your handler may know that and will tell you that. Maybe you're talking to women, or you're talking to some other minority group or some other religious group the wrong way. You need handlers. You don't know every damn thing. Same thing when it comes to speaking to other dignitaries from foreign countries. You need people to give you information, to tell you, look, maybe you should apologize for that, sir. That's not going to work well with the clerics in that community, or it's not going to work well with the groups in it. I mean, without a handler, you just go around making fucking mistakes all over the damn place, which is what Trump is doing. You need handlers. I don't believe any president should walk around thinking they can do everything on their own without a handler. And that's what Trump does. He's a one-man band, and he gets a lot of notes wrong. Looking in the comments, the problem is people are looking at this all wrong. It's a popularity contest. Vote for America. Vote for your neighbor. Vote for your family. Nobody's doing that. You know, you hear from Maga, why send the money to the Ukraine or Israel? We should take care of Americans first. Vote for America. But then you're going against tuition forgiveness, or you're going against a minimum wage increase. You're going against universal health. All of that's American shit. You're going against stuff that helps Americans out. So I don't see it. To me, it just sounds like we're giving what do they call it? Not lip sync, but you basically you're talking shit. You're saying something but clearly a minimum wage increase, that's something that would benefit working Americans. And the right is against that. So, well, we don't want to give money to the Ukraine. We're going to do something for Americans. That's working people. They ain't sitting on the couch all day or none of that. And we're against that. Universal health care, that's for working, regular, everyday Americans. We're against that. Then I don't see it. Furback says that's bullshit. I would love for you to elaborate why, Furback. State in the comments. But a lot of them like the labor and revenue in the towns. Yeah, but you don't just take and flood a town with enough immigrants to blow their population up by like 30-40%. I do believe what happened in Springfield, Ohio is something that citizens have a legitimate right to complain about that. I think most of us would have an issue if we lived in a town where what happened in Springfield, that happened in our town. I think most of us would have an issue with that. Where you just blew up the town with a bunch of folks that they don't speak English. A lot of them don't even speak English. So now we went from a town where everybody spoke English to now 3, 4, 5 people out of 10 don't. That's a lot. That's a lot. I think that's the cats and dogs. You don't need to make that up. The truth is bad enough. You didn't need to make up shit. A little to the left, Trucker says, I don't hear complaints from the citizens, just people from other places. They complaining. They are complaining. They ain't complaining about cats and dogs being eaten, though. But they were complaining. They were complaining that they're getting driver's licenses too quick and they're having accidents. It just wasn't making the mainstream media. They are complaining in that town, though. They are complaining. Yeah, he'd been much better off not saying that line for sure, huh? Yeah, blue light. I didn't see the rest of that name, but yeah, he could have just told the truth. What's going on in that town is bad enough to the point where you don't need to make up a lie. Trump made up a lie. And now folks, well, listen, at least he drew credit to the town. No, you don't get a pass for making up a crazy ass lie like that. That town is like 50,000 people, and they tossed 20,000 Haitians. I'd be mad too. Yeah, J-Day, I don't know if I would be angry, but under that situation, I can't deny I totally understand them being pissed. 50,000 people in your town, and they put 20,000 folks that don't even speak the language. So you bumping into them everywhere. Yeah, I can see that. I can see people being upset about that. Tell Trump to talk to his handler and fix it. Good luck with that. I have lived in numerous states, South, North, Mid-Country, Ohio, kind of stoid. I don't quite get that. I still like you, but you're Meyer delusional than usual. Philip, the whole purpose of this line tonight is to address MAGA. We're asking concerns about if Kamala Harris gets elected. If you feel my statements are delusional. You know, I don't block, ban, or censor, folks. This is an open forum. We don't block, ban, or censor. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section up to and including the host. That's how free speech works. I don't censor people because they have a difference of opinion with me. All I ask is that you state it so we can address it. So in regards to your comment, Philip, and I do appreciate your input, indicating I might be a tad delusional, give me your spiel and we'll tackle it. We'll tackle it. Maybe I am delusional. Maybe you're right. I'll concede the point, but state your comment. That's how free speech works, folks. And by the way, if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, after all, we go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak. If you enjoy that type of dialogue, follow the program. A subscription on YouTube, if you will. Monday through Friday. We're here every day, Monday through Friday, with the exception of weekends generally. Looking at the comments, just like you said, big dogs, the moderators, and Kamala Harris made Trump insecure for him to answer a stupid question with a stupid answer. Now, I agree to moderators. In my opinion, the moderators were acting favorably to Kamala Harris. But that don't make you go to the point where you're talking about people eating damn dogs. Because one of the things, they only corrected Trump, I think, 2 or 3 times. One of them is on that damn dog comment. No, you don't get an excuse for saying some shit like that. I get, what he should have said is the moderators. What he should have did during that debate is talked about the fact that the minute Kamala Harris said that police officers got killed on January 6th, and they fact-checked Trump and did not fact-check her, the time he spent talking about dogs and cats being eaten should have been talked about, he should have spent talking about that. That would have resonated with a lot more than just MAGA. That dog and cat shit, only MAGA feels that. Everybody else is like, that's fucking ridiculous. But if he had pointed out that Kamala Harris got a lie through and did not get fact-checked, but everything he is saying is being fact-checked, I think you'd have a lot more people other than just MAGA being like, yeah, he does have a point. But that dog and, yeah, that other dog and cat shit, and only MAGA believes that. Look at in the comments, what was the question that made him answer about dogs? I do not know. Because Trump, everything you ask him ultimately ends up with him discussing immigration. It's one of his strong suits. He feels strong on that issue. So everything you ask him eventually comes back to him talking about immigration. I don't know what made him say that. He should have been napping. Okay. Haitians came here and are legally in spring, and that's something that is true. MAGA, Trump, and Trump supporters view everybody that is here, that is undocumented, as an illegal alien. Most of them are not. Most of them are not illegal aliens. All of those asylum seekers, they're not here illegally. MAGA is, because you hear Trump say 18 million illegals, my guess is it's not even a fourth of that. Because he's grouping, well, first of all, 18 million is probably wrong too, but he's grouping a lot of folks, like the Haitians, for instance. Those Haitians are protected status. They're not here illegally. But you got folks talking about illegal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. They don't have an illegal immigrant problem in Springfield, Ohio. They got an immigrant problem in Springfield, Ohio. Those people are not here illegally. My friend did have a pet taken, and people from Haiti ate it. It's a special treat to have dog meat. It rhymes. I don't believe you, Norma. You might be right. I don't believe. Listen, we just talked about the fact that they put so many Haitians in that town that their population increased by 20, 30%. If it is normal, as you state, for Haitians to eat canines because it's a treat, there should be a lot of people like your friend out there. And I'm not hearing them come forward. There should be a noticeable amount of dogs coming up missing. There should be signs on poles everywhere talking about dogs are missing. There's only 50,000 residents in that town, and 20,000 immigrants joined them. There should be pet missing everywhere. That's not happening. That's not happening. So look, it would be different if 5 people came to town and you were trying to say they were doing this, so they sent 20,000 Haitians to that town. If eating pets was part of their customs, it should be a ton of pets missing. It's just too many of them there to believe what Trump is saying. You should have, the biggest issue I have is a lack of evidence. There should be an insane amount of evidence. Like, it should be damn near as easy as me saying, show me somebody from this town having McDonald's. It should be, 20,000 folks, and you can't produce anybody sitting down enjoying the finishing off a dog. Not one person in the kitchen seasoning a cat. Not one person is made up because the town would have died without the population increase. And this is what I talked to Dencal about, or one of my viewers earlier about this. They're claiming that the Haitians needed to come there because they didn't have people to work the jobs. And as you said, they would have died without the population increase. They didn't have to be all Haitian. There's a lot of immigrants in this country that are looking for work that are coming over here. In fact, when it comes to people crossing the southern border, most of them are not Haitian. You couldn't find nothing but Haitians to go in that town. That's not accurate. That's not accurate. I would submit this to you. It wouldn't have been hard, probably, with a tiny bit of incentive to get a bunch of whites and blacks to move to that town. Americans to take those jobs. They wanted somebody out there at the federal level wanted Haitians to be in that town. You got a lot of, we talking about, okay, Springfield, Ohio. I don't know what side of the state it's on, but you got plenty of poverty in Indiana that borders Ohio to the west, and Kentucky that is to the south. In fact, Kentucky is a very poor state. With a little bit of incentive, you could have probably got plenty of Kentuckians, I don't know how it's pronounced, Kentuckians or whatever. You could have got plenty of them to move up there. Yeah, you could have put some Haitians in the mix as well. 20,000 of them? How about a few from this group, a few from that group, some impoverished Kentucky folks that are willing to move up, some impoverished Indiana folks, maybe folks from the other side of Ohio. There's no way that had to all be Haitians like that. That clearly is done by design. So I don't buy into they didn't have nobody else but all them Haitians. That I don't believe. Real quick, looking in the comments. Dog meat is eaten in some cultures, including Taiwan and Thailand. Don't think it doesn't happen. No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree that there are cultures that eat dog meat. But none of that explains 20,000 Haitians coming to a town and you can't produce one person in the kitchen cooking one. Not one. 20,000 people. Not one. Yeah. The fact that they're showing, I think I saw a video of a man skinning a cat or something like that in Haiti. Show me something that's happening in Springfield, Ohio. Not one. That's a problem. To me, that's about the biggest piece of evidence to show that it ain't happening, as Dencal is saying. Sorry, my friend, I am not in a situation where I can be on the panel. A little to the trucker, it's all good. We'll get you next time. Appreciate your input, though. He didn't really make up the lie. He was told that by his handlers, and it was a stretch from what really is going on. That you don't get a pass on that. Blue light. If Kamala, Biden, Obama, whatever you say, you're responsible for it. Period. Don't put your name on something, especially something that is that fucking wild, that people are actually eating pets. I don't care who tells you that. You need to verify that before going on TV and saying it. If you don't verify that, that's on you. You don't get to blame some handler that nobody knows about. Trump has been a businessman, a successful businessman all his damn life. He's been sued. He knows about doing contracts or real estate in business. He should be smart enough to know not to put his name on something. You don't get a pass for that. Talking about a handler. I mean, you don't sign a bad business contract to say my handler told me to do it. No, you don't get a pass for that. Linda said, Please get off the pet eating. Well, it's what he said. It would be a lot easier to get off of some of these wild things Trump says if you didn't have so many MAGA saying it's true. That's why, why can't we get past January 6th? Or why do we have to keep talking about the 2020 election? Well, there's a lot of MAGA that keep saying it's true. Trump keeps bringing it up at his rallies. You can't tell his detractors to get over it when he's not getting over it. He's still telling folks that the pet shit is true. He still is doing it. So you can't blame other people when he's doing it. Trump is and was a great president. Well, Shane, he is not currently. You're speaking of him you're speaking of Trump in the present tense. He's not president right now, despite what you may think. The governor of Ohio has a charity in Haiti. Kind of suspect. Thin cow. You going down the conspiracy theory? He has a charity in Ohio. In Haiti. Well, maybe that ain't as wild as it sounds. Because maybe. Well, as I stated, I don't believe that 30,000 Haitians coming to that town was done by any other means than by design. Somebody wanted them there. Because you could easily have found the idea that town did not have enough employees. There is a lot of immigrants coming in this country across the southern border that are not Haitians. And none of them are in that town. Somebody by design wanted those Haitians there. That's all I'm saying. And maybe it is the governor, now that I'm thinking about what you're saying, maybe the governor does have something to do with it. The governor of his supporters don't hold him responsible. That is true. I can't deny that. Look, what we were talking about starting to show out what is concerns on Kamala Harris. What I'm going to do for the TikTok site, well, maybe not. I was going to open it up, but we've been running for a minute, so it is what it is. Because it would blow up to hundreds of folks on TikTok, but the show is well in its production at this point. Trump was born in 1946. Just think about that. He's an old man. They have said they wanted the Haitians. I don't think that town wants the Haitians. I'll say this though. I watched a video on, I don't know if I can bring it up. I don't want to get copyrighted, but I watched a video on YouTube. An individual went to that town and interviewed a lot of Haitians and white citizens in that town, which is what I said I would do. The minute people started talking about he's eating, cats and dogs are being eaten, I was the first one to say, I would get somebody a few $100 to let me see them processing a cat or a dog. Any Haitian that would do that on camera for me, I'd give them up to about $500. Why do I say that? I'm a social media content creator. You're going to get millions of views from that shit because it is far more evidence backing up Trump's statements than the right has right now. If you were to videotape something like that, it would instantly be viral all over social media. Yeah, some of the platforms would censor it, but that shit would get out. That would get out. Certainly the Alex Jones, the Glenn Becks, they would get that out. They would likely fly me all over the place, put me on TV, asking me, verify what I showed them. It would be worth a ton of money, which is why I stated the fact that you don't see any videos of people processing cats and dogs or sitting in with a cat head in a pot. It's not happening because it's you can make money off of that. You can be certain that there are folks on the right in that town right now trying to find that information because it is worth money. The fact that they can't produce any information, they can't produce any videos like that, that's about as much evidence you need that ain't really happening to the way Trump said it. Katie, nothing. She has done nothing. Could I have been arrested for? Yeah, it is a crime. I think Trump, while Trump was president, he made it a felony to abuse pets. I think that happened under the Trump administration. It's a felony to abuse pets. That's pretty risky though. Open you up to litigate. It ain't. How you gonna open me up to litigation for filming something? If I come in your house and film you Now, if you were doing something inappropriate with a child, there is a law in the book for even having footage and photos of children being abused. Talking about sexually. So yeah, but animals, if somebody is cooking or processing a cat or no, I don't think there's any crime. By the way, consider how much money it would be worth the charge. I don't have anything on my record. I'll take the one hit for 500 million views. I'll take the one hit, but I don't believe that would be a crime. Watching somebody else process a cat or a dog. I don't believe that's a crime to do that. So it's a crime for the person that processed it, but it's not a crime to film it. So I don't believe I would get in trouble at all. And I would absolutely do it and pay somebody, like I said, look, if you're so poor you got to eat a house pet, you should want this $400 or $500. So the fact that they don't have videos yet, that says they don't have it. It's not happening. There is a new video out there of what looks like a cat on a grill in Dayton, Ohio, says Dencal. You know, here's one of the things I believe, because as I stated earlier, I do believe there's folks on the right that are in that town looking for evidence to defend former President Trump. I hate to say it, but there are certain people that if they don't find evidence, they will be willing to create some. It would not, just like when Black Lives Matter was rioting, there were folks who were detractors of Black Lives Matter, did not like Black Lives Matter, that got into the crowd and committed property crimes. And they found that, I think they found that one or two was white supremacists. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone that supported Trump, unable to find any cats or dogs being consumed, went to the town and was willing to do something like what you're talking about, didn't count. Put a cat on a grill or something like that for the sake of a photo. Sacrifice a cat to help MAGA. That wouldn't surprise me. You should have tons of videos. Like I said, even it shouldn't be one video. It should be hundreds. It should be, you got 20,000 people in that town. It shouldn't just be one video here of a lady doing this, or here's a dude walking down the street with two geese. They should be everywhere. You should have videos of this stuff everywhere. Maybe carcasses, maybe dried up skeletons. This shit should be all over the place. It shouldn't be this hard to get actual footage. Bullshit. Timmy says, Philip Holmes is on fire tonight. Philip Holmes does not like me. Thank you for the input, Philip. I wish you would elaborate on the bullshit. You know, if what I'm saying is bullshit, maybe you're right. Give me something to work with. I can't work with just bullshit. Trump kept saying he saw it on TV. Then where's the clip? You're never going to find it. I would also be interested to meet these supposed experts and geniuses he's always quoting. Well, I agree with you. You are never going to find it. You notice there's not one professional member of prominence in that town, in that state, saying, yes, people are eating cats and dogs. No police chief, fire marshal. They got a, what do you call it, dog catcher, or the pet people, the PETA. Nobody. It's just regular citizens. Like, all of the professional members of that society is saying this ain't happening. Yeah, you should have more with that. Gerald Ruiz says, stop with the cats and dogs. Stop defending it. This would be very easy to get past if MAGA and liberals would all join hands and say, listen, the president got this wrong. This is not. When Biden got on stage on June 27th and looked awful, all of MAGA thought Biden had dementia and didn't know where the hell he was at. And a large portion of the Democratic Party also said Biden needs to step down. That's what we need on this cats and dogs stuff. Get about 70, 80% of the country, MAGA included, to say this is bullshit. That would get us to stop talking about it. But as long as you keep saying it is happening and you keep bringing it, well, there was this lady over here I saw chewing on a tail. That's what's causing this. You guys won't admit it's bullshit. Paul Hall says, dude, we don't care. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. They're sending bomb threats to the damn town. Yeah, you do care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be making up excuses. Testing is real. Yeah, you do care about that. What concerns me is people voting for her because she's black and her laugh is horrible. Well, voting for a candidate because it's black, just another dude is a name there. Voting for a candidate simply because they're black is racist. That's my opinion. Now, I understand you haven't had a lot of black candidates at the elite level, so people are going to do it because it's nice to see, well, finally a black person got it. But voting for a person simply because of the skin color is indeed, it is indeed, what do you want to call it? It is indeed, it's racist. I don't disagree with that. But the first 43 presidents were white. The reason why all of them were white, I think the only difference is because there's so few minority candidates at the presidential, vice presidential level, you're going to hear people of color actively come out and say, one of the reasons I'm voting for this person is because they're a person of color. You don't generally hear people say, I'm only voting for this person because they're white. But that's what it is. I mean, for most of America's history, you didn't need somebody to tell you that the next Supreme Court justice was going to be a white male or the next president. You knew it already. You already knew it. Nobody's going to win. It's going to be a white male. You already knew it. They didn't have to come out and tell you we're only voting for this person because he's white. You knew it already. For about 85% of America's history, since the time we were founded all the way up until probably the 90s, most of those, whether it's a general, whether it's a principal at a school, you knew already. They don't have to tell you they voted for it. You already know that's the only skin color that's going to get this job. So it's just a little different now that other communities are doing what was being done by the white community. And the white community don't like it. Trump did a good job as president, says Linda J. Well, many people, the reason Trump performed well as president is because a lot of things he did that were bad, the right didn't care about. I mean, the handling of the pandemic wasn't good. All the insults and division wasn't good. You just didn't care about it. You favored it. Such as the whole thing I'm talking about with the pets. That ain't good to say something like that. But you don't, as many in the comments, well, I don't care about that. I care about the economy. So he gets in there and gives you a good economy, but he don't blame all this cruelty to animals stuff. You don't care about that. So he walks away looking as a good president because he's doing his bad. You're not concerned with it. He did bad things as president too. I'll say, I mean, his economy, many folks favored his economy, but there's plenty of things he was doing that were wrong. But you need to go at night, 3:00 in the morning. That's the witching hour. Huh? I believe the pandemic was intentionally brought here to get rid of Trump. Yes, I do care about a lot of things. Well, I don't necessarily buy into the notion that the pandemic was done deliberately to get rid of Trump. But let's say what you're saying is true there. Just another dude. That they deliberately inflicted the pandemic on this country to get rid of Trump. None of that made him get on TV and say it'll be gone by April, or if you sit in the sun, it'll go away. None of that made him make those awful statements. Even if what you're saying is true, his ad-libbing is his to own. You can't blame that on anybody. Nobody told him. Dr. Fauci, the CDC, the FDA, none of them told him to get on stage and say, well, if you sit in the sun, it'll go away, or if the disinfectant thing, the bleach thing, or he didn't say bleach, he said disinfectant. I'm not going to go too deep into that because he was using that as a question. He was asking, even though many would laugh and say it sounded ignorant, it was a question. It wasn't telling people to do it. But in regards to saying it'll be gone by April, he had no right to say that. He had no right to talk about sitting in the sun. He had no right to do that stuff. That ain't even if you're correct in saying that some other country deliberately inflicted that on us, he had no right to do that. That was just wrong of him. Cat and dog story is false. The lady said she lied. Grant Harvard, that is true, and that's been all over the news today. I bet that ain't been on Fox. The fact that the woman who started that story in Springfield, Ohio, has come forward and said it's not true. I bet you Fox ain't been running that. They probably did not even run that. Lioness, now we're getting somewhere. Hooter is real. Hooter, oh, you mean voodoo is a real thing practiced in Haiti. Yeah, okay. Thurgood Marshall was the first African-American justice of the United States Supreme Court in 1867 or 1967. Okay, well, I don't get what the point is there. They cannot think, 1967? Is that accurate? They cannot think of a single thing because she hasn't done a single thing. Anyone here, tell me one thing she has done. Said, I don't know why. I bring this up all the time. Kamala Harris is a vice president. Now, we bragging about Trump's economy and how great Trump, Trump led this country. Why isn't Mike Pence getting any credit for that? Because vice presidents is not known to do much. So why are we expecting Kamala Harris as vice president to have this huge, long resume of accomplishments when you're giving Mike Pence you're not giving Mike Pence credit for anything? I haven't heard MAGA suggesting that Mike Pence was awesome on the economy or there were no world wars under Mike Pence. You ain't giving him credit for anything. So why is Kamala Harris as vice president getting all of the criticism, but Mike Pence is not getting any compliments? Make that make sense. I don't get it. The vice president's job is to be there if something happens to the president. Kamala Harris, because this is what folks say, well, she's up there promising she's going to do great with the economy and all this shit. She's been in office for 4 years. Why didn't she do it? Because it ain't her job. The vice president does not control the executive branch. She's not passing legislation. Now, she is the last remaining vote when it's a tie in the Senate. She can vote, but she's not passing legislation by herself. She doesn't have executive actions like Biden would. She hasn't done anything because she hasn't been put in a position to do anything. Same thing with Mike Pence. Okay, you continue to bring up. I didn't say nothing about the. Greg Cox is ready to leave. He said, okay, you continue to bring up the pets, then I'm going to continue to bring up voodoo. I don't care about you bringing up voodoo, man. I don't care that about that. Listen, we can talk about voodoo being a tribalistic, backwards-ass religion or whatever the case, whatever you want to call it. That ain't going to, look, if you want to criticize voodoo, and you got a host like myself who tends to push back on anything where I see a counterpoint on. If you bring up voodoo and any perceived issues with voodoo, I can really drag you through the mud on Christianity. I can tell you right off the bat, folks who practice voodoo hasn't come remotely close to doing as much damage to humanity and children as Christians have. The only difference is we're Christians and we like the religion. That's the only difference. We're Christian and we like the religion, but the voodoo religion, not even close. Not even close. All of the wars that have been started by Christians, I mean, it's insane the amount of just mankind that has suffered at the hands of Christians compared to voodoo. It's not even in the same universe. So you can criticize voodoo all you want, but you're going to lose that argument significantly. Going back to the box, Kamala, and that says Kamal though, but Kamala is doing a great job at the border. Oh wait, that ain't true. Ashley, yeah, okay, I get your sarcasm there. That's one area where I will say I'll blame Kamala because they did send her down to the border and yeah, it remained in bad shape. Now we can talk about Trump with the border bill in year 3, because if you want to say the border is jacked up, when they did finally come up with a border bill, and look, it's a terrible bill. Well, yeah, he gets a slight blame from that point on, but the first 3 years of the Biden administration, that's not him. Christianity has many sinners as every other religion. No, it may have more because it's a much bigger religion. A lot of the folks that have went around the country colonizing people, enslaving folks, graping the citizens of Christianity. Christianity is way worse than voodoo. You can try to downplay it, but well, everybody do that. No, Christianity, it goes way further than that. There's a reason why Christianity is all over the damn globe. It ain't because God was in everybody's heart. It's because Christians went around conquering lands and forcing the inhabitants to believe in God. I can tell you right off the bat, my ancestry, they didn't come to this country believing in Christ. They were told whatever the hell you believe in when you got here, if you practice it, you're going to die, until they picked up Christ. That's all they had. That was the only option they had. So, yeah, voodoo ain't done nothing like that. Yeah, like I said, we can talk about this, but voodoo versus Christianity, in terms of atrocities to humanity, it ain't even close. It ain't even close. She was in charge of studying border crisis for 3 years, didn't learn shit, did you? Paul, I'm not going to pretend like Kamala Harris is good on the border at all. Like I said, that's one area where I will give her a negative mark, is the border. But you guys are blaming her for every perceived failure of the Biden administration. You're blaming her for the economy. You're blaming her for gas prices. You're blaming her for the botched evacuation in Afghanistan. She ain't got shit to do with that stuff. She got nothing to do with that evacuation in Afghanistan. Nothing at all. Just like when Obama came out there and said he had bin Laden executed, nobody gave Vice President Biden credit for that. He got nothing to do with that. Now, she was the last one in the room. That don't mean shit. Maybe she turned the lights out. That don't mean nothing. She ain't got nothing to do with probably 90% of what happened under the Biden administration. She ain't signed any bills or any executive actions. She got nothing to do with that stuff. She could improve those. She could improve all those things right now. How? She still doesn't have any power. What can she do? She still got to go all she can do is make recommendations to Biden, and then it's up to Biden if he wants to do it or not. She doesn't have any power right now. She's still not in power. She's not the president. I believe it comes down to good and evil. Wow, Will Sim, that's strong. Philip Holmes, I'm willing to entertain your comments, but just like I said, I'm going to start skipping over you. Just simply typing this bullshit. I would appreciate if you say why. I'm giving you 100% permission to criticize the hell out of the host. I'll even admit if I think you're right, or folks in the audience can admit if you're right. But just bullshit does nothing. It almost makes it look like your comment is bullshit, considering how much room you got to type, and you put nothing with it. Did Trump fix the border while he was president? TikTok doesn't like my, didn't like that. Okay, I'm going to have to appeal on TikTok apparently, because they didn't like what we're talking about. What is that? Yeah. Unfortunately, we talk about dogs and cats, and TikTok will always do that. So we'll leave TikTok alone. Talk on Bush. Let's see where that goes. It ain't gonna go well. Trump claims that George W. Bush, the Iraq War, was the dumbest mistake in U.S. history. That's what Trump said. So even the Republicans don't like Bush. My point on video had nothing to do with race. It has to do with the cats and dogs, man. I can't get rid of this cats and dogs conversation. If they're sacrificing them, then that's the answer, maybe. They're not sacrificing cats and dogs. It's just not happening. There's a reason why you can find video footage of people eating those animals in other countries, and you cannot find it in Springfield, Ohio. That should tell you what you need to know. The fact is, you can actually find video footage of people eating them animals in other countries, but you can't find them eating it here because it ain't happening. Because Mike Pence double-crossed him. That's an opinion. I can't speak on that. I think if Mike Pence had done what Trump wanted him to do, Mike Pence would be in jail right now. Certainly with that refusal to certify the election. It's been 4 years since that election was held. Trump ain't presented any evidence to show that Mike Pence should have not certified that election. Trump is going around saying he won by a landslide. He hasn't presented any evidence to back up that claim. In fact, what we've seen, similar to the Haitian immigrants and a lot of his other statements, is a bunch of accusations that are short on actual evidence. That is why when Trump went to like 60 different courts, he lost in all of them. That's why the Supreme Court didn't take his case. It's because he was going to come there and make accusations. Courts work on evidence. You can't come into a courtroom and expect rulings based on all these accusations. Where's the evidence of this stuff? Okay, you said Dominion voting machines switch votes from Trump to Biden. Where's the evidence of it? Well, I can show you the machines can be hacked into. Okay, but show me that it actually happened. I can show you how a door can be, the lock on a door may be picked. That don't mean somebody's breaking into the door. So that's the reason why Trump will never be able to prove what he's saying about the 2020 election. It's because it's all based on accusations. And a lot of those accusations, like the Dominion voting machines, have been flat out shot down. So and then of course there's also folks who have admitted that they cheated for the Republicans. So the claim that the 2020 election was stolen, that'll never be proven in favor of Trump. Because Mike Pence, let me see if I can reach, because sometimes I'm not able to reach your comments real quick here. Let me see if I can figure it out. Let's say there, because none of them would look at the evidence. No judge would look at the evidence. You got judges that were appointed by Trump. Out of those 60 judges, some of them were actually appointed by Trump. The Supreme Court is 6-3. 3 of them are appointed by Trump. They're not turning down Trump's evidence because they just hate the guy. They're turning down Trump's cases because he has no evidence. Now, if you support Trump, you'll never believe that. But there's a reason why those judges weren't ruling in his favor. He wasn't presenting any evidence. The liberal guy, why don't Haitians make Haiti great again? What are they doing? Well, there's a bunch of unrest, bunch of civil unrest in Haiti. Some of them would rather choose to opt out and come live in America than die fighting to make their country great. That's in any country. I gotta assume during the Civil War that happened here in America, there were probably people who left and went to Canada or left and went to Mexico. Everybody ain't trying to die for the cause. I get your point, but everybody ain't trying to die for the cause. In Haiti, you got marauders and gangsters, and they're doing some really heinous stuff over there. Some people would rather just take their family and leave. Went to court. The court did not allow them to present the evidence. In fact, what they said they didn't have standing. They weren't allowed to. Well, the courts are allowed to do that, by the way. Whether you could be claiming your neighbor did something wrong to your house or your property, and if the court believes you don't have standing, they can do. The court didn't do anything they don't have a legal right to do. We just saw it because it was Trump stating the election was stolen. The court should have to take the case regardless of what they feel. They have a right to do that. I mean, he elevated it to the appeals court. He elevated it to the Supreme Court. He went through the process. He had his day in court. There are a ton of Americans, corporations, lawyers, that take shit to the appellate and Supreme Court, and they tell them the same thing they told Trump. We want Trump to be treated special. We don't want Trump to be told, you don't have evidence, so we're not going to take your case. They tell people that every day. Every day people get told the Supreme Court will not hear your case because you don't have enough evidence. Why does he get a pass? If they didn't think he had enough evidence, he didn't have enough evidence for them. How long can you listen to ignorance? Depends on where the ignorance is coming from. Bubba Joe, they wanted to waste the court's time, and that could be a possibility as well. By the way, if Trump had a case to make, I mean, Trump holds a lot of rallies and things like that. He could be presenting the evidence that the courts didn't hear. He could present that to the American people. We're not hearing solid evidence. I don't know what he was trying to do in court, but I know one thing outside of court, I haven't seen him produce any really good evidence. And I'll tell you this also. Right before the 2020 election, Joe Biden was winning in North Carolina. And North Carolina is still up for contention right now with Kamala Harris. But in the 2020 election, Joe Biden was winning in North Carolina. Now, Trump ultimately won North Carolina, but the polls for a while were showing Joe Biden winning in North Carolina. And Trump was going everywhere, saying that they were cheating in North Carolina. Widespread fraud was happening in North Carolina and all of that. On election day, we found out Trump won North Carolina. Never heard him speak of fraud in that state again. You have never heard him or Dinesh D'Souza, 2000 Mules. Nobody has investigated North Carolina again. The moment they gave Trump their electoral votes, all of the claims of fraud went away. Which leads to the obvious question. How do we know he won North Carolina? If we're going to hold his statements as factual in regards to his claims that he lost, he won in Michigan. He said he won in Wisconsin. He won in Georgia. He won in Arizona because all of those areas were fraudulent. Well, he also said they committed fraud in North Carolina. How do we know he didn't win that state by fraud? Or do we ignore that? This is what I'm talking about. Trump came across as he wasn't trying to make sure we had a free and fair election. He was trying to win. That's all I don't mind fraud if it works in my favor, because North Carolina is a perfect example of that. If you believe in free and fair elections, then you should be demanding that the states you won also get audited. He didn't do that. He only went to the states he lost. He's not trying to make it free and fair. He's trying to win. Anyone voting for Kamala is voting for identity, not policy. That's big wave. Dave, thank you for the super chat. How do you, wait, you say anybody that's voting for Kamala is voting for identity, not policy. That's absolutely not true. We know her policy on universal health care is opposite of Trump's. Her policy on tuition forgiveness is opposite of Trump's. Her policy on minimum wage, an increase in minimum wage is opposite of Trump. Her policy on a woman's right to choose is opposite of Trump. Now, Trump is claiming he wants to give it back to the states. Kamala wants to legalize it federally. She has a lot of, you know her policies. Maybe there are areas where you're not clear on certain things, but there are a ton of policies you can vote for Kamala Harris on. You know what her policies are. I don't buy that she has no policies at all. You do know what's up. You can't call the woman a socialist and then say she has no policies, or Trump is calling her Comrade Kamala, suggesting she's a communist. If she has no policies, how you know she's a communist? Communists have policies. You got to pick a side. You can't pretend like she's this if you don't know. So that doesn't make sense. Imagine going to prison because you believe a liar. That would have happened to Pence. Obviously, January 6th, a lot of them went to prison. Michael Lindell lost a fortune. Rudolph Giuliani lost a fortune. Yeah, going to prison because you believe somebody that's not telling the truth would suck. Would suck, and it certainly happened to him. My TikTok is down, that's why I'm not taking callers. I don't know, TikTok went down, I haven't checked it. Hey man, the poor people here will eat owls and squirrels. When you're hungry, you'll eat almost everything. That's true, but this goes back to what I was just talking about, where you got to pick one side or the other. You can't say Kamala Harris has no policies, but she's a communist. You can't say that people are so poor and desperate that they'll eat dogs and cats, but then say they're getting hundreds, if not thousands, in EBT cards. Pick it. You got to pick which one of these you're going with, because then it starts looking like you just hate immigrants. You're just using whatever you can at that stage in the discussion to be advantageous. Either they are desperate and they're eating pets, or they're getting hundreds of dollars in EBT cards, and they're getting $25,000 housing loans and all this other shit. They cannot be both. They can have EBT and still eat pets. Okay, all right. But then don't call them desperate. He said they were desperate. Don't call them desperate. No matter who wins, we get nothing, says Edward River. That depends on what your definition of something is. We do get something. If Trump wins, we get something. If Biden, if Kamala, I'm going through the whole laundry list. If Trump wins, we get something for the people that want Trump to win. If Kamala Harris wins, we get something as well. If Trump wins, you want the border secure, you're going to get that with Trump. That's something. If you want Roe v. Wade addressed, you're going to get that with Kamala Harris. There's things from both. I didn't say she didn't have policies. With her, it would be 4 more years of the same. Do we really need that? Depends on what part of the same you favor. And there's no guarantee of that. Biden did not get tuition forgiveness. Kamala Harris may do that. Biden didn't codify a woman's right to choose. Kamala Harris may do that. It may not be 4 more years of the same. It will be closer, in defense of your point, Big Wave Dave, it would be closer to getting the same under Biden than under Trump. Now, in regards to your question, well, do we need 4 more years of the same? Depends on what side of the aisle you're on. I mean, like, for instance, I bring up all the time that Trump is talking about giving police immunity from prosecution. I want to avoid that. I don't think that's a good thing. I want to avoid that. Liberal, why are you not telling these people that say Kamala has no policy? Trump literally said he has no policies on only concepts. Well, he only said he had a concept on universal health care. He has on the border, he's talking about the largest deportation in history. So he does. I think in Trump's case, he does have policies. It's just some of them are exaggerated to the point where you're like, well, can you actually do that? The largest deportation in history will obviously cost a ton of money. It will be challenged by civil rights groups, the ACLU, and a lot of constitutional scholars. So the idea is, can he do it? I mean, if a woman is married to an illegal immigrant and they got kids together, can you just come in there and yank the dad out? A lot of folks will say yes, but that's going to go to court. That's stuff like that is going to go to court. I mean, can you just go in somebody's house if you think there's an illegal in there without a warrant? I mean, all of this stuff is going to be happening. So he's going to be, you talk about they didn't give him a chance from day one the first time. It's going to be really a lot of court cases the second time. So that largest deportation in history, just like rolling back, what he said, repeal and replace Obamacare, that stuff ain't going to be easy. This is what Obama said he told Trump when it was time to give the White House to Trump. He told him it's going to be a lot easier to promise this stuff than when it's actually time to do it. And of course, over the 4 years of Trump, he learned that. Now, he left office stating promises made, promises kept, but in reality, that's not true. His signature promises were not kept. Repeal and replace Obamacare, drain the swamp, and build a wall. He didn't do any of those things. It's not that easy. People are going to resist. You can't, you don't just get in there and because you think you have a great idea, everybody just agrees with it. It doesn't work like that. People are going to resist. Even if it is a great idea, they're going to resist because people feel like it might be advantageous for them for you to fail. Just like with the border bill, the border bill sucked. Trump wasn't going to agree on any border bill that Biden would have got credit for. It doesn't matter what it was. Now he can point to but there's money for the Ukraine in it. It doesn't matter what the border bill consisted of. Trump was going to find a reason why he didn't like it because it ain't beneficial to him for Biden to fix the border. He was going to have an issue with it no matter what. Supreme Court has nothing to do with it. Huh? Please get familiar with the history of deportations in America. The Supreme Court. Oh yeah, the Supreme Court is going to have a lot to do with it because to shoot you down right away, Diana Nelson. You're saying that Get familiar with the history of deportations in America. The Supreme Court has nothing to do with it. When Trump took office, he stated, I am calling for a total and complete ban on Muslims entering the country. He wanted to do that. The Supreme Court told him it was unconstitutional. What do you mean the Supreme Court has nothing to do with it? A lot of the things that Trump may have talked about, such as shooting immigrants in the leg if they come over here illegally, minimum 5 years in prison, a lot of that stuff's unconstitutional. The Supreme Court are the ones that's telling them that. Supreme Court has a lot to do with it. Are you telling me to learn the system and you're making a statement like that? The Supreme Court has a lot to do with it. They were shooting Trump down right and left for some of the stuff he was talking about doing. Problem with the border bill is 70% went to the Ukrainians and 10% went to Israel and 20% went to the border. Even if you played Twister or Mr. Potato Head moved all the numbers around, Trump was not going to agree with the border bill. He's not going to. If Trump, the things Trump is running on is the perceived belief that the economy was much better under Trump and that Biden sucks at the border. If Biden comes up with a border bill to get the border under control, that takes one of Trump's weapons away. He's not going to allow that to happen. Just like with COVID, when Trump was running for re-election in 2020, the number one thing he was running on then was the great economy he had given us. That's why he was trying to get reelected, basing it off the great economy. COVID comes along, and COVID is threatening to ruin the economy because everything has to be shut down. That's why he was fighting against shutting things down. It's because it would have took one of his reelection weapons away. Well, if Biden fixes the border, that's taking away one of his reelection weapons. He's not going to let that happen. Doesn't matter what's in the border bill. He wasn't going to agree to any border bill. Naeem Barber says they still funded that stuff. Yeah, they funded it with no Republican assistance for the most part. And at the end of the day, exactly what you're stating happened. The resistance from the Republicans led to no border bill, and all of the bullshit they said that was in the border bill for a reason why they didn't pass the border bill. All of that stuff happened anyway. So you would have got at least some limitations on immigrants coming in the country. And yeah, some money would have went to the Ukraine, some money would have went to the Israel. But you put up resistance, you got nothing on the border, and money went to Israel and Ukraine anyway. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Unemployment sky high. That's not true. Unemployment is not sky high in America right now. Why couldn't it just have been that majority of it went to other countries? Huh? Why couldn't it just been that the majority of it went to other countries and not to our border? Well, that's how bipartisan bills work. It has to be a give and take. You and me, we sit down and we talk about what we're going to do for this country. Maybe I'm on the left, you're on the right. You're going to want things that I either find unnecessary, too expensive, or outright wrong. You're going to feel the same way about the shit that I want. The only way we're going to get anything done is it has to be stuff in there for you and stuff in there for me. This is why folks say, well, why don't we pass single issue bills and get rid of pork? They'll never work. They'll never work. Trump wanted the border, wanted the wall at the border. If you pass that as a bill solely by itself, all the Democrats are going to vote against it. The Democrats don't believe the wall was necessary. Same thing when the liberals want something like money to the Ukraine. If that's the only thing we're voting on, they'll never get it because there's nothing in that for the Republicans. You have to have pork in bills to get them bipartisan. Otherwise, you're passing a bill that only favors one side or the other. You got to put something in there and sweeten it up for the other side. When it comes to the border, MAGA kind of wanted a bill, and they kind of wanted a bill that only favored the Republican Party. They wanted to call it bipartisan, but they didn't want money for the Ukraine, money for Israel. They really don't want anything in it for the liberals. Just fix the border, give us what we want, and don't put nothing in there that you want. That'll never pass. That's not bipartisan. That's just you. That's not a give and take. That's just take. The best bills are when both sides walk away wanting. That is true. when both sides feel like they didn't get all the shit they wanted. That is absolutely true. That's when you know you sat down and negotiated some things. What the right wanted was a bill, look, no immigrants coming across, large deportations, plenty of judges. Okay, well, what are you giving the liberals? Nothing. We just want the border fixed. That'll never work. Yeah, but that's how pork works in our system, is we throw a bunch of pork in there just to get something done and call it the border bill when in fact it was a pork bill. Okay, you can play games with the wording of it, but okay, let's say you want the wall. I'm a liberal sitting here, I'm on the other side of the aisle, you want the wall. So you come to me and say, I want the wall. And I go, okay, well, my side, my constituents really are not big on that wall. You may cost us a few elections. What are you going to give my people so I can have something to make them happy with? You give me a few things, and then at the end of the day, you call it a pork bill. No, it was a wall bill. The only reason why we started talking is because you asked for a wall. It ain't a pork bill. There is a primary issue for the bill. The only reason we're here talking is because you came here for a wall. So it's a wall bill. It has other stuff in it, but we wouldn't be talking about the other stuff if you hadn't asked for a wall. Unfortunately, there is no bipartisan left anymore, which is very unfortunate. That's how a republic is supposed to work, sitting down and both parties coming to an agreement. That doesn't happen anymore. Damn, I wish I could disagree with you. It will come back. I hate to say it, but it will be post-Trump, because Trump supporters are not really big on bipartisan. It is more of a get on the Trump train or get ran over by, fuck your feelings. I mean, the statements are pretty much, we run this shit. We don't need you. We're not apologizing. Like I said, you can get on our train and get ran over by it. We don't give a fuck about your feelings. It is like that. I think you will get that after the Trump era. If he wins, you'll get it, whenever his time is up or whatever. But I don't think Trump is, you're not going to get a lot of bipartisan shit under Trump. I don't believe that. Kamala doesn't even do interviews. What are we even talking about? She should do more interviews. While DJ, this is Mutt, DJ Some, I can't read through it, but in regards to your comment, I agree with you 100%. She should do more interviews and take more questions. However, if I'm her handler, now as a voter, I want her to do more interviews and answer more of the tough questions. But as a voter, I want her to do that. But if I'm actually her handler, if I'm one of her advisors, I'm going to give her the well-known response of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why would you go out there and do interviews when you know the right is only watching the interviews to pick negative parts of it or create negative parts or come up with sound bites? I mean, the left does the same thing to Trump, but why would you go out and give them that ammunition if you're leading in the polls? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're not losing. You're at the very least tied. She's at the very least tied with Trump. It's a close race. Why would you go out there and risk saying something dumb? Keep in mind, Trump gives plenty of interviews. And Philip, whatever, I'm not even going to respond to it. But Trump does, and I was about to say Philip Holmes, but Trump does plenty of interviews, tons of them. And everything I'm saying they're going to do to Kamala Harris, they do to Trump. Now, Trump, I got to give Trump a shout out. He goes in a very tough environments where he doesn't even have, like that black convention thing he went to, where he's there talking about giving police immunity and all that shit. I mean, you knew that wasn't going to go well, but he was willing to show up. For Trump to go to a black convention would almost be akin to Kamala Harris going to Fox News or something. She wouldn't do it. He did. It didn't work well for him. It did not go well for him doing that. I give him a shout out and give him credit for taking the tough questions, but it's not helping his campaign. It ain't something that if I'm advising Kamala Harris, I'm going to tell her to pattern herself out there. He's not winning anything by doing that. He's losing. He's losing. So I wish she would do more interviews as well. But if I'm advising her, look, you're tied in the polls. Every time he does an interview, he's walking away with controversial statements. He's looking worse and worse in some of this stuff. I don't want you out there doing that. You know, if I would advise Kamala, as opposed to getting in front of a savvy, seasoned journalist, see if you can get Trump to do another debate. You look great with him. That way the moderator can ask you a few questions. And even if you give a bad answer, because he's out here saying crazy stuff, it doesn't look that bad. That's where I would stick to trying to debate Trump. But going in front of, Peter Ducey of Fox News or somebody that's going to ask you all these gotcha questions, it's going to turn out just as bad for you as it's been for Trump. Don't pattern yourself after Trump. It's not working for him. That's what I would tell her, by the way. Looking in the comments is someone stated that I wasn't answering their question. I wanted to respond to it. I didn't see it, though. Yeah, but you don't think the people should want to hear the ideas and plans and who the person themselves are that is going to be president? Yes, Blue Light. I just told you, as a voter, I want Kamala Harris to do more interviews. But if I'm advising her, I'm not going to tell her to do more interviews. You think the advisors of Trump told him to go into that black convention? You think they're telling him to do the stuff? They're telling him the same shit they're telling that Kamala Harris. He just ain't listening. They're telling him, you think his advisors would have wanted him on a plane with Laura Loomer? He just ain't listening to people. He's on TV every day and it's not working in his best interest. Why would Kamala Harris want to do that? Naeem Barber says Trump's not losing his base, so it's not a gamble. He's just not gaining. Kamala has more diverse demo and losing people is easy. Well, Trump's base, we all know, is not enough to win. We all know his base is not enough to win. First of all, there's a difference between MAGA and traditional Republicans. Liz Cheney's, the Bushes, the Romneys, the Reagans, the people you're calling rhinos that actually low taxes, small government, those people believe in that too. But for some reason, the minute they don't like Trump, they become rhinos. But you need those folks to win. You're not going to win with just MAGA. I don't care how devoted MAGA. It ain't enough MAGA to win. You need to get those people back. And calling them rhinos and saying all that negative shit is not helping. But I agree with you, Naeem. He's not going to lose his base. I 100% agree with that. But his base ain't enough to win. He needs the Romneys and the Nikki Haley supporters. He needs those people. You need them folks. The people who are not going to vote for you, you need them. Because they're not big fans of Kamala, but you don't piss them off, so they're not fans of you. He needs those people. What is it? Neocons. Okay, that's a different one. Just one. Well, is that Bozo? That's a very unique spelling of Bozo. Beauzo. Okay, Bozo, I like it. Bozo says, yeah, don't vote for Trump. Vote for a shit America. Good idea. Well, as I stated, everybody has a different opinion of what they want America to be. Everybody don't believe that America under Biden or under Kamala Harris is shit. I just leave it at that. I'm sure you do, but everybody else doesn't agree with that. A lot of folks, certainly when it comes to a woman's right to choose, now what's happened with that, you're not going to get that back under Trump. If anything, it's more likely to come closer to going federal under Trump than going to a woman having a right to choose. Now, it may stay in the state's hands. A third of women now live in a state that has restrictions on abortion now or bans. Like 1/3 of women now live in that. Those women want Kamala Harris. So it's not, it's a little different there. In the comments here, I had to reconnect. Keep federal government small. I understand your point, Bozo, and I hate to bring race into it. I know a lot of my viewers don't like hearing shit about race, and since we're predominantly addressing MAGA tonight, I'm sure you guys don't like to hear this shit. But as a person of color, I know what America was like when we kept things at the states' right level. Even now in 2024, anytime you hear states' rights, is generally a state wanting to take a right away from somebody. I don't want to serve cake to gay people. Or I don't want to, allow gays to marry, or I don't want to allow a woman to have a right to choose. Usually when you hear the term states' rights, it's a state trying to take a right away from somebody. I think the only time I've seen state rights used in conjunction with giving folks rights is the Second Amendment. States, shall not be infringed, really defending your Second Amendment rights. But other than that, states' rights usually mean somebody is losing rights. And as I said before, bringing race into it, when it comes to people of color, the history of states' rights in America is awful. It ain't something I want to look back on and say, well, they ain't done it in a while. Let's try it out again. It was really bad. It was really, if we still had a states' rights country right now, there would be states I wouldn't be safe to go into, or states I would have a hard time finding a meal or a hotel room in. It was some pretty bad shit in the states' rights era. And that's not like hundreds of years ago. I bring this up all the time. My late mom, may she rest in peace, born in 1948. I was born in 72. I was the first, me and my brothers, first in our family tree to have civil rights from birth. It's that recent. It is that fucking recent. Even my mom did not have civil rights when she was born. It's that recent. So when people, it's hundreds of years, no, it ain't hundreds of years ago. I'm the first. We're the first in the family tree to have it from birth. So the states' right thing is kind of frightening. Now, for folks that ain't had to deal with this stuff, you don't even think of it at this level. You don't think of this stuff because it doesn't pertain to you. But which is why I had to bring race into it. Understand, for people like me, states' rights is scary because there's nothing good I have to look back on and say, yeah, states' rights is better. It's been really bad. The only thing you can do is pretend like the past didn't happen, or put the past aside and just assume that none of that stuff will come up if we go back to states' rights again. That's the only thing you can do because the history of states' rights is so bad. And notice what happened when they rolled Roe v. Wade back. You had states going back to laws from the 1800s. That's what happened when they took Roe v. Wade from the federal level and put it back in the hands of the states. Some states went all the way back to the 1800s on their laws. I don't feel confident at this point that if we became a states' rights country, that states would not go back to the 1800s for other laws. If they've done it to one, why would you believe it wouldn't happen to something else? And I will tell you this, 10 years ago, when everybody was saying that Trump was going to become when he came down the escalator, and people, if you vote Trump, it is going to get rid of Roe v. Wade. No, he's not. Roe versus Wade was adjudicated 50 years ago. You guys are fear-mongering. That's liberal fear-mongering. If you had suggested that if Trump gets elected, you're going to have states using the laws from the 1800s, that's liberal fear-mongering. That is Trump derangement syndrome. Well, yet here we are. Here we are. So I'm just simply saying I don't feel confident saying things can't happen anymore because we've been told things can't happen that did. Looking in the comments, it isn't a democracy, or isn't a democracy majority rule. I think I could probably come up with a few exceptions, but for the most part, yeah. You may dislike Trump, but after seeing Harris fail to answer the 4 easy questions on ABC on Friday, it has to give people pause about her ability. She's not capable. Traveling man, I agree with your comment. You said she didn't answer questions and it would give people pause about her ability. Here's my point. If you play Kamala Harris' performance during the debate and you didn't play any of Trump, I think you would have a very strong point that some of us played. Here's the point I'm making. On June 27th, when Trump debated Biden, Trump said a lot of things that were not true. Everything he said, some of the things he said during this debate, the having babies after they're born and deciding whether to execute a lie, he said that stuff then too. But the fact is, Biden sounded so awful on June 27th that nobody really cares what Trump said. Biden sucked just that bad that he drew all the oxygen out of the room, and Trump really could have said any damn thing and got away with it. Well, when Trump debated Kamala Harris, a similar situation happened. Trump's comments, just like Biden's, drew all the oxygen out of the room to the point where Kamala could have damn near said anything. This guy's talking about eating dogs and cats and, taking the life of babies that are on the outside of the womb. I mean, he's saying wild shit, just like when Biden got up there and flipped over to Medicare and was completely off topic. Trump did something similar during his debate. So when you point out that people should be hesitant about Kamala Harris, that works if only people heard Kamala Harris speak. But fact is, that night they heard Trump say something. You're going to tell me people should be hesitant about Kamala Harris, but his dog and cat eating comment should just get a pass? What did she say that was worse than that? Like I said, when he gets up there and says something controversial like that, she can get away with a lot of stuff at that point. Just like he could when Biden said it. Looking in the comments, he don't tell the truth and is up on everything going on. You need to wait a minute. He don't tell the truth and is up on everything going on. You need to study up. What would I find if I studied that? Now, your comment, okay, you said he don't tell the truth, okay? I said the same thing. Your comment is confusing to me. I'll just say that. Rephrase it or whatever the case may be. R and W was never codified through Congress. That is true. But some of that is because the Supreme Court justices, when they were being selected, kept making it clear, or at least leading people to believe they weren't going to touch it. So there was no rush to codify Roe v. Wade because the Supreme Court kept making it sound like, look, we've already dealt with that. We're not going to deal with that anymore. It's part of the past. Well, under Trump, Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett and whatever the other guy, they lied about it. They did intend to reopen it or go back down that path. But during their hearings to determine whether they get appointed or not, they said the opposite. That normally didn't used to happen. If you had folks telling the truth, yeah, they probably would have codified it years ago. But they had led people to believe they weren't going to touch it. Bro, stop trying to convince yourself, says GTA. Why you guys type shit with no relevance? Convince myself of what? Convince myself that I like Harris or I hate Harris? I like Trump or I hate Trump? Your comment has no meaning to it at all. It's so fucking simple. I'm trying to convince myself that you're okay. All right, there we go. That's a little better. Looking at the comments. Okay, on that, I was on a YouTube page, and trust me, the Haitians are mad, and the Haitians that can vote will definitely vote. But I don't know if those, well, I've said this before. Now I don't know if most of the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio can vote. But your point is well taken. I've said this before, that the way the right under former President Trump are treating immigrants, if them folks ever do get the legal right to vote in the future, remember Lyndon Johnson with the Civil Rights Act, I'm going to have Negroes voting this way for 100 years. You guys are really fucking up with immigrants. I'm just going to tell you that. You need to re-elect Trump and get them out of here. Because if they're allowed to stay, there's going to be a hell of a price to pay when they can vote. If you don't put Trump in there and get those folks out, you lost that voting block. I mean, probably down to their grandkids. A lot of them folks are going to be sitting around with their grandkids telling them those old stories, like our people of color, like my grandmother would have told me what was going on during the King era. You know, when we first got to America, you know, them people on the Republican side, they were calling us rapists and murderers and talking about we were eating dogs. And the Democrats, they sent us up to Ohio and gave us jobs, and they sent some people up to New York and kind of gave them an EBT and a little something to eat and put them up in a hotel. I vote Democrat. If it wasn't for Democrats, we wouldn't be living here. I mean, these are the stories that's going to be passed down. You better vote Trump in and get rid of them. Otherwise, it is over for the immigrant. I mean, it's going to be bad because you get the treatment that you guys are giving those folks is terrible, terrible. So you're not going to get that voting block is going to be over with. We've been saying they eat cats forever, Haitians, since it ain't been said at the presidential level. And Eric Watson, don't do that, Eric Watson. We've been joking around about Asians eating cats. That don't mean you get Reagan on TV and say the shit. It's a different level at that point. You can't put two dudes in the locker room and compare that to somebody actually on TV in front of 67 million people at a presidential debate saying it. It's a whole different ballgame. By the way, if we're talking about people eating animals, didn't they what is his name? Clint Eastwood, Gran Torino with the Koreans next door, he made that joke or whatever. It's different at that level than somebody who's trying to be president and actually pass legislation on what they believe. Trump is trying to pass laws on that shit. So what we're talking about as friends, or as they say, locker room talk, is not, nobody's actually trying to do anything based on it. Trump is actually trying to pass laws based on it. It's not in the same category. The point of that immigrant issue has reached a fever pitch that cat eating was a meme. Well, you know what would solve this? Trump presenting some evidence. I would be the first to get on here and say, look, I lied. You know, I fucked up. I made a mistake. Turns out this shit is real. Trump was for real about it. I need to see evidence, real evidence. That's, you want to make a believer out of me, evidence. I'm not going to bash Trump just because he's on the right side of the aisle. If he says something I think it's true, I'll be the first to come on here and tell you, yeah, I saw it, and yeah, they doing it. But they're not sending evidence. They're producing, okay, I got a picture of a dude walking down the street with 2 dogs. Okay, did he eat them? Where's the evidence of that? For all I know, he picked up 2 roadkill that were dead and was going to take it and put them in the garbage or something. What did he do with them? Where's the evidence of that? The evidence is just not there. There will be more crying adults when prices don't come down on the left and right. Well, Bozo, the prices are coming down right now. Walmart released a statement saying they reduced the price on hundreds of different items in their stores. The prices are coming down right now. The price of fuel has came down. The price is coming down right now. What are you talking about? Norma McCorvey actually had the baby. We know Roe is not based on an actual occurrence. By the way, the rolling back of Roe versus Wade ain't based on an actual occurrence either. I've seen photos and videos of the immigrants in Ohio with dead geese and ducks from a park. Someone else saw her cat strung up in a tree ain't none of that evidence that they're being eaten though. You saw photos and videos of immigrants in Ohio with dead geese and ducks from a park. That don't prove they ate them. For all you know, they could have been removing roadkill from the side of the highway and somebody took a photo of it. That ain't saying nothing in itself. Why can't we in a town, 50,000 people in Springfield, they put 20,000 Haitians in that town. 20,000 of them are there. Why is it so hard to produce a photo of somebody cooking a cat or a dog or a geese and sitting at the table eating it? Why is it so hard to find that? 20,000 of them are there. You can't find me one photo of that? Look, I'm from the hood. I'm from the south side of Chicago. If you told me to produce a picture of somebody eating chitlins, I could come up with thousands of them. I mean, literally hundreds of them. I can come up with them all over the place. You can't come up with one photo of somebody doing this? All right, looking in the comments. I can show you evidence right now. Evidence of somebody sitting down with a seasoned animal. And by the way, that post the link, sample, post the link. In regards to the black woman they saw eating I think it was a cat or something like that. When somebody came in the program yesterday and said that, first question I asked was it raw? And they said, yeah. I don't know of any culture that eats raw animals other than maybe sushi. Even the tribal cultures that are out using bow and arrows to hunt, they use fire to cook them. They don't eat raw animals. So, I mean, some of this stuff, you guys, it's crazy. You think the Haitians, even in Haiti or wherever the hell you say, they're not picking up, they're not killing an animal and just biting into it raw. God, you guys are crazy with this shit. There's no point asking a question about Kamala policies to a liberal because they won't answer. Well, you could try. I read that shit. I would have read what you said. That woman wasn't an immigrant. Yeah, she was an American from, and she wasn't even not only was she not an immigrant, she wasn't even from Springfield, Ohio. She was from Canton. And I'll tell you this, that's one of the things that shows me that this stuff is not valid. I'm getting photos of people from Haiti. I'm getting photos and stuff that are people from other parts of the world. Somebody that's in Springfield, Ohio, seasoning an animal, sitting down at a table eating an animal, showing you a pot, maybe an animal's cooking, or maybe they got an apple in the dog's mouth and it's surrounded by vegetables. Where are these photos at? Where are these videos at? Looking in the comments. Martin Gingrich, thank you for the super chat. Is it possible that they actually ate pets? Yeah, it's possible. It's also possible that he's making it up too, though. It's possible, yeah. It's possible. Also, too, like with the black woman from Canton that was eating a cat that had an issue with mental illness. That's also possible. My guess is you could easily find a picture of a white person or a black person, a one-off, doing something ridiculous like that. Mental illness is a real thing. But the idea that they're doing this as part of their culture and that is normal, there's 20,000 of them here. You should have tons of pictures like that. Finding one mentally ill person doing something crazy. I mean, you can find a mentally ill person walking around on a roof in the wintertime. Mental illness is a real thing. But folks are saying this is part of their culture to grab pets and animals and process them for food. Ain't nobody got a refrigerator full of dog legs, a freezer full of cat heads. Like, you can't find nothing? Why are people not keeping up with their pets? And that's another one. Where are all of the pet owners that are complaining? Where are they at? Thousands of new jobs have been created here thanks to a successful effort by the city's leadership and Chamber of Commerce to attract new businesses in Springfield. Well, Diana, the problem with that is you got 20,000 Haitians in one town. Even if they did not have enough employees in that town to fill those jobs, the idea that they're all Haitians doesn't make sense. I mean, there's a lot of immigrants coming across the border nowadays from all Venezuela and Guatemala and just a host of countries south of the border. How does all Haitians end up in this town? Some of that sounds like it's being done by design. Ask Dominicans what they think of Haitians. Well, Dominican Republic and Haiti is on the same island, and Dominican Republic is a developing country, and Haiti is a third world country. I can tell you for a fact, rich people don't like poor people. The haves will always have problems with the have-nots because they think you're trying to force them to share or steal their resources. Just look at America. When Trump said, think about what Trump said about shithole countries. He ain't the only one that thinks that way. We tend to favor in this country immigrants that come from first world countries. We don't like immigrants that come from developing and particularly third world countries. Rich people don't like poor people. That's just the way it is. Rich people like to build walls and gates around their property and shit. They don't like poor people. So the idea that the Dominican Republicans don't like the folks in the DR, I know I'm saying this shit wrong. The folks in Dominica Republic The fact that they don't like the Haitians is obvious. The Haitians are poor. They don't want them coming over there begging and asking for handouts. They don't want nothing to do with them. Here's something I think we should do. I know a lot of people would disagree, and particularly Trump, because it is getting involved in overseas conflicts. But in my opinion, if you got a ton of people leaving your country, coming to America for a better life, especially if it's manpower that what normally strengthens a country, then we should just go over to that country and, man, I hate to say this, almost like annex it, claim it. If it's a country we didn't ruin. It's the difference if we ruined the country and they coming over here. But if it's and that's kind of hard to find countries we didn't ruin. But if it's a country we did not ruin, and most of their people are coming here, then shit, we're gonna go make your country a territory. We'll make it so you live a lot better life over there, but we're gonna, at the end of the day, you're gonna go back home to a better place. How about that? I mean, we're gonna see you back home to a better place. I mean, obviously, like Venezuela, for instance, the country is in chaos to the point where a lot of manpower is escaping. Now, Venezuela is the country that we tore apart. So, but I'm just saying, Venezuela has a lot of their manpower coming to America. We're gonna go down here and swallow it up. Swallow it up. Be like Puerto Rico or something like that. It'll be a territory of the United States. You can go home, and as long as you got the protection of the U.S. and the U.S. watching over your government, you'll have a government, as opposed to a dictator that's killing everybody like they do now. Hey, you're not in our country, but you're not wanting to come to our country anymore. You're happy where you're at. In my opinion, a lot of the labor we sent to China's not our friend. They're not our ally. Could have gave those cheap jobs to Mexicans, Venezuelans, Guatemala. Get them, let them have the call centers and shit like that. Just a little bit of money and they would stay home. They don't need to live like we do in America. Just a little bit. Even though you can have a better life in America, you got to deal with hate. You got to deal with a language barrier. You got to deal with people that don't want your ass here. Most of those folks would happily stay where they're at if it wasn't such a situation of desperation. Just improve their life a little bit, and they would have stayed there. So that's what I would do. If all your manpower's coming here, then we're going to go to your country, get that shit under control. It'll become a territory of the United States. I mean, you'll get tourism out of it, things like that. And you get to stay home. That's what I would do. All right, looking in the comments, we are fucked. The ship is sinking. Get your fuck. We're not fucked, bozo. I think the issue is looking like Kamala Harris may have a legitimate chance at winning in the right things, just like they thought with Obama and Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Biden. Every Democrat that runs for president is going to fuck the country over. They're going to turn us into socialists. Well, right now it's Venezuela. When Obama was running, it was Greece. They're going to turn us into socialist Greece. They're going to take away everybody's gun rights. Obama was going to tax us at 70%. Kamala Harris comes along and once again, she's going to do all the same shit. When Biden was running for president, if he gets elected, America's going to have a Great Depression worse than 1930. That's what they said if Biden got elected. It's not going to happen. A good economy comes and goes. This stuff goes on cycles. We've survived World War. We've survived slavery. We've survived the Civil Rights era. We've survived the Soviet Union. We will survive Kamala Harris. It ain't the end of the fucking world. We will survive that. Is there any way we can go live in Venezuela? There's got to be like 15 people left down there. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, we can live in Venezuela. Actually, there's more. Actually, Venezuela just had a election, and the politician that won, the West, including America, does not recognize him as a duly elected leader. In other words, almost like a coup. He stole the election. There's plenty of people still in Venezuela, but I think it would be pretty easy for America to go down there and give them an offer they can't refuse. Just like we did when we went to Afghanistan. We went in there and whatever leadership they had, we were like, well, we got this Hamid Karzai guy. You can either let him be the leader while we're here, or we got other ideas for you. What did Snoop Dogg say? We can handle this like gentlemen, and we can get into some gangster shit. Same thing with Venezuela. Put a few vessels on their shore. You can step down. Maybe we'll give you and your family a little bit of money, and if you want to move somewhere else, we'll make a nice life for you. Or you can stay in there and fight and lose your life. And that would be the end of them. That would be the end of that. She says they won't go back. Well, I wish we could, because we were doing fine before gas went up. That's a life tax. More to come with Kamala. Well, gas prices go up and down. I remember sky-high gas prices under George W. Bush. And then I remember Trump coming in and bragging how low gas was. 10 years from now, nobody's going to be talking about Biden's gas prices. That shit will be over with. I mean, if Trump gets elected, we won't be talking about Biden's gas prices in a year. He'll be bragging that the gas prices are low, the lowest they've been in history. This stuff comes and goes. Kamala Harris is not going to ruin the damn world. I mean, economies go in cycle. There are presidents with good economies. There are presidents with bad economies. I don't see where the airlines are empty because nobody's traveling. The NFL just started. You telling me the games are empty because nobody can afford seats? Thanksgiving's coming up. Nobody's going to eat a turkey because everybody's too poor. I'm not seeing any of that. I'm not seeing any of that. Let's annex Haiti. That would be a great idea. I would totally be down with that. I mean, Haiti over-farmed. They don't have any farmland or anything. I mean, it's just sand and dirt because they didn't follow the agricultural science, so they can't grow food. Yeah, Haiti would be a great country to annex. I would say try to keep it black, though, because it is the first country where free slaves made their own country. I don't want to go and whiten it up too damn much, but put some educated brothers over there. And it could be ran by white people or whoever leads the United States, but I do believe that Haiti would be a great place to do that too. I mean, because it's in a good climate. It could be tourism because the DR, Dominican Republic, gets plenty of tourism and cruise ships and shit. All of that could go there. It's on the same island. So it's just a line drawn down the damn island. So, yeah, all of that could go there. That would be a great country to annex, in my opinion. I believe it's still protected by England. England don't give a shit about it. Oh, you said the DR is protected by England. Okay, we can leave the DR as is. I'm talking about Haiti. This guy is just flapping his lips, saying whatever he feels. Nothing is based in fact. Dude needs some mint. After all talking that shit, says COVID-1-65. Appreciate your input, COVID. Correct me, though, by the way. You can feel free to correct me. You typed a whole bunch of nothing. I guess you just meant to insult the host. Fine. This is an uncensored program. I would have rather you type some legitimate criticism in there for me to tackle, but if it's a late hour, if you feel like talking bullshit, you can do that. And oddly enough, that's what you're accusing me of, but yet your comment was full of nothing but just bullshit. Mercy 22. You all need to go watch Jones Plantation. I've never heard of that, Mercy. Thank you for the super chat. What is it about? I've never heard of that. This independent voter cannot support Harris and Walz. It's a whole lot of independent voters that don't support or won't support Harris and Walz. So a lot of legitimate reasons not to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Just like there's a lot of legitimate reasons not to support Trump. And there are a lot of legitimate reasons to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And there are a lot of legitimate reasons to support Trump. Just depends on what your principles are. Harris is out in these streets. Okay. Future, nothing more than the present becoming the past. Yeah. There's video evidence available. COVID-165. Okay. On my TikTok page, my email address is right there. I would love it. I think it's on the front of my YouTube page as well. Email me the evidence. I'll come back and eat crow. I don't mind admitting when I'm fucking wrong. I'm not Trump. I'll apologize and admit when you got me wrong on some shit. Send me the evidence. Let me see what you got. Wasn't Tim Walsh that guy who was saying he did? I do believe that is accurate. Him suggesting that he carried a rifle in war that he did not. But this is once again where just like when I mentioned the debate where Kamala Harris could have said any damn thing because Trump said so many wild things. It's hard to bring up a lie that Tim Walsh said about he was in the military when Trump's talking about eating dogs and cats. If Kamala Harris and Tim Walsh was running against Nikki Haley or somebody like that, I think you'd have a really strong point. But Trump though said a lot of things that are not true. I mean, okay, Tim Walsh talked about carrying a firearm in combat, and he never served in combat. That's a lie. But then you got Trump out at Arlington Cemetery fighting with the folks to do photo ops. I mean, that's military related. He just did something else I can't even remember that's even more recent than the Arlington thing that was military related. What else did he just do? Shit, I can't even think of it. But it's hard to point out Tim Walsh, and then if you're going to ignore all the stuff that Trump is doing. He just did something else that I cannot think of that was military related. But he's constantly doing things that are controversial. No dictator is in a democracy. That's true. You say in the comments, Scotty C, he was invited by the family. Yes, he was invited by the family of the deceased to Arlington Cemetery. That doesn't mean there's no rules, though. There still are rules you follow when you're at the cemetery. If they say in this particular section you're not allowed to take political photos, the family inviting you doesn't exclude you from that. Not only that, but according to the folks at the Arlington Cemetery, and maybe you disagree with this, but they claim they told them what they were doing was against the rules and they fought to do it anyway. Getting an invite from the family doesn't exclude that. So yeah, you're bringing up Tim Walsh and ignoring that, but there is something else I cannot remember. He did something else even more so. Oh shit, what was it? Damn, it's something recent. It'll come to my mind in a minute. Something that just happened within a week. Something else he just did military wise. Oh, it also suggesting that, and this is before the Arlington thing, comparing and I can't remember the other one he done more recent, but something before the Arlington, comparing the Medal of Honor to the Medal of Freedom. I mean, if you're going to bring up Tim Walsh, military, I mean, Trump got a lot of stuff he's done. My war heroes don't get captured. I mean, Trump has done a lot of things. Folks are suggesting that he said there were suckers and losers. Running against Nikki Haley, you got a point. You don't got a point against Trump. Bringing up Tim Walsh military stuff when the opposition is Trump, it's going to be a hard sell. Like all that you've done talking about is enough said. Everyone knows what Trump is about. That ain't true. That is not true. A lot of people got a different opinion of Trump than the next man. He gave all the school kids free lunch. What's the point? Tim, so cameras are illegal in Arlington. Like I said, it doesn't. They came and told him what you're doing is in violation of the rules and they fought back is all you really need to know. That right there to me that's it. The fact that you fought back is kind of all you need to know. Matthew, if she's biracial and her dad is black and Jamaican, it makes sense that she could be black. Why is that coming up? Whether Kamala Harris is black or not. Why is that even? Let me tell you something. There are only, I believe, 5 things an American can be. If you're born here in America on American soil, you're either white, black, Hispanic, Asian, or Native American. That's it. That's it. If your parents are born in Germany and they come here, move into New York somewhere, and they give birth to you here in New York, You're an American. You're not German. You're a white American. That's it. So Kamala Harris's parents coming to America and giving birth to her here, how does she become a Jamaican or an Indian? She has Jamaican ancestry. She has Indian ancestry. She's an American. Does she even have a passport of citizenship or residency in any of those places? She's not a Jamaican. She has Jamaican ancestry. She's a black American. That's all you can be. Just like you see a lot of whites on St. Patrick's Day honoring their Irish heritage, but they're white Americans. They don't go around calling themselves Irish. They're white Americans. Nobody goes around claiming that they are the country of their parents' origin if the parents was born in a different country. That never happens. White, black, Asian, Hispanic, or Native American. That's it. You're one of those if you're born in America. That is it. You're not born in America and somebody call you Russian. If you looked at her birth certificate, I think she was born in Oakland. What do you think is on her birth certificate? You think it says Jamaican-Indian on the birth certificate? That ain't on there. I can tell you that ain't on there. She's black, period. It don't say Jamaican-Indian on her birth certificate. It says black. My dad was Trinidadian. I'm American from Harvey, Illinois. I'm quite familiar with Harvey, Illinois. I'm from Chicago, and if you're from Harvey, 128th and Emerald, one block east of Halstead, I think it is. So Harvey, you're right down the street from where I used to live at. She's not African. No, she's not African American. That's a good point, sample example. No, she's not African American. She's American. She's a black American. So, and by the way, though, the blacks in Jamaica, they're part of the slave trade. I did my own DNA, and it shows the different countries that I'm from over in West Africa. The black folks in Jamaica and in Dominican Republic, we brought them up. A lot of those Caribbean islands, Bahamas, all of them folks are part of the slave trade. The only difference between Kamala Harris, her black ancestors, and maybe my black ancestors, is the boat stopped and let some of them off here and let some of them off in Jamaica. All of that shit came from Africa. She's part of the same ancestry. People need to know how things went. I mean, we don't talk about foreign history that much, but it's all the same shit. She's same ancestry as the black descendants of slaves in this country. She's part of that. Why are you spending so much time talking about things that don't matter? You need to be better. These things are nothing more than distractions. Who cares what she is? Substance matters. Well, people do care about it. I agree with you. It doesn't matter. I agree with you. It shouldn't be mentioned. I can't even pronounce your name there. Musa Strata or something. I agree. It should not matter. But folks are viewing Kamala Harris as someone who says she's Indian and Jamaican and when she's actually black, which I don't know. But they're viewing her as inauthentic. They're saying that she lies about her heritage or racial lie. I mean, there are people who may vote because of this. So it does matter, if only to a small degree. But she's black. I mean, if you look at her upbringing, if you look at the people she hung around in college, and the sororities, she's black. She's absolutely. I'm pretty certain that going to an HBCU, they weren't calling her Indian and Jamaican in there. I mean, I'm sure her school ID, all of that shit, everything she got, driver's license, birth, all that shit says black on it. It doesn't say Indian, Jamaican. I don't care about skin tone. It's the overall actions that count. But on a side note, Harris's skin tone isn't black. It's sort of light brown. Okay. She's half black. Obama's light brown. Everybody ain't as black as my dark ass. I mean, he was mixed. She's mixed. She's not 100% black. Best. Okay, thank you. Jamaicans don't even say they are black. Well, because they're not competing with white people. If you live in a country where everybody, for the most part, is the same, you don't have to use terms to differentiate them. My guess is people in Switzerland ain't walking around saying they're white. I mean, you need that in America because you got different kinds of people. If you are a victim and you're saying something happened to you and the police ask you to describe who broke in your house and describe who ripped you off, they're going to ask you about skin color. Because in America, there's a bunch of, if you're in Switzerland, they probably won't even ask you skin color. If you're in Russia, skin color won't even, how tall was he? How much did he weigh? What color was his hair? What color was his eyes? They probably won't even ask you much about skin color. It comes up in America because everybody's different. In Jamaica, not so much. Not so much. I'd rather have Vivek. Bozo, you probably would have a stronger chance at winning. I know MAGA thinks I'm full of shit on this one, but I really think Kamala Harris was your candidate. Not Kamala Harris. Jesus, not Kamala. Nikki Haley. I'm having a Biden moment with that, but I really, really think Nikki Haley was your candidate. MAGA, I get it. Trump is your man. You're really not trying to have anybody else but Trump, up to and including Vivek. Trump was already saying Vivek was not MAGA. When folks started favoring Vivek, Trump came out and said, well, no, he's not MAGA. He was about to shame Vivek as well. You're seeing plenty of MAGA all of a sudden talking about Vivek's Indian heritage and shit. I mean, you guys are really gung-ho about Trump when you could get most of Trump's policies out of a lot of those other candidates without the baggage. I say it all the time. Remember the 90s beer commercials? Taste great, less filling? You could have got that out of some of those folks. I mean, okay, so you don't get 100% of Trump. Let's say you get 85% of Trump's policies. That's still way better than Kamala Harris if you're on the right. That's still infinitely better than Biden or Kamala Harris. Why not go with something that's closer to a sure thing than something that's going to be competitive? You would have, if Kamala Harris had a win against Biden, it would have been a slaughter. You would have easily won. I mean, I hate to say it, but out of the 9 candidates that were trying to primary, I think it was Chris Christie, Vivek, Tim Scott was in that mix, Nikki Haley, the governor of North Dakota was up there. I think Trump is probably one of the most toxic candidates you could have picked. I get you like the policies. You like the small government. You could have got that out of all of those folks. Most of those folks are going to give you that without all of the derangement syndrome that you guys talk about that's hurting Trump. You wouldn't have got all of that. You could have got the dude without all the drama. And I think Nikki Haley would have really been stronger because she would have got a lot of the women's vote too. Trump got my vote, and I'm pushing my views on everyone I know. Jesus, Eric. Since Trump got my vote, and I'm pushing my views on everyone. Well, good luck with that. You may win. Trump could win. I'm not saying he's going to lose. By the way, I want to let you guys know, even though I'm not taking callers tonight because I want to speak solely to MAGA, because usually my TikTok audience is left. We are here Monday through Friday. Feel free to subscribe to the program. This is what we do. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. So understand, regardless of what you may think of my policies or how I feel politically or some of the shit I'm saying, even if you think it's fucked up, you have the right to criticize the host. I'll read your comments. I'll tackle your comments. I'll answer your comments. Sometimes I'll push back and tell you your comment is full of shit, but that's how free speech works. This is free speech here, folks. This is free speech. We don't tell you got to be liberal or you got to be MAGA. We believe in everybody being able to speak. So if you enjoy that type of dialogue, go ahead and subscribe to the program. Sometimes you sound anti-American, says Dirt Durder. I can see that. Sometimes everybody sounds anti-American, depending on your opinion. Now, you hear the things I say and come to the conclusion that it sounds anti-American. Well, you know, when Michelle Obama got up there and said, for the first time, I feel like I'm okay in America, and people said she sounded anti-American. But then Trump gets up there and says America's a laughing stock. Our military is depleted. People don't respect. I mean, he's nothing but negative shit about the country. And nobody says he doesn't sound like he doesn't like America. So I think it depends on how your ear is tuned. You hear a liberal criticize the country, unpatriotic, he doesn't like America. But you'll hear Trump criticize the country. Well, he wants to fix it. He wants to do better. Well, then you're just judging his comments more favorably. But Trump is very critical of the United States. Says a lot of anti-American things. So it depends on what your ear is. I appreciate your comment, though. No, he said the rest of the world thinks we are weak. Yeah, right. In folks who are in the military putting their life on the line, then why the hell am I training? Why the hell am I out here fighting for freedom if you're telling me we look weak? So it depends on how you view it. If you favor Trump, you don't see shithole cities, for instance. How pro-American is that? The stuff he says about Chicago, is that pro-American? Yeah, he obviously ain't doing nothing to help Chicago. Trump was president for 4 years, and he criticized the shit out of liberal cities like Baltimore and Chicago. Even in Milwaukee, when he had the Republican National Convention up there are reports, and I'm going to say reports because I didn't hear him say it verbatim, but there are reports that say he referred to Milwaukee as a shithole. Why are we having a Republican convention here? That's not pro-American, criticizing your own cities. Like I said, if you don't like the liberals, their criticism of America is unpatriotic and anti-American. And the same stuff that Trump says, well, he's trying to fix the country. You just view it differently. But Trump is saying a lot of anti-American shit. That's why you want open borders. I don't know what that means. I don't know what I said to indicate I want open borders. I've been bashing Kamala on the border all damn night. Maybe you just tuned in. I don't know. Open opportunity economy, lowering rent prices, building homes, and making home buy-in more affordable, says Diana Nelson. Yeah, and that's the things that Trump is saying. I'm pro-America because I want to do what you said. Opportunity economy, lowering rent prices, building more homes, making home buy-in more affordable. I'm helping out Americans. Well, Kamala Harris could say, I'm for lowering the minimum wage. I'm for giving uninsured Americans universal health care. I'm for helping Americans further their education by removing tuition and giving them cuts. Both of them could say it. Both of them could say it. But if you favor one or the other, you only going to hear what you want to hear. You're going to tell me increasing minimum wage doesn't help out any Americans? Giving universal health care doesn't help out anybody in America? Only Trump stuff does, huh? All right, looking at the comments real quick. No soldier in a combat war zone. What the fuck? What does that mean? And they have some dirt on them that's going to come out soon. That's, this is part of the whole drain the swamp thing that leaves me baffled. If Trump has dirt on people, why the hell is he putting a condition where I got to get elected to tell you? In other words, there are corrupt people leading this country. And if you don't elect me, I'm going to just let them keep doing it, which essentially means you're blackmailing the whole fucking country. If you don't give me what I want, I'm not going to tell you what I know on these people. Even though what they're doing is bad for America, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to let them keep fucking you over. How does that make him look like a good leader? That doesn't make sense. If you know some shit, why not tell us now? Why do you have to get elected to tell us? Maybe if you told us now, it would help your chances of getting elected. But hearing this shit where I gotta elect you first, like it's some kind of black. So in other words, if you don't get elected, you ain't gonna tell me, huh? That ain't pro-American at all, in my opinion. And I can't pronounce the name. Ambassador Simmons from New Jersey says it's classified. Well, if it's classified, how do you know it? If you learned it while you were president, why didn't you tell us then? Why did you serve 4 years and leave office and not tell us all this shit? You promised to drain the swamp. You don't get to blackmail us for the presidency. If you're worth the job, we'll give you the job back. But this blackmailing shit don't sound good. She is second in charge for the past 4 years and is responsible as the rest of the administration. Nothing will change, but only will get worse. That's not true, Kalis. There are people who believe that Trump gave us the best economy in recent memory. We didn't have global affairs going on. We didn't have a lot of wars going on. Some folks just feel that they felt safer in this country when Trump was president. Yet, we're crediting Kamala Harris for the failures of the Biden administration that you're seeing. And nobody's giving credit to Mike Pence. If the economy in the country is being ran so great under Trump, why aren't you celebrating Mike Pence? I haven't heard anybody talking about the Pence economy or how there were no wars under Pence. So the idea that Kamala Harris is responsible and Mike Pence is not getting any credit shows the vice president doesn't do shit. Just like you don't hear nobody celebrating Al Gore or George H.W. when he was under Reagan. Vice president don't do any of that stuff. It's just that Joe Biden stepped down, and now you got to run against his VP, and you're short on content because there really is not a lot to give her credit for doing or for doing wrong, other than the border. I do believe she fucked up the border, but other than that, or she's part of the fuck up, I'll say that. I do believe she's part of it. Other than that, you don't have any content. So you're blaming her for the economy. You're blaming her for the botched evacuation in Afghanistan. She doesn't sign any executive orders, nothing. The only thing she could possibly be a part of is she sometimes is a tie-breaking vote on Senate bills. But for the most part, Kamala Harris ain't responsible for that stuff. That's Joe Biden shit. Just like you're not giving Mike Pence credit for all of the things you're celebrating that Trump did. I don't know why Russians love cigarettes, but you know how many Native Americans, so I like to smoke. I don't know where that's going. Kaler reptiles and aquatics. Well, if you said I'm wrong, then why do I not hear the Republicans talking about how great the Mike Pence economy was? We didn't have any wars under Mike Pence. I don't hear any of that. If I'm wrong and the VP is responsible for what happens under the president, why is Mike Pence not getting any credit at all? Real quick in the comments, you are gaslighting, man. She never acknowledged her bad border policies. True. I just said she fucked up on the border. I don't give her any good marks on the border. Not only did she not acknowledge it, she stated there was no problem at all. I concede the border. It's all the other shit you guys are trying to add in there is where I have an issue with. That's about the clown from California. Another thing you could criticize Kamala Harris on legitimately is telling people that Biden's cognitive decline was non-existent. That's a legitimate criticism. That's a legitimate criticism that she and a lot of other Democrats were lying about Biden's cognitive abilities. The June 27 debate showed that. That's legitimate criticism. But some of this economy and evacuation in Afghanistan stuff is not. And by the way, on Biden's cognitive abilities, yeah, I don't disagree with that. But as I stated earlier, she's running against Trump. And there's a lot of things Trump said that are lies to her. I don't think most Americans believe he was telling the truth when he said he didn't sleep with Stormy Daniels. Trump has lied about a lot of stuff. So go figure. That's why I keep saying Nikki Haley would have trounced the Democrats because she doesn't have all of these counterpoints. Almost everything you can point out bad about the liberals, there's something to push back on that Trump did that's similar. That wouldn't be around if it was Nikki Haley. We wouldn't have all of that stuff. So I really believe Nikki Haley would have been the candidate, but you guys hated her. Hated her. Who cares? Says Pure Blood. All right, I answered your question in detail. He responds with who cares. Vice president can get a lot of shit done if they want. Says, well, I don't know about that. They can't really get a lot of shit done if the president doesn't authorize it. They don't have control of the executive branch. So they don't have the pen. Remember Obama was talking about I control the pen. They don't have that. So I'm not saying they can't get anything done, but certainly when it comes to the economy, the vice president is not involved in that. I'm all about Trump's team having to watch ballot boxes so the Dems can't stuff ballot boxes. I would like to see some solid evidence of the Democrats actually doing that. I watched Dinesh D'Souza's 2000 Mules 6 times. And what I'm seeing is that the Republicans, or at least the Trump supporters, I won't say Republicans because most Republicans in Washington don't believe Trump won. It's MAGA. What I saw in regards to the 2020 election is the claim that everything that looked suspicious was suspicious and it was against Trump. That's how MAGA viewed it. Like you mentioned stuffing ballot boxes. In 2000 Mules, they showed folks coming to and from a mailbox 3 o'clock in the morning over and over again. They also used cell phone data to show vehicles constantly coming near a mailbox or whatever over and over again. And what they did was assumed that every time that person came near the mailbox on cell phone, or every time they went back to the mailbox, they were stuffing ballots or whatever you want to call it, and they were doing it in favor of the Democratic Party. There's no evidence of that, though. You could go to court and say, look, here's the footage I have of somebody constantly coming back and forth to this mailbox. This is fraud. The judge would look at you and say, yeah, that does look like fraud. But can you prove that every time they came back, all those were Democrat votes? How do you know they weren't Trump votes? You don't get the right to just assume what's on the ballots. Almost all of the Democrats, when they say the election was stolen and that Trump won, every reason they give you only works if you add assumptions to it. None of that stuff works on its face. Dead people were voting. Okay, who did they vote for? Well, I assume they voted for Democrats. Illegal immigrants are voting. Who did they vote for? I assume illegal immigrants vote for Democrats. Prove it. You can't prove. This is why the 60 court cases never made it in the courts, because they need proof. They don't need assumptions. You can't come. There were a bunch of ballots thrown in the river. Okay, well, who were the ballots in favor of? Well, the Democrats. The whole method of operation was, we believe Republicans are honest and Democrats cheat. So we assume anything that didn't look right is cheating in favor of Democrats. You can't go in court with that. Okay, and there's no proof at all that all of this stuff was in favor of the Democrats. And Dinesh D'Souza, if you're watching the movie, at the end of the movie, it tallies up all the fraudulent votes and says all of those would have went to Trump and he would have won the election. How do you know all of those votes were in favor of Biden? Just made it up. And that's why the producers of 2000 Mules stated they won't even distribute it anymore. That is also why the Republicans in Washington, like a day and a half after it came out, I think Attorney General Barr was like, this ain't shit. This don't mean shit. Because keep in mind, folks, most of the politicians in Washington, they have a JD, a judicial degree. Most of them are lawyers. They know this stuff ain't gonna work. They watch 2000 Mules. Most of the questions I'm asking, I'm sure they sitting there watching that. Like, this doesn't prove anything. Also, look at the way the investigation was done. Dinesh D'Souza, proving that Trump won the election. He goes to Wisconsin. He goes to Milwaukee. He goes to Michigan. He goes to Detroit. He goes to Pennsylvania. He goes to Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. He goes to Georgia. He goes to Atlanta. He goes to Arizona. He goes to Phoenix. Well, okay, well, what's happening in Eau Claire, Wisconsin? What's happening in Savannah, Georgia? Escanaba, Michigan? All of your investigations are being performed in Democrat parts of those states. Is there any possibility they may be cheating in the red areas of these states? I don't know. I didn't go there. I only assumed Democrats were cheating, so I only did my investigations in Democratic areas. Meaning that Republicans could have been cheating their asses off in red parts of all of those states because he never went there. The whole investigation of 2000 Mules is biased. The only people that walked out of 2000 Mules at the theater or saw it online and thought that that was the know-all, end-all to show the election was stolen from Trump are people who already believed it before they started watching it. People who he was essentially speaking to the choir. If you watched it objectionably, you're going to come to the same conclusion that I did. Whereas, yeah, they might have cheated Trump, but this isn't proof. This is all assumptions. This is all assumptions. Like I said, within 48 hours, the Republicans in Washington stated, this doesn't say anything. Because they knew you can't go to court with assumptions. You got to go to court with evidence. Look at it in the comments, though. Why bring up evidence so it can be thrown out? What? That's how court works. What do you mean? Why bring up? If you got solid evidence, certainly if you're the president of the United States, you got solid evidence somebody's doing something wrong, they're not going to throw it out, considering that many of those judges were appointed by Trump himself. Why would they throw his evidence out? And I answered Walter Torres. The answer is no on that. I'd have to block you. Then go serve your country and do it. Don't know what that means. The courts are honest? No, but the idea that they're only, look, you said I'm not going to say the courts are always honest, but if you've had 60 different judges tell you the same answer, it's hard to buy that all 60 of those judges were working together. Certainly if they got their job from you, I don't buy it. I mean, 60 different judges all over America, many appointed by him, that they just all in sync, dishonest. No, it doesn't work like that. Maybe 10% or 30% of them are dishonest, or not like that. I mean, that would be like me coming home. That would be like me taking a trip across the country. And by car, I come home after 2 weeks and I got like 30 speeding tickets from various highways, various counties all over the country. And I tell you, this shows you how dishonest the cops are. Throw those 30 tickets on the table. Would you believe that? That all of these different cops, they got nothing to do with each other all over the country pulling me over. And I'm saying they all dishonest. These are all bullshit. Would you believe that? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. So it's hard to believe that all 60 of those judges were dishonest against Trump. Look at it in the comments. Yeah, that's a good old boy network works. Why do Democrats fight getting rid of loopholes and doing live voting with valid ID? Well, I can push on a few things. The Democrats want it to be easier to vote. The Republicans want it to be harder to vote. Now, there's pros and cons to both. If you make it easier to vote, you increase the chances of fraud happening. The less checks and balances, the easier it is for people to find a way to cheat. Democrats want it to be easier to vote because at the end of the day, higher voter turnout works for the Democratic Party. Now, the Republicans want it to be harder to vote. Now, the pros and cons of that is, if you make it harder to vote, it's harder to commit fraud. But the con is, if you make it harder to vote, you also end up preventing legitimate people from casting their votes. Such as all of a sudden people in these long ass lines and they get out of line because they were sweating, or they don't have 8 hours to vote, 8 hours to waste on voting. That was a legitimate voter that got out of that line that shouldn't have been 8 hours long. Or a person that's disabled or elderly, you're telling them they need an ID and they need to come down to a polling place. They're at home in a wheelchair and their aunt or their son is not around to take them to the polling place when they should have been able to mail in a vote. That's a legitimate voter. You don't stop them from voting. So the right makes it harder to vote. Like I said, it makes it harder to commit fraud. But what you do is you hurt innocent voters. A lot of innocent voters, like I mentioned, signature match is another thing the Republicans were using. I don't think I could make my signature look the same as it did on my license 6 or 7 years ago, guaranteed. Maybe, maybe not. Does that mean I should lose my voting right because my signature doesn't match? Well, they do that. Another one they did was cleaning the voter rolls. If you skip a couple elections and don't vote, even though you had the legal right to vote, they purge you from the voter rolls. So you need to re-register to vote. They were doing that in Ohio. So now all of a sudden, maybe you decided not to vote for George W. Bush the 2 times he was in office, and you really didn't like Al Gore or John Kerry. So you just skipped those 2 elections and didn't vote at all. But then when Obama ran, you wanted to vote for Obama. And they don't tell you they're purging you from the voter rolls. So you are a legal voter that has a legal right to vote. You go down there and vote, and they can throw it out because you've been purged from the voter rolls without your knowledge. They're not going to tell you this before election day so you can go down there and vote again and get it. No, your vote didn't count. That's what the right is doing. So the right is making it harder to vote and getting rid of people who could legitimately vote, and the left leaves it open for fraud. It happens on both sides. Hey, if you can't handle, be bothered to get up off your couch to vote or get a valid ID, I can't be bothered to listen to your low information opinions. Well, fair enough. You can have that mindset, but here's my take on it. You can buy a fucking house online. Why is the internet unsafe to vote? You can transfer $1 million without ever going to the fucking bank online. But it's unsafe to let people vote? That doesn't make sense to me. You can do a whole lot of things online. Nowadays, facial recognition software, fingerprint scanners, you're going to tell me that if I go down to a polling place and hand my ID to some old lady and she hold it up and look at my ID and look at my face, that is more secure than a computerized face scanner and fingerprint scanner? Really? The only reason we going into polling places, as what I stated, is to make that shit a little bit more harder to do. You can have remote voting that is far more secure than having some old person hold up an ID. Are we trying to suggest that machines are less accurate than human eyesight? I mean, some of them folks that are at polling places are senior citizens. That person looking at my face and my ID is going to be more accurate than a machine? Look, folks, the end goal is to make your ass get up off the couch and go in to vote. Because if you have to do extra work, some people ain't going to show up. The goal is not accuracy. The goal is to add a hurdle so you won't do it. Any machine can be hacked. Yeah, and any grandma can make a fucking mistake looking at the ID. Any grandma can make the mistake looking at somebody's ID. So you say machines can be hacked, grandma can make a mistake, but yet you're still okay with grandma. Like I said, if you can buy a house online and nobody's worried about it being hacked, why can't you vote? All the other things you can do online. You can request a replacement social security card, all of that stuff. But voting? Okay. All right, they have push for video. How is that harder than mail? What do you mean push? They have push for video. I don't quite get what that point. What do you mean push for video? Explain that. I'm just simply saying that the right wants to make it hard to vote. Not only do they require you come in and vote in person, heavily populated towns. If you notice, like, did you hear about these 8-9 hour lines? People were in line for 8 hours to vote. Notice that only happens in liberal cities that are in Republican states. So there's a bunch of very heavily populated liberal cities in liberal states. That wasn't happening there. It's only happening in liberal cities in Republican states. Because you know anybody that's in that 8 hour line that gets out of line is almost guaranteed to be a Democrat. The governor of those states could easily, so we're going to have a certain amount of polling places per 100,000 residents. Nobody should be in line for 8 hours to vote. Nobody. If the line is more than 2 hours long, open up another polling place. It's as simple as that. Well, no, we don't want that. Yeah, because it's making it easier to vote. We want them in line for 8 hours. Don't give them no water. Don't do nothing to help their ass. Because we know if they get out of line, that's one less Democrat. It's done intentionally. It's done to make it harder to vote. And as a result, people who can legitimately vote don't do so. Give them incentives to go home and say, fuck it. It's done intentionally. Why did they start wearing gloves then? Huh? Explain that a little bit more. Now this came from Christy Darrington. I admire your desperate will to stay ignorant, even with all the facts you have gotten for a long time. I wish you had stated some of those facts in your comment, Christy. Otherwise, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you don't care enough about the issues to vote in person, I don't want you to have a say in how our country is run anyway. Yeah, that makes no sense to me. Because this person this person wants to vote remotely, so that means they don't give a damn about the country. When I went to vote, I went to a fucking mall. I went to a library one year. That ain't got shit to do with my patriotism. Nothing to do with that at all. Look up. I've stated plenty. Well, I didn't see your comments there. I'm actually talking. You're not the only one commenting, Christy. I'm willing to entertain your damn comments. You ain't the only one commenting. Explain how voting by recording video with ID is harder than mail. Explain how voting by recording video with ID. So what are you saying? I hold up a video with my ID. Where am I at? Am I at the polling place? Am I at home? Elaborate a little bit more on that. Explain how voting by recording video with ID is harder than mail. Mail is the easiest way you can vote, other than allowing you to use your laptop at home. Mail is the easiest way you can vote. I don't see any problem with giving an American a password that is connected to their social security number and letting them go online and vote. Now, I understand what folks are saying, well, the system can be hacked into and all of this shit. You wouldn't do anything online if that was your excuse to not do it. Everything can be hacked into. Oftentimes it happens. But if we stop doing things on computer on the grounds that it can be hacked into, you wouldn't. I mean, how many folks have sensitive jobs dealing with our resources, like banking funds, or whether it's your energy companies, your water supply, all of that shit's done online, and we do it. But voting is so sensitive. Well, that might get hacked into. Then why have computers? Yeah, there may be some hacking that goes on every now and then. True. In my opinion, no matter what you do, nothing is hack proof. Remember Rudolph Giuliani talking about Ruby Freeman and the mom and daughter team were passing USB drives like vials of crack? or they were complaining that the polling officials were making them stand back 25 feet instead of 6, or that they were closing windows in polling offices. None of that has anything to do with computers, and you still were complaining. If you want to cheat, you can cheat. Isn't this what the Second Amendment folks say? If you ban guns, people will just find another way. If you ban computers, they can't find another way. I mean, if you really want to cheat on the election that bad, pay off a polling official. I mean, if that's your fancy is cheating on the election, you're going to tell me making a person come in and vote is foolproof? You can always find another way. Fake IDs, you're going to tell me computers can be hacked, but IDs can't be faked? It makes no sense. Everything can be hacked, including grandma at the polling place. Everything can be hacked. Register to vote with your fingerprint, and when you vote, the prints will match. Yeah, my thing is it's just like this. When you go get your driver's license, at that time, you should be allowed to register to vote. And as if you are, because illegal immigrants can get driver's license too. But if you are not illegal, well, maybe illegals too, but I know immigrants can get driver's. I don't know about illegal, but immigrants can certainly get driver's license. But if you are an American citizen, when you go down to the DMV to get your driver's license, if you are an American citizen, they should put the word vote on your driver's license, meaning that you're an American citizen and this person on this license is a voter. That's your voting ID. That's it. That is your voting ID. And I believe that the government should just give those to the citizens. No charge. It's just a piece of plastic with a little bit of ink on it. Ink in the form of words, ink in the form of your picture. You're talking millions of those things that would cost less than 10 cents a piece. The government should just give those to the people. That way everybody got a voter ID. If you got a state ID or a driver's license, when you go down to get your state ID or your driver's license, if you are a U.S. citizen, they will put the word voter on that identification card, and you can then use that to vote with. That would remove that. By the way, there are all kinds of scanning devices on your driver's license. You can scan it on the front, you can scan it on the back. It is highly scannable. I don't see why you can't use that shit on a computer. Or, and also one of the things I would also give people the ability to do, I don't know how many people would do it, but I think some would. When you go renew your driver's license, if you already feel confident you're going to vote Democrat or Republican in the next presidential election, you should be able to cast your ballot at that point. When you go renew your driver's license every 4 or 5 years, there's an election coming up in 3 years. Are you likely to vote? Even if you don't know who the candidates are, a lot of people already still know I lean left or I lean right. You can go ahead and put down on you can go ahead and cast my vote, at least at the national level, for the Republican. I'm for small government. I know the liberals ain't gonna ever be for that. So you can already put the way we're doing things is so damn old fashioned. It don't have to be done that way. It ain't the safest way to do things. It ain't the best way. I think it's the most hindrance way, and folks want it to be like that. We should implement blockchain technology in our elections, secure, anonymous, yet public and trackable. I'm fine with all of that. Here's what I don't get. The right believes that illegal immigrants are voting en masse. Let's say I'm a Guatemalan citizen. Me and my boy been dying to improve our quality of life and move to America. I just don't have the guts to walk all the way through Mexico and all that shit. But he does it. He actually comes to me one day. I'm sitting on the porch, man. I'm gonna go. Me and my wife, we about to leave. I got the kids. It's gonna take us a couple months to walk up there, but we out of here. He leaves, and several months later, I receive a letter in the mail from him stating we made it. Picture of him in front of an American house or apartment or something that he's living in, and he's happy about his job, and he's on his way. I'm jealous. He made the trek. He's there now. 2 months later, I come outside and he's on the porch back in Guatemala with a sad face, a frowning. The fuck are you doing back here? You were able to sneak into America. Why are you here? What happened? What did you get caught? Because these are illegal. Did you get? Yeah, man, they caught up with me. What happened? I was trying to vote. And they caught me at the polling place. You realize how you had the American dream. You walked all of that distance, got into the country. Out of all of the things you could have done there in a country of 350, you chose to fucking vote. Knowing you, does that make sense? You were able to get into it. Instead of laying low, you went to cast one vote in a country of 350 million people. You got sent home for that. That's like breaking into a bank after hours and stealing the pins, stealing a few ballpoint pins. That makes no fucking sense at all. That you would come to this country illegally and risk all that shit to cast one vote. That's it. The idea that this is happening in mass, that sounds dumb as fuck. You got sent home. You walked through Mexico, did all of that shit to sneak in the country. You didn't rob a bank. You didn't steal a bunch of money to send home. You tried to vote. That's what you tried to. You tried to vote. That ain't happening. It's just silly to even think that is what. That ain't happening to any great level at all. That is. I wish voting was mandatory like in Australia. I do agree with you, Babette Lens. I do agree with that. You need some sleep, handsome. You're not making any sense tonight. Well, what I like is the fact that, because my TikTok audience leans mostly left, my Maga is on the YouTube side. I'm not making sense because my predominant audience now is MAGA. I'm not speaking Maggese. While I agree with some of the things on the right, I agree with Trump, I agree with MAGA on some things, but the things I disagree on, I sound dumb as fuck. MAGA doesn't really entertain opposing opinions. So I'm talking mostly to MAGA now. So yeah, of course none of this stuff all of this stuff sounds stupid. It would make much more sense if I told you somebody walked 2,000 miles barefoot to vote for Biden. That makes sense. That makes sense to MAGA. It doesn't make sense to me. We should implement, I saw your comment about that. Trump, 4 years, no new wars. That happened under Trump. We didn't have any. Well, we had the Syrian conflict, but it wasn't as in depth as it is now. I don't know if that was Trump's fault, but under Trump, we didn't have anywhere near as many conflicts. But I don't know if I would say that Trump is the reason that didn't happen. The thing is, it's not all MAGA supporters, Trump dude. Huh? The thing is, it's not all MAGA supporter Trump dude. Something's wrong there. Christy, yes, you may. My email address is on the front of my screen there. I was a Democrat who voted for Obama, and I'm done with the Democratic Party. MAGA and Democrats have switched policies. Really? You voted for Obama, and you're now done with the Democratic Party because they've switched policies. So what policies has Trump adopted from Obama, and what policies has Kamala Harris adopted from the Republican Party? Can you make that make sense to me? Tell me what you said. They switched policies. I don't see that. I don't see that at all. Dr. Cornel West is running, brother. Yeah, he is. Still haven't said why video with ID is harder than mail. I asked you, okay, if a video with ID, are you saying I hold up my driver's license? Because I was trying to get clarity from you is why I didn't answer it. Okay, I hold up my driver's license. Somebody takes a video of me. Is that at home? Is that at the polling place? I don't quite get what you're saying there. If it's done, now, where was that comment at? Video with ID. I want to read some more of that. I wanted to read that. You said I still haven't told you why. Okay, video with ID is hard. If I take a video with my ID, maybe it's got the scan code on it, the barcode or something you're reading for. If I do that if I take a video of my ID and you find that to be legitimate enough to let me vote, why can't I do it from home? The video doesn't change when I go to the polling place. My face, because you can use the video to use facial recognition and everything. Why do I need to be in the polling place to take that video? I can do that at the house. I can do that at the DMV. I can do that at a CVS. Like when you take passport photos, you talk about something somebody would want to really do fraudulently. Passport photos, you can do a lot more things that are beneficial to you by faking a passport photo than faking a ballot. And yet, look at all of the ways you can take passport photos. You can go to the post office, you can go to Walgreens, you can go to CVS. You don't have to go to one specific place to do that. And you can, like I said, a fake passport is far more valuable to a citizen than a fake ballot. And they let you take them motherfuckers everywhere. So I go take a photo, as you stated. Why not take that at a CVS, Walgreens, or somewhere? As long as the Walgreens has been viewed as trustable by the government, just like they are with the passports, I go in there and boom, I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. The right would not favor that because that makes voting easier. If I could all of a sudden vote in all of these additional places, it makes voting easier. There's not going to be an 8-hour line to vote anywhere. The right would be totally against that. But I'm fine with the live video with idea. I'm totally fine with that. Hold up your driver's license. It's got your picture and information on there next to your face. Flip it over, turn it to the back. It's got shit you can scan on there. Okay, and vote. I'd be fine with that. The right would not agree with that, though. Passports are a waste of money unless you leave the country. I wouldn't have any bullshit. A passport's an ID. You can do a lot with a passport. Anywhere that an ID is accepted, other than driving a car, because you can't use a passport for a driver's license. Anywhere else, a passport is accepted as an ID. So a lot you can do with a passport. Yeah, I totally disagree with you on that. Bank accounts, you go apply for a job, you can use a passport as an ID. I mean, a fake passport is very valuable. Which is why you see all of these spy movies. You're talking about stuff like, what is the one, Matt Damon, the Born Identity? They got a bunch of passports. Passports are very valuable. It's illegal to make it mandatory for a passport. No, I didn't say you have to. I said passports are more valuable to the average American scammer than casting one fraudulent ballot. And you can get passport photos taken all over the place, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about making it mandatory to get a passport. I'm saying that if we're willing to trust Americans to take passport photos and basically fill out a passport application in all of these different locations, why you can't do the same for a ballot? Like I said, I can go to a CVS or a Walgreens, take a passport photo and the information that I write down. They don't assume it's my brother or my cousin or a fake person in there doing it. They let you do that. So why can't you vote that way? If it's safe enough to let you get a passport, it should be safe enough to let you vote. That's what I was saying. My crooked ass cousin tried to steal my dad's passport and green card when he was on his deathbed, and I kicked her out. Yikes. Tupac said, "I'm no killer, but do not push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy." I like that track. Who are you voting for and why? Ooh, I leave. Everything under Trump was bad. I would love to get Trump's fuel prices back. I like the fact that we didn't have a lot of conflicts going on. But Trump is promising to give police immunity from prosecution in liberal cities where I live at. I don't have a criminal record. My record is cleaner than most cops. But the thought of being, now I drive 90, 100 miles a day for work. I drive a lot. The idea that I could possibly be pulled over by a cop that has complete immunity is scary as shit to me. And he's promising to give police immunity from prosecution. For me, that's a deal breaker. That's like taking away Second Amendment rights for the right. That's a deal breaker for me. Unless he explains that or retracts that, nothing I can do about that. Now, I see in the comments you said we need cops, too many elite. We can have cops, but lack of accountability. I'm not a fan of defunding the police. You can go out and hire 1,000 extra cops, but I don't want you to hire folks that have no accountability. So that's frightening to me. Him talking about giving police immunity from prosecution. I don't know what else to do about that. What the hell, y'all acting like you are voting for God? Yeah. Are bad or a good night, y'all boring now, says Ricky Brown. We can't win them all. You asked in the comments, somebody asked in the comments, it depends. I'm sure it depends on the situation. I don't know any situation where the cops need immunity from prosecution. They already have qualified immunity right now as we speak. Right now, there's a lot of things cops can do where they already have qualified immunity. I don't know what do they need to be able to do right now in 2024 that they cannot do unless Trump gives them immunity from prosecution. If he explains it in a manner that I understand, and frisk. That's another one that's a deal breaker for me. Just like I stated before, it's similar to taking away the Second Amendment for the right. Stop and frisk is a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. Protection against unwarranted searches and seizures. If I'm not doing anything wrong, I don't entertain the police having the right to just pull me over or hem me up against a wall and start asking questions and running my ID and shit like that. That's a violation of the Constitution. I don't believe that it's okay to violate the Constitution if it fits an agenda. The right will not accept a violation of the Second Amendment. I don't give a damn if somebody goes and shoots up an entire children's hospital. The right is not going to be in favor of the Second Amendment being violated. But because there's crime in liberal cities, I'm supposed to be okay with the Fourth Amendment being violated? No. And he is certainly promising to give the police the power to stop and frisk, in addition to giving them immunity from prosecution. What could possibly go wrong? A bunch of cops that have the right to stop you for no reason at all, with no accountability for what happens during the interaction. That's a deal breaker for me. I want $2 gas. I want no global but I don't want it at that price. That has to be fixed. He got to clear that up. I don't care about. I'd rather pay $7 a gallon for gas than have cops with immunity. You can't throw me $2 gas and say, look this way while that's happening. You need to clear that up. He said it many times. Our bad Tim has played clips. Yeah, I can play it again if you really want to hear it. But look, I'm not here just making up shit. He said it. And he said it at different rallies and different times. I've played it plenty of times. He said it. He wants to get. I don't support that. That to me is scary. Who do you think pays the firemen and police and state troopers? We do. Yeah, but what does that got to do with immunity? Yeah, me too. He's going to need to clear that up soon. Yeah, and that for some of you folks who may have not heard it, I don't mind. We're at a late hour. I was about to end, but I don't mind giving you a clip of it if you haven't heard it. I wouldn't make it up. Like I said, when I say I run a free speech program and I'm okay with you insulting and even criticizing, why the hell would I lie and say something when I know you're going to call me on this shit? If I'm telling you I'm not going to block, ban, or censor you. By the way, if you do enjoy this uncensored dialogue, go ahead and subscribe to the program. We don't have to have the same politics to enjoy free speech. You shouldn't want everybody to sound like you to have the right to speak. That only works in places you don't want to fucking be. But I'll bring up the comment I was talking about. Because, like I said, every time I bring it up, I get folks saying that they don't believe Trump said it. Like I said, I wouldn't make it up. The guy has said it a few times. And by the way, when he went to that black convention, he said it there too, by the way. He actually said it at that black convention. So, like I said, it needs to be explained. Stop making everything a black and white thing to viewers. Okay, the Democratic Party is going to make us all equally poor. Look at their policies. LT, okay. We don't have to make it a black and white thing. I mean, doesn't matter what color you are. You shouldn't want the police to have immunity from prosecution. Now, I'm going to argue that, yeah, it might affect people of color more, but even if you are a Constitution-loving Asian or Constitution-loving white man, you shouldn't want the police to have immunity. Color shouldn't matter. You should be against this no matter what your background is. Let me see if I can get...
Better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to rebuild our cities and become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
Anybody want to give me their interpretation of that? Somebody in the comments, maybe. Real socialism has never been implemented before. Let's give it a shot. Well, you're talking about the liberals bringing social. What is police having immunity? Isn't that part of a socialist government? What is that? That's not a free and fair country, is it? What free country has police with immunity? While you're pointing out the Democrats being socialists, wouldn't that be part of it? No, he didn't. Now, Christy Darrington in the comments said he has clarified that he was meaning from frivolous lawsuits. He's going, wait, let's listen to this again. Frivolous lawsuits. I don't recall hearing that at all.
Beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution.
I don't hear nothing about frivolous lawsuits. By the way, he said immunity from prosecution. You don't get prosecuted during a frivolous lawsuit. That's civil. That ain't got nothing to do with this. He said prosecution. Prosecution means they're trying to throw you in jail. He said you're talking about something that's civil. So what you're saying, it doesn't fall in line with what he said, and it doesn't fall in line with how the judicial system works. Immunity from frivolous lawsuits is a civil issue. He said prosecution. So that doesn't even make sense. Do you know that we are the only country that does not have health care for all? Every other country has it, but we don't. The richest country in the world, and yet let the CEO make millions. We're a capitalist country. We are about capital. Capitalism is about making money, not helping others. It just is. You look at successful capitalists, they don't make their money by giving it away. Even when the rich does give something away, charitable donation, they put the shit on their taxes. They want something back. Rich people don't just give away shit. That's why it is so hard to get that stuff in the richest country in the world. Rich people don't give stuff away. That's why you can see money going to the Ukraine and Israel, but not to the homeless, because they're getting something back from helping out the Ukraine. They're not getting anything back from helping out the homeless. So that ain't going nowhere in a capitalist society. That's going to always be that way. We are also a country who can buy a much better quality of healthcare if you can afford it. Think about what you just said. We are also a country who can buy a much better quality of healthcare if you can afford it. So the people that can't afford it are asked out. And by the way, healthcare in Germany, I lived in Australia. Their healthcare is not lacking compared to the United States. Look at the type of people that come over here to utilize our healthcare. They're not coming from most first world countries. Most of them are coming from developing and third world countries. But we ain't the only ones with good healthcare. But we do have a high level of healthcare. And by the way, as my viewer pointed out, those other first world countries, yeah, they do give their citizens universal health care. Who are the rich supporting? Who are celebrities and musicians supporting? Themselves. Oh, you mean election-wise? Well, who are the rich? It depends on how you got rich. If you got wealthy, there's a lot of liberal ways, a lot of things that are liberal oriented that rich people support, and the same thing on the other side. It depends on how you make your money. I mean, if you got rich off of big oil, you're voting for Trump. You're not going to vote for clean energy people. If you got your wealth creating windmills or solar panels, you're likely to vote for the liberals. So we say who the rich voting for. First question comes out of my mouth is, how does you make your money? That has a lot to do with it. People who make a fortune off of prison stocks, you're going to vote Republican. They're more in favor of keeping people incarcerated. I mean, depends how you make your money. And who are celebrities and musicians supporting? Now, I could bring up Kid Rock, but in most cases, the musicians and celebrities are supporting the Democratic Party. And the reason is simple. The musicians and celebrities like to push the envelope. The Republican Party is for family traditional values. The Republican Party does not like pushing the envelope. Well, let me say the conservatives, because this is a difference between, there was a time like during slavery when you had Democrat conservatives in favor of slavery, and the Republicans were called progressives back then. So I'll say conservative versus progressive. The conservatives like to keep the country in a traditional manner. Right now, the conservatives identify as Republicans. So when you start talking about musicians and what was the other term you used? Musicians and celebrities. Well, celebrities like to push the envelope. Maybe it's music that has sexual references in it, or maybe it's television shows that have violence, sexual reference. The right ain't for all of that stuff. That's not wholesome. The right would be more in favor of Michael Landon, Little House on the Prairie, something like that. They're not in favor of this hardcore shit. So the celebrities and the musicians do not like politicians telling them how to live their lives. So they're going to be more likely to vote liberal. That's why most colleges are liberal, because they believe in freedoms that the right, seeking a more wholesome, traditional Christian environment, do not favor. Like right now, we've rolled back Roe v. Wade. You think the girls in colleges like that, the ones who actually could get pregnant, being told that if something happens and you get, impregnated, or maybe you go to a frat party and something happens to you, and now all of a sudden you carry somebody's baby, you may or may not have a choice. Stance on marijuana and drugs, stance on police. The right is on the other side of all those issues. The right, that's why the young voters tend to vote left. However, the older voters vote right. Watch Fox News. Watch right-wing media outlets. Listen to AM radio when the conservative programs are on. Listen to the commercials in between the broadcasts. And you can tell who's supporting the right. They're talking about gold, what to do with your Roth IRA, buying timeshares. Clearly, they know their audience is old as fuck. They're not talking to young people. You watch Fox News, look at the commercials on Fox. It's pretty clear there's old people that's watching that. You watch MSNBC, whole different type of commercials. It's a whole different type. So it's pretty clear that the right is getting the old folks and the left is getting the young folks. And when you start talking about celebrities and musicians, most of them are in with the young crowd. Most of them are in with the young crowd. So that's how that goes. Anyone still paying the federal taxes as a slave? I don't know where to go with that. Buy this medical pack with B14. What the hell? Untested medicine in. I don't know what to do with you guys. Okay, maybe it's time for me to get out of here. It's getting late. You gotta start pushing, keep your leg. Yeah. You think college girls are okay with those slogans? Keep your legs closed, and if you do something wrong, you and your doctor can go to prison. You think the young, fertile college women are okay with? Well, don't worry about it. You got $2 gas though. You know, maybe you might go to jail next week, but hey, on the way, how about we stop off and park the paddy wagon at one of these gas stations and fill up on this $2 gas? That don't mean nothing to those girls. So it is what it is. Most of the folks that are in favor of pro-life legislation, older, maybe they got 2 or 3 kids, don't want anymore or whatever. They don't, they're not. Most of the people, this isn't just with abortion, it's with all of this shit. Like, for instance, I mentioned stop and frisk. There's a lot of people that is in favor of stop and frisk, like what Trump is promoting to bring crime down. Yes, the people who don't have to worry about being stopped and frisked, not worried about it happening. Yeah, you can stop and frisk them, which is why you heard Trump state he wants to give police immunity in liberal areas. If he had been talking about giving police immunity in rural Alabama, he would be losing Republican voters right now. You notice when he said that, he made it specific. I want to give police immunity in liberal cities. So everybody's okay with violating the Constitution when it fits their narrative. That's exactly what he told me. That's exactly what he told me, the white supremacist. You want reparations, get it in heaven. Damn, that's cruel. You're not going to get reparations, though. You're just not going to get that. That ain't going to happen. You ain't got nothing to hide. You have nothing to worry about. If there is one thing I really despise, it's the notion that you should not have to be concerned with the police stopping and frisking you, because if you ain't got nothing to hide, you got nothing to worry about. There's like a million reasons you got things to worry about. First of all, cops are human. They make mistakes. People have had grains of sugar mistake for meth. People have had their paychecks seized because the cops said they smelled drugs on the money. Cops make tons of mistakes. That is why all lawyers, not some, all defense attorneys tell you not to consent to unwarranted searches and seizures. I don't care. I don't give a damn what color, culture, gender. They all tell you not to do that. So the idea that if you ain't got nothing to hide, you should just let them search. You realize how much shit can go wrong? Also, keep in mind, we all operate on a time schedule. All of us do. You got to be at work at a certain time in the morning. Maybe you got to pick your kids up from daycare by a certain time. Maybe while you're working, you're expected to be certain places by a certain time. Everything you do, you catch a bus to work or you drive your car. Everything you do is on a time schedule. So if I'm in New York and I'm about to catch the subway to work, and all of a sudden I get hemmed up on the side of a building by the cops who want to stop and frisk me and run my ID and all of that shit, and it takes a half hour, I miss my train, or I end up going to work late, my boss is pissed off and writes me up, or God forbid fires me. Do the cops make me whole? Do I get any of it? I mean, do you realize how many things you can lose? You can cause innocent people to lose by stopping and frisking them. Maybe I'm on my way to the airport and I got one of them cheap ass flights on Spirit Airlines, where if I don't make the flight, I forfeit my money. I get stopped and frisked on the way to the airport, and I lose my flight for some. Do they make me whole? Do they give me that money back? Everything we do is on the times. And now I show up to my job interview because I'm late. Because you think the interview is going to be okay with that? There's a ton of reasons of things that can go wrong by letting the police have the right to stop and frisk people. The issue is, we believe that if you allow the police to stop and frisk folks, it reduces crime. We're not concerned with the innocent people that it affects. We don't give a damn about them. The goal is focusing on crime. The people that are harmed by it, we don't. Hey, so what? That's just part of the game. You don't care about those folks. People are getting harmed by that shit. Everybody you stop that's innocent, you fucking people's lives up. You don't know what you're doing to them. Now this is a funny one. JDav04 says a lot of your arguments come from a place of fear. Eating dogs and cats, World War III, a Great Depression. If the liberals, you don't think none of that's fear related, huh? Just what I'm saying, huh? Okay, I'm learning. You're looking at the cons. There are pros to it. I just stated the pros. That's a good point, cuz. I like the name, cuz. It's a good point. There are pros and cons to it. But at the end of the day, the goal should always be, I don't want to do this if it harms one innocent person. The goal should never be that I'm so focused on getting bad people off the street that I'm willing to sacrifice good, innocent people. Understand something. The relationship in liberal cities between police and cops is already not good. Now you're going to give them the right to start stopping folks and fucking their life. You're just going to destroy the relationship between cops and the police. I mean, cops and the citizens. That ain't going to improve that at all, doing that. People just getting randomly stopped. By the way, also keep in mind, because we go, well, if you ain't got nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them searching you. You're assuming that all cops are nice. Where the weed at? I know you got some guns in here. I mean, all cops don't treat people nice. Did you see the Tyreek Hill incident the other day? NFL player Tyreek. The cop that he encountered, that cop did not have de-escalation anywhere on his mind. So let's say you get stopped and frisked by a person and you hissing and humming like, this is the fucking fifth time this week y'all don't fucking pull me over. You get a cop like him, it's going to go bad. It's going to go bad. Even if you complying, the fact that you pissed off, it's going to go bad. You know, all cops are not in a good mood either. Anytime you increase the interaction between citizens and police, there's more room for things to go wrong. I just think that we're focusing on getting criminals off the street and totally willing to sacrifice all of the folks that don't deserve to be stopped and frisked and all of the things that can come along with it. Because everybody keeps saying, well, if you got in the hide, you should be okay with it. Bad things happen to good people that get stopped and frisked. It is not always, he stopped me, okay, it's good, I can go on about my way. Like I said, you may be now missing something. Missed the bus, you're late for work. I mean, there's a ton of things can happen in a society where everything we do is on a time schedule. You don't leave the house in the morning expecting to be held up for a half hour randomly. If you live in a city that has a lot of traffic, when you leave the house in the morning, you've already accounted for that. You don't leave the house in the morning going to work expecting the cops to hold you for a half hour for something you didn't do. And your boss wants you at work. Your boss don't give a damn about you getting stopped. And now in the comments, our bad says leave earlier. Why should the citizen who's done nothing wrong have to change his schedule like that? How many of you kids have ever had, kids, wow. How many of you folks have ever had kids in daycare? Get off work, go pick up your child from daycare. Any of you folks ever had to do that? If so, you are aware that every minute don't give a damn about you being stopped and frisked. There are so many areas of our life that have penalties that come with being late. All over the place. You're dealing all over the place with penalties. I mean, there are cities where if you catch the bus home from work, the bus fare changes after a certain time. There's penalties all over the place for being late. Do the cops repay people? Anybody that loses something for being randomly stopped, do they give them their money back? Do they help them out? No. Those people just go home hating police. So it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. And I can tell you it's a bad idea from the comments of J. Dev makes it clear it's a bad idea. Like you said, If you don't want to be stopped, if you don't want to be late for work, how about you leave a half hour? That way you get a police time to hold you. Make people hate the cops. Like, this is the kind of shit that leads to cops getting ambushed and all of that shit. It's just bad relations to do that. Why should the citizen that hasn't broken gun laws give up their rights? That's a good counter argument, Christy. That is a good counter argument. Which is why I stated earlier in the program, if you're okay with Trump taking away the fourth Constitution, you for defending the Constitution, but you're supporting this shit what Trump is talking about, then you're lying. You're no better than a liberal you're claiming is unpatriotic. It's like I said, it's one of the bills where we're okay with violating the Constitution if it's our agenda. As long as they do it to those folks, I'm okay with it. I don't have a gun, so as long as you take it away from my neighbor, I'm okay with it. I don't live in a high crime area, so as long as you stop and frisk them, I'm okay with it. Then you're not pro-Constitution. You're not. Vote for Trump equals a 30% rise in national debt. Damn, Josh. You think voting for Trump? Well, it did go up under his first term. If the cops don't have a reason to stop you, ask for their supervisor. Now that's really going to take up some time because you're assuming their supervisor is available. You get stopped in the middle of Chicago, where I'm from, or New York, somewhere in the middle of rush hour, and you're demanding a supervisor show up. You might be assuming that's going to happen. It don't work like that always. Kamala, 100% rise. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. He added $7 trillion. Well, Trump's debt, a lot of that came from the pandemic, so you got to give him a break a little bit. I mean, he didn't go out and spend frivolously. He gave it to Americans in the form of stimulus checks. That actually ain't that fucking bad. It ain't like George W. Bush spending a ton of money in Iraq. At least he did give a large portion of the money to the folks. There's one cop said, I will send your brother to the hospital if you do not get this question correct. Damn. That's the point I'm making, is that you increase interaction between citizens and police, and you're going to increase the bad outcomes. There's a lot of asshole cops out there that would not be an asshole if they didn't pull somebody over that was acting an asshole. That works in reverse. There's a lot of asshole citizens out there that would not be violent or be an asshole if the cops didn't fuck with them. So when you start talking about giving the cops the right to, one of the things that's going to happen, if you give police immunity, not immunity, but if you give police the right to stop and frisk, the lawsuits are going to go up. Because you can be guaranteed the cops, like I said, more interaction with police is going to lead to more things going wrong. Police are going to do things like maybe pat a woman on the breast or the vagina or some shit like that that shouldn't have been. A totally innocent person getting stopped and frisked, now complaining that the cop fingered her or some shit like that. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's going to happen. Guaranteed it's going to happen. You're talking about millions of cops. Cops make mistakes. All cops aren't good. So all of this is going to end up happening. You're just giving them the right to just go and be, people are going to be complaining that shit got stolen from them. So it's happening. And as, I can't read the name there. Can't Take It says, everyone is a victim. Yeah. Because everybody's going to have to be paying, the money for cops is going to come out of the taxpayer dollar. When people win those lawsuits against the police, us taxpayers pay for that. If you're giving if you're okay with Trump giving the police the right to stop and frisk, you're okay with your tax dollars going up. Because when it was being done under Rudolph Giuliani and everybody was bragging about how it was reducing crime, they were getting hit with lawsuits. They were getting hit with lawsuits from that shit. Are you really complaining about the cost of reducing stray bullets? What? I didn't say nothing about getting shot. Going through the comments, you can tell who is what the thing shot. I love my MAGA. I know you're probably talking about MAGA, because MAGA's opinions are a little bit more strong and passionate. I get it. Yeah, you can sometimes. You can tell what parties people affiliate with. And certainly anybody that's in favor of defending stop and frisk, you know they lean right, just like anybody. most people that's talking about taking away Second Amendment rights or living in the Second Amendment, they lean left. Bro, stop and frisk. That's all people on the right saying that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's funny. Going through the comments, you can certainly see that. That's something I don't agree with Trump about. Police. Kamala wants to defund the police. Trump 2024. I don't think she wants to defund police. I think she said some crazy shit that people try to look. At the end of the day, I think every liberal knows to maintain a civilized society, you need the police. You can't get rid of the fucking police. But I'll say this, in defense of the liberals and Kamala, defund the police is very similar to Trump saying, I'm going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. The liberals started coming down on Trump, saying that, see, Mexico's not going to write a check. Trump never meant Mexico was going to write a check. He meant he was going to correct the goofy trade imbalance with Mexico and use the money that America would make with a proper trade balance with Mexico and use the money to pay for the wall. He never meant they were going to write him a check. It was taken out of context in defense of Trump. Well, defund the police is the same way. Defund the police never meant getting rid of the fucking police department. Never meant that. It meant, as opposed to funding police departments, purchasing military surplus, you got little small towns, they got a tank, shit that they use over in Iraq, using it on their own people. Defund the police meant they were going to reallocate money away from military equipment to shit like de-escalating and things like that. More training, more favorable interaction with the community. That's what defund the police meant. But just like what Mexico's going to pay for the wall, defund the police got taken out of context. The other side jumped on it and used it to bash the liberals over the head with it. The same way the liberals used Mexico's going to pay for the wall to bash Trump over the head with. Neither one of them meant the statement like people taking it out of context said. Hello, left-leaning centrist. I'm in favor. Hello, left-leaning centrist here. I'm in favor of not communism. You know, I don't even think America knows all of these isms, communism, fascism, Marxism. I honestly don't think a lot of people in America even know how these systems work. When Obama was in office, they were calling him, I think it's kind of like I always say, if you are a Republican, a conservative, MAGA, and you debate people on the left, eventually somebody's going to call you a racist, because they throw around the word racism because it helps demonize you. You hear the left throwing around racism all the time. Well, the right does the same thing with the isms. If you lean left and you debate with MAGA or a Republican, particularly MAGA, because MAGA really throws around name calling, but if you debate with MAGA and you're on the left, eventually somebody's going to call you one of those words around, just like the Democrats throw around racism. Every time. I mean, like right now, Kamala Harris is running against Trump. She's a radical, left-leaning socialist, knowing damn well that any Democrat that ran against Trump would be called the same thing. If he was running against Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer or Christian Hildebrand or Cory Booker, any of them would be a radical left-wing socialist. Any of them are going to be called that. So, I mean, at some point, you just have to take it with a grain of salt. How are you going to tell me I don't know what Marxism and fascism is? Just like I just did. I think most Americans don't know what this shit is. When Obama was trying to give folks universal health care, they were calling him a socialist. That ain't fucking socialism. That's a social tenet of society, like public school. If American citizens had universal health care, they don't turn the damn country to a socialist fucking country. That's what the right was saying. By him giving us universal health care, we're going to become. If you listen to the right, America is the only capitalist country on earth. Because all the other countries give their citizens that stuff you guys are calling socialist. If you listen to the right, America is the only capitalist country on earth. You can't name any Western Europe country because they all give their citizens universal health care, and many of them give them college tuition forgiveness and all this other stuff that you got. So this is what I'm saying when I say a lot of folks do not know what the real meaning of these isms they're throwing around is. Universal health care doesn't turn America into a damn socialist country. Not even remotely close. It's not even remotely close to a socialist country. Yet they were calling Obama a socialist. The 8 years of Obama was not even close. And retain the police. What the fuck would you defund? Why the fuck would you defund the police? They need more training. That's what I stated, EV07. I said, retrain the police. Use the money to retrain them against this us against them mentality. Spend less time shooting and more time speaking with counselors on how to de-escalate some situations. At least let's make it so the people who are mentally ill ain't getting shot. Okay, maybe the criminal doesn't need as much negotiation. Maybe some criminals need to be shot. But we're getting to the point now where if you're mentally ill, they shooting you. This is where we're talking about defund the police. Lots of people are getting shot when there's options. People getting shot for throwing rocks and shit like that. Like, really, you had to murder the guy for this? That was the only option you had was to shoot him for throwing a rock? This is what I'm talking about, defund the police. At the end of the day, my belief is, if you are not harming anybody, if you are not a danger to society during a traffic stop, they should let you go. If you're not committing a crime, you're not threatening to harm anybody, and you're not a danger to society or yourself, they should let you go. Yet people get for cussing and talking shit. I mean, these are not legitimate reasons to detain and arrest people. This happens all the time. Defunding the police will stop that. I think we all know that if you get pulled over for a moving violation, there are things you can say to a cop that are constitutionally protected by your First Amendment right that will still cause a cop to fuck with you. I think we all know that. In most states, you can curse. You know, look, man, this ticket is bullshit. You know, you guys are just pigs out here trying to collect extra revenue. All of that's protected by your First Amendment right. You think the cop won't fuck with you if you say that, though? This is what defund the police comes in. Tell them their rights. A lot of cops are out here patrolling the streets and they don't know the Constitution. How many folks are on video on YouTube open carrying in a state that legally allows you to open carry, and the cops are fucking with them? Defund the police would teach them stuff like that. This person ain't doing nothing wrong. You can't just walk up to this person and demand they disarm and think he ain't did nothing wrong. Why are you messing with him? Some citizen called in a man with a gun in a town that allows men to have guns. You can't fuck with him. This is what we're talking about, defund the police. Train them to know the law. A lot of them don't know the law. A lot of them don't. You're not trying to get rid of the police. You're trying to help them police better in ways that don't involve teaching them how to shoot every damn thing or how to use a taser or how to be violent. There's a lot of situations. If you watch active self-protection or police activity, these are pro-police channels. They are actually in favor of law enforcement. And they damn near show a bad cop almost once a week. Sometimes the cops are killing people. But even if they're not killing people, they're hurting people, they're violating rights of people. Channels that are pro-police are finding plenty of videos that are showing bad cops. Why not defund them? Why not use the funding? Here's what they should have said. Reallocate the funds. Defunding, the word on its face sounds like you're taking money from police and leaving them broke. The wording is wrong. It should have been reallocate the funds. That's what they should have said. You can't defund the police. Wait a minute. You can't defend the police. The police need to do better hiring people. Well, if you reallocate funding, as opposed to giving them money to buy military surplus, maybe give them money to hire better HR people, to train folks. One of the things I believe you want to make policing better in America. Number one thing I would suggest: liability insurance. If you drive a truck in America, you have to have insurance. You got a CDL license. You got to have insurance because the shipper wants to know that their freight is protected if you crash or something. It's insured. If you are a doctor or nurse, you got to have malpractice insurance, just in case you really hurt a patient, perform a bad procedure, you don't do your job right. The patient is covered at least for some monetary relief. Police should have that. You can't drive a truck unless you have insurance. You can't haul freight unless you have insurance. It's a condition of being a truck driver. You can't be a doctor or physician without malpractice insurance. It's a condition of being a physician. That you should have to have some form of malpractice insurance as a condition of being a cop. You know why I say that? Because currently the police, when they are accused of screwing up, they're judged by other badges. Even if it's internal affairs, a lot of those folks are former cops. So you got the cops judging cops. There's a lot of room for that to go wrong. If you had to have insurance, what is the insurance companies, what is the number one thing they hate doing? Paying out claims. Insurance companies do not like to pay out claims. If they feel you are a risky participant, they're going to raise your premiums or they're going to refuse to insure you. If tons of people are calling in or filing excessive force reports, your premiums are going to go up. The insurance company, unlike internal affairs, the insurance company ain't going to, boy, they just all lying on this guy. No, the insurance company is going to send a private investigator, somebody out to talk to those people. Let's see if the person that said he whooped their ass on Friday has similar details to the person that said he whooped their ass last month. They don't want to pay those big claims. So they're going to do things to make sure that officer really is on the up and up. They'll put two and two together a lot faster than internal affairs, because internal affairs, they know it's coming out of the taxpayer dollar. They don't have no skin in the game for making sure the streets are safe. The insurance companies do. Just like you could be driving a truck fully insured with freight. Let's say you're driving a truck down a highway at 100 miles an hour in a 70 mile per hour speed zone. You don't get involved in any accidents. You just get pulled over by the cops and they write a ticket for you doing 30 miles over the limit. That's going to cause all kinds of drama for you as a truck driver, even though nobody got hurt. As a cop, the same thing should happen. Like, we've seen cases where cops do, roughhousing people, maybe a unwarranted search and seizure, violate somebody's, or maybe pulling a gun out on somebody that didn't deserve to be pulled. The person didn't get hurt in any of those cases, but it's still, according to the insurance, going to be equivalent to a truck driver doing 100 and a 70. You didn't hurt nobody today, but your activity shows you are capable of hurting somebody in the future. They would view the truck driver that way. The cop should be viewed that way as well. Pull the gun out on somebody who didn't deserve to be, violate somebody's rights. You could likely to turn into a huge claim down the road. That's how we would view the truck driver. That's how we would view the doctor. Let's say a doctor performed a surgery on somebody and left gauze inside their body. Person wakes up in the morning, they're itching, they're in pain. Doctor does a quick x-ray, realizes what happened, pops open the stitches, takes it out and stitches them back up. The person ain't hurt at all. But now it shows you this doctor has the possibility of hurting somebody in the future. Their insurance premiums are going to go up. You can't have people. That's what should happen with the cop. And as a result, you get a bunch of, like Derek Chauvin, who had like 19 claims of abuse, or 19 excessive force claims or so. He wouldn't be able to get insurance. They would have took him off the force before he got a chance to do what he did to George Floyd. If they did a review of all of those folks filing those excessive force claims and determined that some of these sound legitimate, they would have got rid of them. We're not going to insure you anymore. And because you are required to have a insurance as a truck driver or as a doctor, that would bring down crime. I mean, that would bring down police misconduct a lot if they had to have insurance. All of that, making the taxpayers pay for it, the cop has no skin in the game for that. He would have, knowing that his insurance premiums are going to go up and he may lose his insurance coverage altogether, meaning his career ends. I think the insurance would be one. The second one, I'm going to suggest, I think everybody probably agrees with this, but it would almost certainly come anyway if the insurance thing went through. And that is, you should have a kind of like I guess I say a log or something. It's kind of like, I don't want to say a record because I know the term record sounds kind of bad, but basically what you do at Police Department A should be known when you go work at Police Department B. You shouldn't be able to do something bad at Police Department A and go to B and start all over again. Just like you can't have an accident with one trucking company and go join another one and everything you did at the first trucking company is irrelevant. No, everything, that accident you had, all of that's going to follow you. It should follow you from department to department, just like it would in the other practices. Police get a lot of passes on some stuff. There should be no question why there's so many issues going on. They get a lot of passes that regular members of society wouldn't get on this stuff. They can get away with a lot of bad stuff. I'm not saying they're all bad, but the problem is when one is bad, you can actually do quite a bit of damage before they start holding them accountable. Those two things I just mentioned would limit that. Anyhow, folks, at least Trump supporters have common sense and realize there is only two genders. I can show you video of January 6th and tell you that they don't all have common sense. January 6th was like 2 months and 2 days after the 2020 election. That shit was still being investigated. There was no way in hell that they should have been acting like that soon after the election. Now, remember, Trump is asking for Mike Pence not to certify the election so some stuff can come forward. There's no way they should have been acting that radical that quick. None of them had seen any proof that the election was stolen. They were solely going with what Trump told them. 2 months, 2 days later, they ain't seen nothing. They ain't seen nothing that quick. He showed them nothing. Everything they were basing that on was what they were being told, which almost sounds sheep-like. Now, if they wanted to be upset after seeing a bunch of shit, 6, 7 months, 2 months, they hadn't seen anything yet. They were going solely on what they had been told by other people to act like that. So the idea that only Democrats, I don't know about that. Hermaphrodites exist, right? What gender? Well, they talking about trans, though. They ain't talking about hermaphrodites. They talking about transgender. January 6th is Inauguration Day. Okay, I don't know what we're talking about. If Kamala has her way, all our kids will be saying they are trans at 3 years old. That ain't fear-mongering at all. Wow. Somebody said I actually did see something on election night. Enough to act like they did on January 6th? What did you see? There was enough to justify that. You transgender people. Revenue stream how? Solely, somebody said, no, that's just misinformation. Look, folks, you got enough room to type sentences in. I don't mind being criticized at all. But damn it, add a little bit of meat to the potatoes. You sound like a dumbass liberal. This is misinformation. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why not add into your comment what the hell you're referencing so I can actually address it? These blanket comments are meaningless. I mean, I appreciate your input, but it gives me nothing to work on. I don't have all the answers. Sometimes I do say some bullshit. Let me know. I'll concede if you're right, but I will challenge you if you're wrong. But when you add nothing to the conversation, it's basically saying, I just want to throw an insult to you because I don't really have anything really to say. Trans surgery, trans meds, okay, I get it now, rapid fire. That's a good thought. It is a revenue stream to those who do perform transgender surgery or sell transgender meds, or yeah, I don't see the Democratic politicians as making money off of it though. Now, if those let me take that back. There is a way they can make money off of it. If I'm a doctor that performs transgender surgery, or I deal with transgender meds, or I deal with the transgender community in any way, fashion, or form, and I make money off of doing it, obviously I vote left because the right wants to eradicate the transgender community altogether. You guys, the right hates the transgender community. They want to get rid of them. So at the end of the day, a lot of politicians, I'm going to give all my money to a liberal because I know if it's left up to the right, the transgender community probably will cease to exist. I mean, the right essentially wants to kind of get rid of them. What was it? So you're just going to ignore the middle schoolers in Cali getting lap dances from trans men and teachers watching and clapping? You are severely misinformed. I don't know about middle schoolers getting lap dance. Somebody stated that if Kamala gets elected, by the time kids are 3, they all go, look, if I got look, I've been in a gay bar. I didn't like the attention like that, but that's not going to turn me fucking gay. Okay, here's what I don't get. The right believes that children's minds can be warped by exposing them to transgender and LGBT issues, but they're okay with exposing children to lethal devices like firearms. They're not, but they're mature enough to handle what is almost like a weapon of war. That doesn't make sense to me. Now, that's the left in me. I know the right thinks otherwise, but like the kid in the suburbs of Atlanta, Winston or whatever name that town was, that took out 2 classmates and 2 staff members at school. During the news on that, it came out that in Georgia, there is no age limit on who can own a firearm. You can't buy it, but you can own it. We're okay with taking a child out and letting them hunt and shoot and kill animals. And you shoot a hog, you hear the hog screaming for its life as it bleeds out. He's mature enough to handle that. But if he sees a dick, that's going to drive him insane. That doesn't make sense to me. And I don't think kids are mature enough to handle firearms either. But the right thinks they are. That doesn't make sense to me. You can literally see a deer fall over with blood gushing out of it as a 13, 14-year-old, and that's okay. But if you see a guy walking around the locker room with a pee, that will destroy you forever. I mean, when you go hunting, some of the things that a hunter sees is like a horror movie. But the gender is what's destroying the kid. That doesn't make sense to me. You pointed out that giving a person a lap dance or telling them about the LGBT community will turn the kid gay or make the kid trans. But somehow taking a kid hunting and letting them shoot and kill things won't turn them into a murderer. This stuff doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why when it comes to killing her, but when it comes to sex, he's suddenly an innocent, fragile young child. It doesn't make sense to me. So you're defending lap dances to kids. I didn't defend it at all. I just told you I don't think it's right to see the other gender, but no, I don't think a lap dance destroys it. You fucked up about the lap dance? No, I disagree. Bro, you're so smart, but off. Kids are confused about who they are and what they want and what the liberals want for them is disgusting and should be left to the parents to figure out. So you're saying kids are confused about who they are and what they want. Like I said, you can see the damage in genders, but handing them a firearm, you don't see any damage. That makes no sense to me. I think both of these things can be harmful to kids to some degree. I don't believe in a 10, 11, 12-year-old. I don't think they should be seeing an opposing gender, and I don't think they should be seeing animals be shot in the head. I don't think either one of them are right. That's my stance on it. I would not be a fan of letting them see, somebody's gender walking around the locker room, but I also don't believe in taking them to a field and letting them shoot a hog in the head. I think both of them are wrong in my opinion. I don't see what's funny. That ain't funny at all. I don't think it's funny at all. It says that's a skill. I don't think. Look, you can learn just like you can be taught America's history with racism as an adult. You can learn that skill as an adult. Just like you believe you can wait to be an adult to learn about the LGBT community, you can wait to be an adult to learn to shoot. You don't need to learn how to shoot at 12. There's no necessity. We're not in an agricultural society where most people don't live like that no more. You don't need to learn that at that young. You can wait. It's going to happen anyway. You can only prevent. Yeah, both of them are going to happen anyway. I agree with that. I do agree with that, but I don't believe those in genders and things like that. Just my opinion. I don't favor it. I don't favor that. But I do support the transgender community. I don't believe that if you allow a transgender female to go in a girl's bathroom, they're just going to turn into a pedo and start assaulting everybody. Like the right says, the right really confuses the LGBT community with pedos. Most of the stuff they say that is against the LGBT community is somehow, some way about children. They really see the LGBT community as just literally on a mission to destroy kids in different ways. They're going to go in the bathroom and do it. They're going to join their sports team and break their records. They're going to do lap dances. They're going to have drag queen. I mean, it's all kids. These people don't have a history of doing that. The Catholic Church has a history of doing that. And I say that on every live, that if you believe you're helping kids by keeping them away from members of the LGBT community and taking them to church on Sunday, you're backwards as fuck. The LGBT community does not have a documented history of abusing children. The churches do. And I'm talking like a century worth of it or more. The churches are known for this. Not only were they doing it, they were protecting the people that were doing it, moving them to different parishes and shit like that, so they didn't get caught. The LGBT community would have to abuse kids for a very long time to catch up to the Mormon Catholic Church. They're marrying kids underage and shit. I mean, it's terrible what the churches have done to kids. And we're talking about the LGBT community. It's not even in the same universe. It's not even close to what the churches have done to children. You can't compare hunting to sexual assaults, bro. That's wild. Yeah, you can. They both can be harmful to kids. I don't believe a 12-year-old should be handling a gun. That's my opinion. I don't believe that. I believe you should have a gun to defend yourself, but I don't believe an underage minor should have one. I don't think they should be using them even with adult consent. Just like you wouldn't believe letting a 12-year-old look at transgender material, even with adult consent. You wouldn't support it. I don't support it. I think you should wait till you're an adult before you handle a firearm. Okay, so permanently disfiguring kids because you taught them, what the fuck? What does that say? Permanently disfiguring kids because you taught them they can be a trans person is okay for you, right though? You obviously just tuned in. I just said I don't favor having a kid look at another gender's genitals. And somehow you come back with it's okay to permanently disfigure. You just tuned in. You really just tuned in. Jesus. Your opinion has no basis in reality. It's an emotional rationalization to an illogical conclusion. You use a lot of big words, but I still disagree with you. I mean, we just disagree. You believe that a 12-year-old is mature enough to handle a gun and not see a dick. I disagree. Simple as that. So society fails. You're okay with children not being adequate enough to get food. What the fuck? So you're saying we should teach children how to shoot, so if society fails, they'll be able to go out and go hunting. That's like owning firearms to prevent tyranny. And then telling black folks to get over slavery. This stuff ain't never happened. No, I'm not going to allow children. I'm not going to favor allowing young kids to operate dangerous weapons on the grounds that one day we might fall apart as a society. All of the folks that, most of the time, when you hear of a mass casualty event at a school, it's other kids that are doing it. I don't want to continue seeing this happen because just in case society fails, at least they'll know how to go hunting. Taking out schools, or better yet, society failing and having a kid need to go hunting is a rare event. It's never happened in America yet. Taking out schools seems to happen every other month. I don't favor that. Like if society fails, then that adult is going to go have to hunt for the kid until that kid turns 18. By the way, think of it this way. Let's take what you said. If society fails, teach the kid how to shoot at that point. You don't need to know now. If society fails, how long does it take to teach him how to shoot? If society starts to fail, then yeah, go ahead. If society fails and there's no grocery stores and all of that, then you can start teaching. You don't need to be a marksman right now when society is doing just fine. Teach him under that environment. Children go hunting all the time, simply just get food with their parents. And you said it never happened as a complete ignorance. Let's look back at 1930. What the hell does that mean? Now, in regards to you saying children go hunting all the time simply to get food with their parents and nothing has ever happened, I would assume that children are around gay people all the time and nothing ever happens too. But you don't hear that, do you? Children get exposed to LGBT folks all the time and nothing happens. You got plenty of grown men that are straight, heterosexual men that grew up with two gay parents and they're fine. But you want to portray the LGBT stuff is always bad, but the Second Amendment stuff is always good. I like this man, but we disagree on most things. Unfortunately, wish he wasn't a liberal. Dang. What do we disagree on? We're not going to always agree. I mean, is there, even if you're on the right side of the aisle, do you agree with everything Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lindsey Graham or Mike Pence say? I'm not going to say Trump, because if you're MAGA, you do agree with everything Trump says, or you're not going to hold him accountable. But other Republicans, you don't agree with everything they say. Children get exposed to hunters all the time. It's not traumatic. LOL, why are you arguing? Well, Triple Z, children get exposed to LGBT folks and transgender folks all the time too, and it doesn't harm them or traumatize them either. It traumatizes the homophobic parent. This is very similar to back in the day when they suggested that whites should marry whites and procreate with whites, and blacks should do the same with blacks, because mixed children would have an identity crisis, not know who they are, and it would be harmful to children, and it would be traumatic. This is the same stuff they're using against the LGBT, the same stuff they're using against the transgender community. They used to use it against the gay community, and then they used to use it against the interracial community. It's always about, well, if we do this, it's going to harm kids. Now, we obviously know that biracial children and interracial marriages has not been harmful to children. I'm pretty sure that gay marriages is not harmful to children. And I don't think transgender marriages is going to be harmful to kids either. I don't believe you. And by the way, when we talk about transgender folks and seeing their own genitals in bathrooms and locker rooms and things like that, while I'm no fan of it, I do have to acknowledge that it happens every day in other countries, and the kids are not fucked up. There are plenty of countries that have unisex bathrooms in Europe. There are plenty of countries in Africa where the kids, they barely have clothing on. They can see everybody's genitals. The kids don't turn out fucked up in those countries. We're running a country based on Christianity. That's where that stuff comes from. Just like the Muslim religion. They believe in women being covered all up because they believe if a man can see a woman, it'll create all these weird thoughts in his head and ruin everybody. That's religion is making you folks think that way. There are lots of countries where kids can see genitals and they don't come out fucked up. That's just an American or Western thing where the kids, if they see genitals, they're ruined. That's not true. That's not true. That's a certain subset of the right. I am voting for Trump. I used to go to pride parades before it was legal. I also believe in the Second Amendment. This is why I hate two parties. We don't fit into just two boxes. That's a great answer, Easy. EVE. Is that Evie? I always think of the lady Easy when I say it. Single parent households is the biggest crisis when it comes to family culture. You're not going to get rid of single parent households in a capitalist environment. Your employer don't give a damn about who's raising your kids. They want you at work. Even to the point where you got folks that are required to come to work on holidays when you should normally would be home spending that time with your kid. When I was a young man, some 50 years ago, the businesses and shops were closed on weekends. Remember the old Dolly Parton song, 9 to 5? People worked that shift and they didn't work on weekends. Places were closed except for the civil service, the hospitals, the police, gas stations, what do they call them? Mandatory services or whatever. But you couldn't buy a television at 3 a.m. There was no need for that. You didn't need to go out and buy, you didn't need to go out and buy a hot meal at 2 a.m. But now our society, due to capitalism, people who want to make money all around the clock. I don't want to just make money from 9 to 5. I want to make money the whole 24 hours of the day. And now I have to force employees to come in. Those employees would have been spending time with their families. Now they are out working. So even two-parent households often do not get to raise their kids properly because everybody's working all the damn time. That didn't used to happen. That used to happen like that. Capitalism has made us sacrifice a lot of things that you normally would care about in life to make money. Everybody's chasing the almighty dollar. So I don't know how you get around that. You're not going to get a two-parent household back in a capitalist system. You have to have some kind of socialist system or something that bends the rules so that you do have enough time to be with your kids. Our system is not like that. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking, says HR 40. I don't see what you're saying, though. Guess what? The world works better when we are open for business. The internal require. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You said the world works better when we are open for business. The internet requires 24/7 service. So does energy, the grid. I said essential services. Those have to be up 24 hours. Super Target at 2 a.m. does not. That does not need to be open. You can do your grocery shopping during business hours so you can be home with your kids. Okay, like I said, 9 to 5. We used to have everybody used to work first shift. A few people in civil servant jobs work those off shifts. But for the most part, 9, 10 o'clock at night, everything was closed. It's not like that. Places working that normally would have been home with their families, with their kids. They're not able to. Now the kid is with a babysitter or the kid is with daycare. That didn't used to happen. We don't need those gigs like that. Most of those jobs are not needed like that. That's optional shit. That's being done because the employer wants to make money 24 hours a day and people want to come in and work there 24 hours a day. But that stuff is not necessary for society to function. I'll tell you, when I lived in Australia, another good example. When I moved to Australia back in 2006, it felt like going back in time because they did live that life where stuff is still closed on the weekends, closed on the at night. I think the malls were open on Saturday till like 5 o'clock or something like that. But on Sunday, things were really limited. In America, shit, you could be out Sunday night and things are still open. There's just people got to work those places. They're not home with their families. All of us, we got folks nowadays, they got to work on Thanksgiving and Black Friday and all of that stuff. That's time when your relatives are in town. You can't spend no time with your family because everybody got to work. That stuff hurts what you're talking about, the two-parent household. All of that stuff hurts that. With what Democrats have done, we have to work so. Yeah, you said what Democrats have done, we have to work so damn much. We aren't supposed to live like that. Yeah, under Trump, under Trump, we only worked a little bit, right? Nobody had 2 jobs. It only happened under Democrats. Yeah, okay. This is why I say we can talk about the notion that the economy was better under Trump without entering the realm of ridiculous. The economy may have been better under Trump, but it's not like people were living in mansions under Trump and they're living in tents under Biden. It's not that big of a fucking difference. People were doing all of that stuff you're talking about under Trump too. That's how it's growing up in the South. Everything closed early on Sunday. If they're even open, no liquor store. Yeah. People had time to spend with their family. But if you're forcing everybody to work, the two-parent household is gone. Two-parent household is gone. In 2020, I'd work 11-hour day. In 2020, I'd work 11-hour day, 6 days a week for the whole year. Wow, that's a lot of overtime. You know, Trump is promising to let you keep taxes on overtime. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, though. I mean, you realize how many factory and union and hourly workers work overtime? I would dare say a large percentage of American hourly workers make some overtime every paycheck or every other paycheck or several times a year. I don't think he could. And by the way, overtime is taxed at a bigger rate than the regular shift hours. That's a ton of money. The government, he ain't gonna be able to do that. There's no way in hell that would be able to happen. He might get up there and propose it and have Congress or somebody shoot it down. That ain't gonna be able to actually happen though. They would not be able to make up all that missing money. It's a great promise, but you're gonna forgive taxes on overtime and taxes on tips. If you do not tax tips, that means you're essentially letting all of the waitresses, bartenders, concierge, hotels, workers, valets, all of them pretty much working tax-free. And the people working overtime ain't paying taxes either. That ain't gonna happen. That stuff ain't gonna happen. I'm not saying that to bash Trump, but that stuff is not gonna happen. That's wishful thinking. There's no way the upper levels of society who would have to make up the difference. I mean, suppose you could tax the rich to make and Trump is obviously not going to do that. That ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. Tips being taxed just started about 10 to 15 years ago. Are you sure of that, Copper? You're telling me if you worked for Red Lobster in the year 2000, your tips were not taxed? I don't believe that. 10 to 15, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'd have to look that up. I don't believe. I mean, because they've been paying those folks $2 or $3 an hour for the longest. And I see in the comments, some folks will say, Gothic says, yes, it's true. And then right after that, Robert said, tips have always been supposed to be taxed. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That bartenders and all the folks are not being taxed. I don't believe that. Tips have always been taxed, says Kevin Smith. Yeah, my guess is that that's not true. I don't believe that's true. Because you would have knew about it. I mean, 10 to 15 years ago, I was still a voting adult. You would have knew when they went from not tipping, not taxing tips to starting to do it. You would have heard a ton of outrage from all of those folks in that industry. I don't remember any major outrage from waitresses and all of them in that industry when that 10 to 15 years ago. You would hear them. I mean, they've been getting this money tax free. And then all of a sudden, you say from 10, 15 years ago, they just started taxing them. I don't remember any outrage like that from the service industry. You would have certainly heard it. That didn't, that's not right. I don't believe that information is accurate. It was probably because most tips were cash then. Yeah, now that could be it. That you're tipping people in cash and they can't, the IRS has no access to it, whereas now most restaurants their tip is coming in the form of a credit card, so they know exactly what you're getting. That makes sense. That does make sense. I beat Trump doing that for his corporate people loophole. Yeah, whatever the case may be, not taxing tips and not taxing overtime. That stuff ain't happening. Like I said, even if Trump gets in there and says he wants to do it, I don't think Congress would agree with that. It's too much missing money. That would be way too much missing tax money. That's not going to happen. We are headed for a lot of problems, society, with exploding levels of partnerless, lonely children, men and women. Why do you think the issues are expanding in our younger generations? Freedom. You're going to have far more people married and in relationships in a society that is less free or has a less, or is perceived as being. Perfect example, religion. You're going to have a lot more religious people involved in marriages because religion has a different viewpoint on people who are unmarried. The more we get free, less people are religious. That's going to lead to less people being married. Women have gained a ton of freedoms over the last generation or so. So they're making their own money and they no longer need to stay in marriages for the sake of finances. That's going to lead to divorces and breakups and people staying single. Dudes, no matter how much a guy makes, if she's fine enough, a lot of dudes will marry a girl straight out of high school or pick a chick up in a strip club that ain't making shit, and he'll be a millionaire. Like we've all seen Pretty Woman with Richard Gere. That doesn't work in reverse. Rich chicks don't marry broke ass dudes. We dudes do that. That doesn't work in reverse. Successful women don't really fuck with broke ass guys like that. Yeah, they might do it for a little bit of the D, but they ain't putting a ring on it. Broke women can score wealthy men. Dudes will put a ring on it. It doesn't work the other way around. So as a result, now that women have their own money, a lot of them are opting to stay single. A lot of them are. So like if Oprah Winfrey was a woman, if Oprah Winfrey was a man, she'd have a dime piece on her hand and be married probably by now. But as a woman, I'm good. I hang out with Stedman for a little bit. You are right about that. Women want men who have more, at least equal. Finances matter in a partner far more to a woman than they matter to a man. Like I said, if you fine enough, a dude will fuck with you. As long as you make him a sandwich, as Gen X who watches the program all the time, as long as you're willing to make a sandwich, you're okay in bed, you don't talk too much shit, he'll overlook the fact that you don't have a lot of money. A woman, that ain't enough. You need to have some money coming in here. That ain't enough. I don't care that you making me sandwiches and shit. I can order that. You need to get out and get a job. So it's a little bit different. Anyhow, folks, I seen in the comments somebody said, I love these late live streams. They're not as easy to do because the support ain't as much. I mean, I don't get the subscribers I get in the daytime. So that's one of the reasons why I don't do as many night lives. It's amazing how many women lie about this for the reason. They can lie about it, but that's pretty clear. I think we all know that women focus on finances. Fact is, as I stated, As long as you are an attractive woman, you don't really need much else. With men, as long as you got plenty of money, you don't need much else. If you got a good income, you can be pretty damn unattractive for a man and still score a fairly good-looking woman, because money is a lot more important to women than it is to men. Even in this environment, it's still fairly important. I mean, there's some pretty ugly dudes walking around with dime pieces. If she is on the other side, not so much. Like I said, the woman, yeah, they want a nice looking dude, you know, they want a little bit of the D or whatever, but they want you to be bringing home some income. So it doesn't work in reverse very well. I appreciate it. I appreciate a good convo with a level head. I appreciate a good convo with someone that's level headed. I think I'm reading. I may disagree with you on things and hearing your viewpoint. Well, thank you for using the term level headed, because half of my audience, particularly my beloved Maga, you guys think I'm full of shit as always. Anyhow, what did it say? F them kids shorts. You guys are crazy. I didn't take my ass to bed. Declare war, stop all the idle talk. What do you want to do? What do you mean declare war? And by the way, for you folks, and thank you, Spitfire says, Tim, you're a great host. Thank you. Appreciate that. Much love to you. Thank you. For you folks who be talking about that Civil War shit, let me say this. Trump is 78. He ain't Betty White. He ain't going to be around 100 years. Let me just say this real quick. Understand, because I know a lot of folks believe, well, hell, the Republicans, the Republicans, the conservatives, they're the ones that got all the damn guns. So, you know, if it's a civil war, whatever, they going to win and all of that. That may be true. Possible. I don't know for sure, because there are plenty of firearms in the Democratic community as well. But, you know, the right loves firearms. But let me just say this in regards to this Civil War shit. There are no winners in the Civil War. The only thing there is living and dead. That's it. If you are on the perceived winning side of a Civil War, you got a lot of relatives and family you probably know that have died. Where you live at is probably rubble. What you earn is significantly less. You're going to be living in an environment that's probably akin to Mad Max. So your quality of life is significantly degraded. That's what the winner gets. That's it. It's not like you're going to continue going back to your house and your picket fence and driving around your F-150 and washing it on the weekend. That ain't what happens. It's not what happens. All of your crops are all fucked up, so it's hard to farm. You're eating powdered milk and all of your prepper food because that's all you really can get your hand. That's not a great environment to live in. I mean, ain't nothing for it. Listen, I understand folks favor Trump. I get it. But this is not what you want to get 4 more years of Trump. He ain't offering nothing that's worth going through all that for. Kamala Harris ain't offering nothing that's worth going through all that for. But at the end of the day, nobody wins in a civil war. You will know people, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. If you are living when it's over with, you will know people that you cared about that have died or that are maimed, missing limbs, just like a regular war. You're going to know all of this stuff. That is not a great environment to be in. You will have to rebuild cities all over the country. We will absolutely lose our superpower status. Absolutely, you will lose that. Because while we are fighting with each other, China, Russia, Iran, Turkey, Pakistan, all those countries will step up and do what they want to do without any concern of America getting involved, because we can't get involved because we can't even get our military to work together, because the civil unrest will be there too. Everywhere Americans are, there's going to be civil unrest. So the military, all of that stuff will be fucked up. So we will lose our superpower status. The value of the dollar, the value of our lives will be fucked up. As I said before, let's say they're winning. Obviously China, Russia, Iran, probably Turkey at this point, Pakistan, they all want America to fall. They want division in this country. What do you think is going to happen? They don't care who wins. They want the country to fall apart. So the Republicans are kicking the liberals' ass. All of a sudden, the liberals are firing back at the Republicans with Russian weapons. Where'd they get those from? All of a sudden, they got Chinese drones blowing up Russian strongholds or Republican strongholds. Where'd they get those from? Just like we're doing in the Ukraine. We want to see Russia fall. So we helping the Ukrainians out. We would be helping anybody out there fought Russia because we want to see Russia fall. That's what they would do. If we have civil unrest, they're going to do the same shit. They're going to come in this country, pick the side that's losing, and supply them with firearms to keep the civil unrest going longer and longer. Nobody wins in that shit. Nobody walks away winning in that. By the time that shit's over, you'll be lucky that if Trump ain't sitting on the beach sipping a Mai Tai in a foreign country that is giving him the ability to stay there for the rest of his life. We over here fighting. He on level one somewhere else. You don't want this shit. That's what I say that you don't want this. Because if there are rumors, and I'm going to leave it at that, if there are rumors that Trump dodged the draft, you think he really going to participate in the Civil War at 80? You really think he's going to be around at 80? Good luck with that shit. It is your boy Tim. As always, feel free to follow the program on it's getting that late, or on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. I catch y'all tomorrow. I'm going to take my ass to bed. Nice talking with you.